seat. We're about to get going. Okay, we have a quorum. Could we have the roll call, please, Weston? Could we please have quiet? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. Sure. Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Whitman.
Here.
Thank you, Weston, and welcome everyone to the December 12th, 2023 meeting of the Ojai City Council. Weston, will you please say the pledge for us?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, community. Our American flag's in the back of the room here. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Weston. And we'll move on to approval of the agenda. Could I make one suggestion to council? If we could flip items 2 and 3, which would mean the fire item would go first, so that our fire chiefs could leave early. Are you okay with that, everybody? It's the 2 public hearing items.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, okay. It should be
Yes.
passed. Okay.
I also had a change to the agenda. I'd like to pull the request for indemnification. I just don't see us getting to it before midnight. And, I think tired and cranky is not something that we really want to bring to the table on that particular item. So I would like to pull that. And I also think that, and we can talk about this, perhaps we should have a special session on that and or a lot of time, because there's a lot to unpack on that. So that having been said, I think it behooves everybody, since we're back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock, that we table this for a later date. I mean, first available date, Mr. Carl.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve. I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, we will move on to presentations. First, we have a presentation from the Historic Preservation Commission, Annual Historic and Lifetime Achievements Awards. So it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Mr. Brian Akins, the Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. Thank you, Brian.
Just doing a head count, making sure no one's out in the parking lot. They're all here. So, good evening, City Council, Interim City Manager Almeida, City Attorney Summers, Chief Newman, and Lucas, and supporting staff. My name is Brian Akins. I am in my 10th year as the Historic Preservation Commissioner and Chair of the HPC for 6+ years now. I'm grateful to Mayor Sticks and Interim City Manager Almeida for arranging our HPC award presentation tonight. It's like a chess match, getting it all to work. I'm grateful to each of our council members for their support of the HPC and your attendance at our meetings. Thank you. Tonight we award 3 deserving annual awards with 1 lifetime award to follow. Thank you, council, for ratifying our HPC recommendations. First up, I asked Mayor Sticks if she'll come out and join me. We rehearsed this. Perfect. There's your spot right there. No. She picked that spot, just so you know. I told her. People are going to think I banished her. I didn't. First up, and Mark Lewis. Mark, would you please join us at the podium? Mark got here like 30 seconds ago. He lives a minute away. Oh, there you go. Better over on this side. He wasn't here for the rehearsal. Mark is here to receive an annual award. Mark has been a leader in the Ojai Valley in putting forth a vast array of historic information, from John Lennon and Yoko Ono's Ojai Getaway. There you go. To the current Ojai Quarterly. No, they're not paying me for these advertisements, but maybe they should. No, they don't. Okay. So to the current Ojai Quarterly article, story titled "From Oppenheimer to Ojai," referencing David Bohm and his path from Oppenheimer to Krishnamurti. So another fine article. Recently, Mark led our local favorite, Dennis Shives, in a town talk at the Ojai Valley Museum. Wonderful and so very fun listening to Dennis Shives' stories, especially elicited by Mark, who was interviewing him. Mark Lewis is an Ojai current and past history storyteller among the very best and well worth following and honoring tonight. For this and many other reasons, Mark was recommended by HPC Commissioner Rick Bisaccia. Mark was going to be here with his mother.
Oh, she's right behind you.
Whoa! Oh my gosh! There we go. Hi, Karen. Nice to have you here. Mark is here with his mother, Karen Lewis, a wonderful, accomplished artist. So, Mayor Sticks is here. She is going to present the plaque to Mark, and she's going to come up here, and we're going to mark our spots for our photographer over here on the side.
Come on up, Mark. Oh, I just want to say congratulations to you, and thank you for all that you've given to our community and telling all the stories. So, here's this beautiful plaque.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, that was fabulous. We're on a strict time limit. We're trying to get this down just right. Next up, I asked Joyce Robinson to join the mayor and me at the podium. In 2012, as a board member of the Ojai Valley Museum, I resumed the pursuit of oral histories of folks throughout the Ojai Valley. We had quite a few volunteers at first. You might not be surprised that the very first person interviewed was Alan Raines in his office upstairs in the Raines department store. And of course, Joyce led that interview, which I recorded for museum archives. What a fun time. Joyce came to Ojai upon graduation from college as an elementary school teacher at Miners Oaks. Yes. She credits her time in our local theater to her desire to reach out and learn from others. I'm told there is a videotape somewhere with her and David Mason tap dancing? Tap dancing together. I hear somebody actually knows about that. Joyce is still the go-to person for interviewing local Valley residents, with our two most recent being David Nakata talking about his family being sent to Manzanar, the Japanese internment camp there along Highway 395. And lately, Jim Marshall, he of early Pixie Orange fame. Interesting story with Jim. Jim was at school in Chicago. When he returned home, he found a portion of the house on their grounds a bit disheveled and a guitar leaning against the wall. Upon querying his folks, they shared that they had had some impromptu guests that sought refuge. For more information, you'll need to read Mark's article sometime in the Ojai Valley in the Ojai Quarterly Spring 2015, or ask Mark directly. So you might get a hint on who those refugees were. Kudos to Joyce for conducting those interviews and 26 others, including our dear friend David Mason. This is David with me. It's David's bracelet that I wear every time I want him close. 26 of the 48 interviews we have recorded so far, Joyce has been involved in. For that, Joyce was recommended by myself for this annual award.
Just want to say congratulations and thank you for all your service to the community. And well, thank you. Here you go.
Away from the microphone. Perfect, thank you.
At this time, we'd like to bring forth Tiffany Rochelle and Paul Kibler, if they would join us, please. Hello, you two. Our third annual award recipients are the current owners of the Hummel House on the west side toward the end of Signal Street, Tiffany Rochelle and Paul Hibler. So nice to have you both. The Hummel House first came to many Ojai historic preservationists' attention when a prior community development director, prior underlined, gave the okay to tear it down. Nothing left historic, so why not? We beg to differ, don't we? Yes, we do. Thankfully, Tiffany and Paul, wonderful people, stepped in and restored the home and nominated it to become Ojai Historic Landmark number 29. Tiffany and Paul opened up their home to the commissioners to tour before being heard for landmarking by the HPC. As a bit of background provided by Craig Walker, Tiffany fell in love with homes as a young girl. Over the last 25 years, her love of architecture and homes has blossomed into a successful real estate career. Tiffany has been involved with many high-profile properties created by such architects as Marmel Ratzinger, Frank Gehry, David Hertz, Fred Fisher, our own local Fred Fisher, Y Design, Barbara Bestor, and many more, as shared by Craig Walker in his write-up. Their home is beautiful, historic, inspiring, and I often imagine a ballroom with guests dressed in their finest, dancing with the glass doors opened to the beauty of the Ojai East End. It's just fabulous. The amazing artwork dating back to its construction still in place and marvelous. The custom layout in the kitchen, the grounds, the historic olive trees, and the fun. Not so historic sand volleyball court honoring Tiffany's professional years. I also mention that because of my son, as you know. For years, these and many other reasons that HPC Commissioner Walker knows so well in fighting for its preservation, tonight we honor Tiffany and Paul.
Thank you, Tiffany and Paul, for taking care of such a beautiful home. It's just appreciated. And thank you.
Aha. Well, 3 wonderful awards. As Mayor Stick said to me, this is fun. It is. We were talking about that today. So at this time, I am going to turn the time over to my former vice chair of the Historic Preservation Commission and my fellow commissioner for 6.5 years that canceled her appointment, drove up here hurriedly so she could make me not talk about myself.
Yeah, don't talk about yourself.
There we go.
Hi, everybody. I am actually not going to talk as quickly as Brian. I can't do that, so we're going to take a minute and appreciate Brian's efforts and all he's done for the city of Ojai. This is the Lifetime Achievement Award. The other awards are an annual award, and this is really for the body of work that Brian has done. I served for 8 years. Is it really 8 years on historic preservation with Brian, and it wasn't just one thing, but what Brian does is he works with generosity. He guided our commission with an amazing listening ear, which is something that we don't do these days per se. You know, if we had differences, we talked about it. We talked privately, we talked in the meetings, and we came to agreements. We always respected each other, and still the historic preservation does that, and that's how they've managed to move forward in Ojai as a really pleasant and generous body, and it's due to Brian's leadership. And so he's really earned the Lifetime Achievement Award for Historic Preservation, not just for that, but for serving on the board of the museum. You know, he's 100% volunteer, and he does it truly from the right place, from the spirit of generosity. He doesn't have an agenda. It's amazing, and it's very rare. So Brian really taught me more about how to reach goals in community and work together. And he really, really has earned the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Thank you.
And I just want to say a big thank you to Brian. Brian is one of the most dedicated members of our community and has volunteered so many hours, and you know so much. And I promised I wasn't going to roast you, so I'm not. So thank you very much for all you do for Ojai.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate that.
Is it possible, Mayor, is it possible for all of us to get a picture
We're gonna
with
do that
Brian?
in
Okay,
just a
good,
second, right after
Good.
I thank a couple people. First of all, I would like to thank my beautiful wife, Connie. I told the mayor that this is actually Connie's first time ever in these chambers, so lucky her. So, Connie, would you stand, please? I'm going to totally embarrass her. So, thank you. So she has been supportive through our 48 years together. Again, thank you, Cindy, for my vice chair. Always enjoy working with Cindy. I told her daughter Elizabeth how much I enjoyed having Cindy on the commission. I saw Elizabeth walk across in front of us. I want to thank you to all who have supported us, especially our staff liaison, Mara Macaluso, Community Development Director Lucas Seibert, especially for not being one of those people that does that. Oh yeah, you can take it down. And many others. Again, thank you to the council for this award. Thank you for your support, your work this year to get our commissions up and running. Yes, the clock's ticking, Weston. Day by day, I count it. Pull another day off. To being in attendance at our meetings in spite of your hectic schedules and many priorities. And as president of the Ojai Valley Museum, I saw our fine executive director, Wendy Barker, here, and some of our board members. Thank you for your support to our wonderful museum. I am truly humbled and honored for this recognition. So if we could get the awardees to come up front and the council to stand so we can get you all in the picture. We'd appreciate that. Where's your plaque?
Oh, it's mom's dad.
Mom's guarding it. Okay.
It's a squeeze.
I'm really short though.
We still got a couple coming right in.
Susan, you come over here.
I want to be in the back. Yeah, here, we should let the honorees be in the front. Here, we can sit, we can all side.
There we go.
Yeah, side,
All right.
yeah.
To the side,
Yeah,
facing
there we
the
go,
middle.
yes, yes, perfect, perfect. There we go. Carl's gonna get us some pictures.
Carl, do you want to get in?
Yes, Carl, hop in here, please. There we go. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Is Ruth gonna do hers now? So that's not gonna be part of the agenda, yeah. Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you, and thanks again, Brian, and congratulations to all the winners. We're going to move on to our second presentation. Ruth Miller of the Ojai Homeless Task Force will provide an update on the City Hall campus, along with updates from Jack Edelstein of the Ventura County Community Foundation and Jennifer Harkey from the Ventura County Continuum of Care with an overview of the Encampment Relief Fund. And I just want to say thank you so much to the Ojai Homeless Task Force for all the hard work that you've been doing for months. Thank you, Ruth.
And we do have Jack Edelstein on Zoom ready for you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, council members and Mayor Sticks. I address you tonight with appreciation and excitement. I appreciate that in your August goal-setting workshop, you established addressing the needs of those encamped at City Hall as a top priority. I appreciate that Mark Scott and Carl Alameda have diligently followed up on this priority by seeking out experts from the county and from nonprofits who specialize in providing better shelter options for our unhoused. I'm excited tonight that you have the opportunity to approve the next step forward in better sheltering our homeless neighbors. Our volunteer task force has surveyed 25 of Ojai's unhoused, including almost all of the City Hall encampment. Almost half of them are in their 60s and 70s, and some are disabled. While it's true that some are dealing with addiction and mental health issues, supportive care, which is also addressed in the grant funding, can help lift them out of their circumstances. Our survey confirmed that their overwhelming preference for relocating if they have their own room where they can lock so they and their belongings can be safe. Out of 25, only one didn't want a structure that locks. This is not a lifestyle choice. As you consider approving this agenda tonight, please keep in mind the conditions in which they are now living. They're cold at night, they're wet when it rains, their food attracts insects and rodents, they can't shower or otherwise address personal hygiene, and they're not physically safe. They're constantly at risk of physical and sexual assault, and everyone we surveyed has been robbed. We can do better for them. Please approve this proposal, which will give comfort and shelter to our most vulnerable. I'd like to introduce our guest tonight, Jennifer Harkey with Ventura County Continuum of Care, Jack Edelstein with Board of Directors of the Ventura County Community Foundation via Zoom, Jeff Gaddis, Dignity Moves, and our task force, George Gaines, Betsy Van Lent, and our newest task force member, Mark Scott, who is with us via Zoom.
Isn't that great?
And thank you for your ongoing support and encouragement. Jennifer.
James, could you please pull up Ms. Harkey's presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Sticks, City Council members, City Manager, and City staff. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to present to you really an opportunity for grant funding for your city to help us resolve our homelessness issues. Here within our this community, we have a growing homeless population, and obviously we want to bring solutions to the table. My name is Jennifer Harkey, and I work with the County Executive Office, so I am county staff. I also serve as the program director for the Ventura County Continuum of Care. And the Continuum of Care ultimately brings in federal and state grant dollars to address homelessness here within our county. Next slide. So tonight I'm bringing to you an opportunity to apply for encampment resolution funding from the state. The California Interagency Council on Homelessness has issued a notice of availability of funds to apply for. There is approximately $300 million available statewide to apply for this funding, and ultimately many communities have done various types of projects. The state is looking for innovative and creative ways to address homelessness. And one of these ways is to create a pathway to housing for people. It's not only to provide shelter, it's really about addressing the unhoused issue. And so we have a system collaboration across our county, We work with the healthcare agency, behavioral health. We have street outreach teams that we help fund, and some of those entities come through Ojai, and like the backpack medicine team, Help of Ojai is a partner of ours. And we also help with funding to help house people through rental assistance programs, or even keeping people housed through homelessness prevention funding. So this particular grant fund could be used for street outreach, cleaning up encampments once we find places for people to stay. It can build the actual housing itself. You can come up with a creative project like tiny homes or interim sheltering with wraparound services. And the county wants to be a partner in this work. The continuum of care wants to be a partner in this work. Next slide. So this really kind of gives us this time frame, and it's a tight time frame to be able to apply for this funding. There are several different windows you can apply for in this round. The first window ends the end of January. So we're really trying to get into that first application window with this round of funding in order to be competitive. And so tonight we're bringing before you the grant itself. So you have an idea of what's available out there, but it does have to have that pathway to housing. And so we have brought along our partners with Dignity Moves, who have done some pretty amazing projects in our region, and also doing another project in Thousand Oaks. Santa Barbara was the most recent example of a really successful project. And so Jeff Gaddis will talk a little bit about that in a few. But just remembering that the priority here is the pathway. Through the continuum of care, we have a lot of partners that work with clients on providing health care, behavioral health, substance use disorder services. Through the county services, we want to make sure that people are successful. And so providing that support ongoing is important. Okay, next slide. This gives you an idea from our last point in time count who is living unsheltered in your city. And it gives you an idea of just the demographics. But I think I wanted to call attention here, your senior population. You have a growing and aging population here, as well as people who have some income. And the ability to pay for a small amount of income, or a small amount towards rent from that income, can help get people into housing. If you were to have, for example, a tiny home project where people contribute 30% of their income towards rent, that can be a really successful model to offset the costs of the actual development over time, right, and provide those supportive services over time. Next slide. So this is my contact information. I kept it short and brief for tonight, but please reach out if you have additional questions. We have been successful in our applications with other communities. The city of Oxnard and also the city of Thousand Oaks was successful in partnering with us in their last application for encampment resolution funding. So we hope that you all will do the same. And I want to invite Jeff to say a few words about Dignity Moves. Thanks.
Hi. Thanks. Hi, it's good to see some of you I'm familiar with. Before I was living in Ojai during the pandemic, and I am from Dignity Moves. I am the Vice President of Programs and Partnerships for Dignity Moves. We're based out of San Francisco. We're building sites all over the state. When I was living in Ojai, I was asked by the city and the county of Santa Barbara to come back because they were going to be building and developing a site downtown, a tiny home, supportive service, interim housing site downtown. And I had retired and I couldn't pass on the opportunity to take advantage of that, knowing what that site could do for the city of Santa Barbara and be an example for other communities around the state. And I'm honored and humbled to say that it was a huge success. It was a parking lot when I went there and took it on. I did outreach myself and went out into the community of Santa Barbara and rallied our unhoused population to come inside and receive the help that they needed. There's over 600 unhoused in downtown Santa Barbara alone, as you know, those of you who visit the city. In doing that outreach, we ended up getting, for 35 tiny homes, we ended up having 250 people on a wait list willing and wanting to come in and receive services. What they wanted was a room of their own. They wanted the help that they knew they needed and the support that was promised to them coming in. We were able to house up right now in the first year 40 people. In that, and about 90% of the people who were receiving services on the site were getting mental health services. They were in recovery. They were getting their documents ready, which is a really important part of getting ready for housing, and then getting vouchers attached to them that they could take with them to housing that was being built in the community. So it was a huge success, which led me to taking on this role where I'm operating and working around the state in Los Angeles, San Francisco. In Santa Barbara alone, that site was able to generate where we're now building 90 tiny homes in Santa Maria, another 85 in Santa Barbara. We're taking advantage of encampment funding and also Bridge House behavioral funding, which is for people with diagnosis of serious mental illness and co-occurring disorders, which is my background as well. So I'm here to say, as someone who loves Ojai, still spends a lot of time here, I think it would work here, and we would be here to support the county and the local members of this community to make it a success. So I'm grateful to be here. Thank you.
Can I ask him something? How do we get him back?
Jeff, we have a question.
Jeff, can you, I heard you speak at the Housing Forum a few months ago at the Democratic Club, and you told, two things really impressed me. Number one, when you went, what was the name of the financial institution that had the parking lot? That's such a great story.
I think it's important to note, you know, we call it NIMBY, right? Not in my backyard, but I don't think it's really that. I think it's a fear of what we don't know, and when we build these in our communities. And when we built this site, again, it's on Santa Barbara and Carrillo Street, so it's right in the heart of downtown. That was what was so intriguing to me as well, that we were actually going to build a site where people dwelled, that they weren't going to be exiled out into the margins. And then I believed we could prove that we could build a site like that in the heart of downtown and not be disruptive to the community, but be in support of the community. And it's built right next to a Morgan Stanley wealth advisor firm. There's the irony in that, right? There's a lot of irony in this. So a big part of what I had to do was go around to the local community businesses and the neighborhoods because there was so much fear, and including them. About 6 months into us being there, the management invited me up to the Morgan Stanley building to thank me for being a good neighbor. And they could see the work we were doing and how hard we were working on it. So we were able to turn them around by demonstrating through the work we were doing, not by words, but by deed, that we could do this. I also rallied the community. Another one of those stories was rallying the community of people who are experiencing homelessness coming in to say to them that people in this community don't believe you can do this. That they don't believe that you could come in, that we're gonna bring drugs in, there's gonna be disruption in the neighborhood, but I don't believe that. I believe this chance, you know the chance you've been giving, and you're gonna be role models for other communities. If you can do this and show this community that we can do this and do this well, we're gonna save thousands of lives. And they rallied behind me. And that's the integrity that's out there in the unsheltered community. They need us to believe in them again. And when people ask me why that site worked, it was the level of care and love of the workers and the support staff and the collaboration of public health, mental health, the public defender's office, all rallying around this site. So this is the utilization of resources you already have in place, meeting people on a site where we can do that kind of work and really help people move forward with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Next, we have someone on Zoom. We have Jack Edelstein. Is that correct? Yep. Edelstein.
Please go ahead, Jack.
Okay, hi. Thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight, but you just heard from Jeff and Jen, and they are the experts in our county on the housing the homeless population. I'm here just to give you a brief statement of support. I'm on the board of directors of the Ventura County Community Foundation, and I'm on the Continuum of Care with Jen. And I want to assure this council that there are many donors connected to VCCF who are passionate about housing and who want to assist projects that get people off the street. I support this Ojai project and this grant that we're trying to get approved, and will corral as many philanthropic resources as possible to help fill the financial gaps that grant funding doesn't fill. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Welcome.
I just want to say we're all staying. We brought our pillows. We're ready, and we'll stay as long as you need us to.
Well, I just want to say a big thank you to Ruth, Jennifer, Jeff, Jack, and George Gaines, Betsy Van Light, and Mark Scott, who are helping out on the task force. And we are just so grateful to you for doing all the legwork and also the love and the care that you're providing to our members of our community who need it the most. So thank you. Thank you. Okay.
So may I ask a question, Mayor?
Sure. Yeah.
How does this, is this item 5, or are we coming back to item 5?
We're coming back, yeah.
Okay, okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much. All right, we will move on to commission reports. We don't have any tonight, correct? No. Okay. All right, we'll move on to general public communication. And just a reminder to everyone, these are items not on the agenda, and because they're not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them. We appreciate your viewpoint and participation, and we can agendize them for the future. So normally, public comments are 3 minutes. Because we have so many, we have significantly more than 25, we'll reduce the time to 2 minutes. So we thank you for understanding that. At the end of the 2 minutes, you'll hear a gentle chime from Weston. Thank you, Weston. And in the spirit of equity, please stop talking. We do have a lot of people, out of equity, are you okay? Okay, that's okay. Stop talking when the chime is up. No giving away time to another speaker. And there's a request, if you could say your name and where you live. You don't have to, though. And just a reminder that this is the time for council to become informed. So if you could all kindly refrain from any ambient noise or side conversations. It's very hard to hear up here when there's noise. And just a reminder that the community includes all the people here in the audience, on the dais, and behind the scenes. And while we may not agree on everything, we all need to come from a place of love, mutual respect, consideration, and civility. So I thank you in advance for that. And just to quote the French philosopher Simone Weil, attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. So we will give you the attention that is needed. So we'll begin with the first 15. And just a reminder, it's 2 minutes. So we'll begin with Ron Solarsino from the library, then Sepadiah Mosenian Rahman, and then Namai Holmes. And I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing any of your names. Okay. Hi, Ron.
All righty. Hello, members of council. My name is Ron Solarsino. I am the regional librarian for the Ojai Valley. And I'm excited to announce tonight the Ventura County Library is going to be working in partnership with the Workforce Development Board of Ventura County to plan an upcoming series of events encouraging job seekers to take the first steps towards a fulfilling career. The program is Ventura County Works, and it's going to offer free one-on-one career coaching at the Ojai Library. Coaching is free, no registration is required, drop-ins are welcome. The dates and times for these coaching sessions will be on the 2nd and 4th Thursdays of the month, beginning in January of the new year, roughly from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., hours subject to change, so check with the library. And they will be in the library's Van Dyke room right there in the main building. Coaching sessions are also going to feature special workshops presented by Ventura County Works on various topics essential for job seekers in the 21st century. For more information about this program, you can always reach out to us at the Ojai Library. You can also contact Antonio Apodaca. He is our Education, Literacy, and Outreach Manager for the Ventura County Library, either by email at antonio.apodaca@ventura.org or at 805-677-7159. And I'll keep it short this time. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ron. Next, we have Sepideh Mosenian Ruman, then Namai Holmes, and then Michelle Johnson.
Hi, friends. Thank you for having me. My name is Sepideh Mosenian Rahman. I live in Ojai, California. Thank you for welcoming us tonight, Mayor Sticks, council members, city manager, city staff. I'm present tonight on occupied Chumash land to add my voice to a chorus of peace builders in the Valley, a majority of American voters across the political spectrum, and activists around the globe calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. I'm here to tell you that it's not as complicated as some would like to make it seem, and the mystification of oppression is often used to silence inquiry, curiosity, and concern as it relates to the arc of justice. Why are we bringing this to City Hall? While there is alignment along the ethical compass of those uplifting human rights, the voices of our elected representatives have fallen silent across the board, nationally, internationally, here. Protest yields arrest, scholarship yields tactical and coordinated silencing, international law is deemed irrelevant. We bring our call for ceasefire to City Hall because catastrophic bombardment on Gaza could simply not continue without the monetary and tactical support of the United States, $3.8 billion US taxpayer dollars in a frugal year. We know that an overinvestment in the military comes with an underinvestment in our schools, healthcare, environment, and economy. We know that militarism is inextricably linked to climate change, with the Pentagon and parallel defense budget serving as the largest institutional single user of petroleum in the world. And while we are designated a green, eco-friendly, and international city of peace, and reside within a county of multiple military ports and defense contractors, we know that half of interstate wars since 1973 have been linked to the military support of the fossil fuel industry, and we know that those who protect lands from extractive industries are often met with state and paramilitary violence. We know that in 2019, United Nations reports indicated that Gaza sits above 3 billion barrels of oil, and that lucrative gas fields were found off the coast of Gaza in 1999.
Thank you,
a year before the Second Intifada. I have so
Thank
much
you.
more to
I
share,
know.
and I look forward to offering you additional context when the ceasefire resolution is reconsidered at City Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sepideh. I appreciate your enthusiasm. If we could just hold applause and any sound, you can always use jazz hands. Thank you. Namai, did I pronounce it?
Naima Holmes. I live in Miners Oaks with my 4-year-old. I come to you with a poem from my mother, dedicated to her friends who traveled to Palestine 30 years ago, my Jewish auntie from New York, and her friend from Turk. Why ceasefire? Why Ojai? Why now? What to bring on long journeys into ourselves, which years fold neatly in our fists, stack safely along the spine, become invisible under our tongues. 1917, 1948, 2023. Burdened with remembering and needs to remember more, we never travel light. Nakaba, Holocaust, the occupation, the genocide, every breath and blink necessary, extra to loads to carry. And we ask why us, U.S. We carry bodies of generations on our backs. Their blood stains our clothes. $158 billion, weaponized tears. 2 aunties of mine, one Turk, one Jew, filled their stomachs with their mother's water and went into the desert of their hearts, Palestine. Vivian had been to her vast dryness before. The visit coated her tongue, making her speechless. How did her heart hold so many soldiers and bombs, so many dead men, women, and children floating through her lungs like poisoned fish? Cancer. 23,000 say their names. 10,000 babies hold them tighter. Ashes, dust, more blood spilt than water flowing, Palestine. Loaves of bread burned in Vivian's throat. Children pounded her ribs, moaned in her armpits. Eyes clung to her neck. Returning to New York, she flew out of her breast names of the wounded and hungry, peeled from her skin, Palestine. Kathy had never been within these nerves, but had awakened since girlhood by the sounds of approaching tanks, by whispers of women as they ran from their sleep into her dreams. 3.8 billion a year, 10,000 babies, 23,000 mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, grandmothers. Kathy entered through the marrow of her spine, where her great-grandmother sits shifting Jewish laws and loves, not in our name. World leaders, sacrificing our children for Holy Land, spilling our mother's blood for oil,
Thank you,
not in our
Namia.
name.
Thank you. Next, we have Michelle Johnson, then Ted McCormick, and then Leora Lezak.
The ongoing genocide in Palestine represents a clear instance of collective punishment, a war crime. The aggression has been intentionally directed to those who embody Palestine's legacy and future prospects, their historians, their artists, their scholars. This methodical annihilation is ethnic cleansing. One of the victims of this genocide was Professor Rifat Al-Arir, a poet, a scholar, a husband, a father. I was personally captivated by his TED Talk, which demonstrated the significance of storytelling, an art form crucial for preserving culture and heritage, even when confronting overwhelming adversity. His art of storytelling resonated with me deeply because my own culture similarly relied on storytelling when our language, heritage, and identity were forcibly taken from us during the transatlantic slave trade. On the eve of his untimely death, Professor Al-Arir received a notification from the Israeli military warning him of his impending assassination while he was teaching at a school where he had sought refuge. He subsequently departed with his family only to be bombed in his sister's home with his family the next day. He was a scholar, tragically murdered for being the heartbeat of Gaza on December 7th, 2023. The targeted death and 20,000 others were done to cleanse an indigenous community to that land. Does it not sound familiar? I will end with Professor Al-Arir's poem. If I must die, you must live to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings. Make it white with a long tail so the child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze and bid no one farewell.
Thank you,
not
Michelle.
Not even to his flesh, not even to himself. Sees the kite, my kite you made,
Thank you.
flying up above, and thinks for a moment.
I'm sorry, Michelle, I have to ask you to stop. Thank you.
Let it be a tale. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ted McCormick, then Leora Lezak, and then Chris Barton.
Hey, my name is Ted McCormick. I grew up here. Sometimes I curse the quiet, but I understand why people come here from all over seeking peace. People here try to make the world a better place, and I understand why the city has been a city of peace for a long time, the kind of people that it attracts. But it can't just be marketing. I understand why it is. I understand why we can go on staying neutral when we don't want to get involved in very difficult things, but we can't and be a city of peace. That's not how it works. We can't have it both ways. We can think about the numbers. I know you all here do not control the federal budget and how it spends it, but we can at least, at a city of peace, tell them how we feel about it, how we feel about $11 per person per capita in general in this country being spent on our aid to Israel. That was before the quadrupling of our president to $14.3 billion. And yeah, you can say it's just $43 a year. What does that amount to? But it amounts to a lot more than the local family shelter gets every year. The $6,000 they needed to fix the roof. Yeah, please put the ceasefire resolution back on it. Please vote for it. We can get lost in the numbers. We can try to just look at the news and remember what we are seeing on there. Try not to just fall back on the rationalizations on how, yes, it is complicated, and yes, it is very simple, too. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Next, we have Leora Lezak, then Chris Barton, and then Winston Brown.
Hello, my name is Leora Lezak. I call upon this council to add a ceasefire resolution to the December 18th meeting, and then to pass it. A poem by Fez Ahmed Fez. Speak, for your two lips are free. Speak, for your tongue is still your own. This straight body still is yours. Speak, your life is still your own. See how in the blacksmith's forge flames leap high and steel glows red. Padlocks opening wide their jaws, every flame's embrace outspread. Time enough is this brief hour until body and tongue lie dead. Speak, for truth is living yet. Speak, whatever must be said. So in this time when fear tries to silence us, speak. In this time of a most dangerous conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, two different things, speak. In this time, on the 6th night of Hanukkah, which celebrates a wartime miracle, Hanukkah in which my people thank God for a wartime miracle at this time, in which one night's oil lasted for 8 nights. Speak. There is a tradition in which rather than starting at 1 candle and lighting your way up to 8, you start at 8 and you work your way down to 1. Please face the dark, face the unknown. Please speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Leora. Next, we have Chris Barton, then Winston Brown, and then Nicole Hawkins.
Thanks for hearing us. On Friday, the U.S. vetoed an almost unanimous call by the UN Security Council for a ceasefire in Gaza. The failure of the U.S. and the UN Security Council to act for global peace has led to many countries to call for Resolution 377A to be invoked, allowing the UN General Assembly to step in. These drastic measures are being called for as the methods and stated intent behind Israel's collective punishment against the people of Palestine constitute crimes against humanity. Think about that term for a moment. Crimes against humanity are crimes committed against the dignity of all people on earth. So you ask, why Ojai? This includes Ojai. This is not just about the safety of the people on the other side of the planet. This is about the safety of the members of our community here. For the past 5 weeks, I've been riding my bike around downtown with a sign encouraging people to call their representatives asking for a ceasefire and an end to genocide. In an hour, I usually get 20 to 30 people who voice support and 2 to 3 who voice opposition. The voices of opposition, although few, are almost always violent and Islamophobic. I ask, don't you know 5, 10, 16, 18,000 Palestinians have been killed? And they say not enough. They're all terrorists. I've had one person wish for my death. I've had people come off the sidewalk at me. And I've had another swerve their car into me while yelling F you out the window. And at the end of my ride, I get to put my sign away and I get to opt out of this verbal and physical violence, but many of our members of our community cannot. There are folks who would like to be here today but do not feel safe due to the unapologetic Islamophobia we see from some of our Ojai's community members. For Ojai to take a stand for ceasefire sends the message that Islamophobia and anti-Semitism fueling Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people will not be tolerated here or there.
Thank you, Chris.
Add this for resolution to the agenda and pass it as soon as possible.
Thank you. Next, we have Winston Brown, then Nicole Hawkins, and then Sam Baluski.
Hi there. It's Winston Braun. I know my handwriting is terrible. No, it's all good. I am a Ventura County resident, Jewish American citizen, U.S. citizen. I don't have a lot of stats and figures. You're going to hear a lot of that tonight. I'm just here to urge you all to get this on the agenda and to hopefully vote for it when it's on the agenda. And that's it.
Thank you, Winston. Next, we have Nicole Hawkins, then Sam Baluski, and then Bryce Michaela.
You said that right. I know. My name is Nicole Hawkins, and I, like many here, stand in solidarity
to ask you, our city council, to put this back on the agenda to be able to vote to pass a ceasefire resolution in the city of Ojai. I've heard a few people come up and say in past weeks that perhaps this isn't a good idea for our city to get involved in international affairs. And I just want to piggyback off of what we've heard, that this is not actually as far away from our present reality as people like to say that it is. And I just want to read a quote by writer Cole Arthur Riley, who wrote, "Don't let empathy and grief devolve into mere pity. Recall your agency." I've also heard people say that it's impossible for the city council to agree on things. I've heard people say that it's impossible for this resolution to actually make a difference in a place as complicated and with as much history and trauma as the one that we've been discussing in Israel and Palestine. And I think that that is actually just a way to deflect responsibility and the action of what we can do here today as a community. And I've been inspired by other community members who have been working relentlessly to actually put the idea of peace to practice here. And it's because of them that I stand here and ask you all to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Next, we have Sam Baluski, then Bryce Michaela, and then James Odling.
My name is Sam. I'm here to call for the ceasefire resolution to be added to the next agenda and for support on that resolution. I'd like to start by saying I've noticed that the importance of recognition of the terrible acts of Hamas on October 7th is huge for so many people, and I must say I understand that. Jewish people close to me have made that very clear, and I want to honor that right now because it makes sense to me. It is human nature to want to feel understood, seen, justified, represented, and validated in all wrongdoings we may experience. And I believe those acts on October 7th to be atrocious, and those 1,200 lives lost on that day can never be returned to Israel. I'll continue by sharing a quote from UN Rep Riyad Mansour in regards to Israel's retaliation. He said, "How can this be justified? How can anyone justify the slaughter of an entire people? About 18,000 Palestinian people have been killed since October 7th, 70% of which are women and children. As for why this city council should take this matter on, I believe that in order for this to be resolved on a federal level, it must start at the local level first. The more cities that call for a ceasefire, the more pressure builds nationally, and our call will add to that pressure. The U.S. provides federal aid of over $3 billion per year to Israel, our tax dollars, most of which go straight to Israel's military, and is now money being used to bring Palestinian people dangerously close to, quote, extermination, as one foreign UN rep now refers to it. I plead with this council and all of us here to ask ourselves, what use am I if I can't call for a stop to the complete obliteration of an entire people? What good are we if we can't recognize genocide and our country's role in funding it? This is the chance for you as community leaders to do what many people throughout history have done, to stand up for what's right even in the face of potential backlash, prioritize the value of human life over rightness or ease. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next, we have Bryce Michaela, and then James Odling, and then Abudu.
Thank you, council members. My name is Bryce Makala, and I'm a Ventura County resident, and I'm in support of the Ojai resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Weeks ago, I remember driving up to Ojai and listening to the news. As the mountains got bigger and I felt the peace of this valley welcome me, I listened to the anchors recount the thousands of children that had already been slaughtered. I am heartbroken. That was weeks ago. Please take action.
Thank you, Bryce. Next, we have James Odling, then Abudu, and then Rosemary Hall.
Hello, my name is James Odling. My presentation is graphic. It's not many words. I just hand it out to everybody. You can have one.
Thank you, James.
I need one for myself. I get a nice question. You know, I learned during the Vietnam War that all politics are local. You learn, people come home from war, they're your neighbors, your brothers, they're people you bury. And I think that's true with this thing in Gaza in a big way. But if we ever put this on the agenda here, I think we should resolve to do it, because Ojai is an international city of peace, they say. But do something about it. I mean, that's why I handed out the graphic to show you what you have. The top of the sign is even more interesting. It's population 8,200. That's roughly half of people have been killed in Gaza. Maybe the estimate I read from Reuters today is 4,600 of those are children. So make that totem outside of town with the city limit and the trees and the international city of peace become a city that takes action against war. So that's my point, and soon again I hope this will be on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next we have Abudu, then Rosemary Hall, and then Brianna Skelly.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, fellow citizens. My name is Abudu. I live in Ojai, the beautiful Ojai Valley. So why Ojai? The people of Ojai are people with family all over this planet. It is, just as MLK said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I will add to that and say, war anywhere is a threat to peace everywhere. The COVID pandemic reminded us that sickness anywhere is a threat to health everywhere. COVID reminded us the importance of clear global communication, cooperation, global health, mutual aid, and collective responsibility. COVID reminded us how fast and broad a sickness can spread, but what we speak about here tonight has to do with an illness of the heart and mind. This contagion is fear, greed, hate, ignorance, and selfishness. The extreme situation happening now should remind us the importance of continuously promoting and exemplifying peace. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. Islamophobia is on the rise. The longer this goes on, the more turmoil we will see in other countries, including our own. As the heads of U.S. government continue to politically fuel and finance the ongoing genocide and war crimes of Israel, they are again adding to the conditions in which hate, armed revolution, and what we call violent extremism rise against them. Genocide is not the answer. Violence begets violence. We come here tonight as compassionate people, as loving people. We are grieving people. I hope that you will join us in calling for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, Abudu. Next we have Rosemary Hall, and then Brianna Skelly.
Hi. Thank you for listening to our words. So you've heard our voices over the past couple of weeks, speaking with concern, care, and love in hope of gaining your understanding and trust. We are urging the Ojai City Council to place Ojai in history as a city that moves out of love of humanity rather than fear, especially as a city that identifies as a city of peace. Because millions across the U.S. are having our calls for a ceasefire ignored at a federal level, ceasefire resolutions are being brought to city councils. Local governing bodies are being asked to take a stand for the larger body of humanity. We have to act now and call for a ceasefire, or an entire population will cease to exist. Please, I urge you, amidst the confusion around why a city council, a city as small as Ojai, should adopt such a resolution. Truly and see and hear the people speaking to you today. Listen to the words and the anguish and the grief and the stories that are being spoken locally, nationally, and internationally. We are humans fighting against the annihilation of an entire people. Do you think 1.7 million Palestinians should be forced from their homes and become refugees? Do you think their refugee camps, schools, homes, and hospitals should be bombed intentionally and indiscriminately? Do you think thousands of families should be searching through the rubble to find the remnants of their loved ones? Each day, people are being turned to dust with the U.S. unwavering financial and political support. Israel's assault on people of Palestine is a crime against humanity and a horror. Words have the capacity to shape the world we live in. The people of Ojai have elected you to be our voice, and you have agreed to that role. We are offering you an opportunity
Thank
here
you.
to speak for the sanctity of human life.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Skelly.
Is the thing not working?
Hi, everyone. My name is Brianna Skelly, and I'm a resident of Ojai in District 4, and I'm also asking that you add a ceasefire resolution back to the special meeting that's planned on December 18th, and then with your conscience and your hearts to vote in support for that ceasefire. As it's been said earlier, why Ojai? Why do we do this? Because we're calling, because we are emailing, because we continue to see the deaths over and over and over in our name and with our tax dollars. And I truly believe that if we organize at a local level, we can make a difference, and Ojai should be a part of that. I think Chris mentioned earlier, the UN General Assembly held a special session today after several countries invoked Resolution 377, known as Uniting for Peace, as a response to the U.S. vetoing the UN Security Council resolution calling for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza last Friday. 153 countries voted for a ceasefire. There were 8 other countries joining the U.S. and Israel against it. Only 8, 153 voted for a ceasefire. The world is not standing by at the atrocities happening. More and more countries, more and more U.S. cities, more and more individuals and true leaders are calling for a ceasefire. They are uniting for peace, and Ojai should be one of them. Please join us as we call for a ceasefire. And please get this on the agenda and vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. All right, we will move on, and we will get back to the remainder of public comment after we have discussed one item. First, though,
Yes, Mayor.
we have.
And I'll just say,
sorry.
for those attending on Zoom with hands raised, we'll get back to general public comment for Zoom participants with raised hands in the remainder portion of the agenda.
Great, thank you, Weston. But first, let's look at the consent calendar. And we do have one public comment for consent, Bill Miley on H. Does anyone want to pull anything first? No, okay. Mr. Miley?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. I have been involved with the city property in this issue for years, for recent years, with Nick Ojai, who is an architect in town, trying to fulfill the mandate of the city property, which is to provide a deeded affordable housing build. Habitat for Humanity will finally produce low-income housing for folks in need. The city needs to be recognized, though, for its financial contribution of this parcel to this developmental proposal. It's contributing a parcel to enable this valuable housing project to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any comments online, Weston, for consent?
No, Mayor. Appears
No?
all raised hands are from
Okay.
general.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, oops.
In the council, I would ask for confirmation, one minor item on item 1D, the fleet services agreement. There's a couple of stray references to Casitas Municipal Water District that need to be updated to reflect City of Ojai. It's a template agreement used from the county. So with that minor change, we would ask for concurrence.
All in favor? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, council.
All right, we will move on to item number 3, a public hearing, adoption of a resolution ratifying the implementation of Chapter 5, Section 507, Chapter 9, Section 903, and Appendix B of the Ventura County Fire Protection Ordinance Number 32. And we have our Fire Marshal, Masood. Thank you for being here, Masood.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Masood Aragi, Fire Marshal with Fire Protection District. I'm here tonight requesting the council's approval to adopt a resolution ratifying, without modification, the building standards contained in the Ventura County Fire Protection District Ordinance Number 32, also known as Ventura County Fire Code, that will authorize the fire district to enforce the adopted building standards within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city. Why is this item before the council? I would start with that. Every 3 years, the state of California adopts a new fire code, which is known as California Fire Code, and it contains more restrictive standard state amendments to the International Fire Code. Health and Safety Code gives authority to local fire agencies to establish more restrictive standards through an ordinance that are reasonably necessary to provide fire protection for life and property because of local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions, which the findings, the staff report is based on. The current Ventura County Fire Code that was adopted by the Board of Supervisors on October 11, 2022, which became effective on January 1st, 2023, contains local amendments to the California Fire Code that are more restrictive than the state. Health and Safety Code requires the fire district to seek ratification through a resolution from each of the cities it serves for any of the more restrictive amendments that are considered building standards. And I'll define building standards shortly. Before they can be implemented in that city. That is why every 3 years we come before the council and request that ratification. So what is building standard? Well, Health and Safety Code has a rather lengthy definition of what is considered building standards. But I won't bore you with reading the definition verbatim, but I can tell you that the state fire marshal has determined that the fire sprinklers are considered building standards. In addition, in the 2021-2022 timeframe, state fire marshal made determination that fire flow, which is the amount of water you need from a hydrant to fight a structure fire, is also considered to be a building standard. So which part of the Ventura County Fire Code contains amendments to the California Fire Code that are building standards? There are actually two parts. One is the fire flow, as I mentioned, that's the Chapter 5, and the other one is fire sprinklers, which is Chapter 9. Chapter 5, it doesn't apply to the city of Ojai because it is served by the Casitas water, and that is a municipal water system. Chapter 5 really applies to areas where there's large private water systems. So that really doesn't apply to the boundaries of the city. But Chapter 9 does, and that is fire sprinklers. So when we talk about fire sprinklers, I'm going to kind of categorize it into 3 groups. There's one and 2 family dwellings, one for multifamily dwellings, another one is commercial industrial. For single family dwellings, you have a new building and an addition to an existing residential building. For single family dwelling, all new single family dwellings, whether it's in the state of California, state requires fire sprinklers. Our ordinance and the state are the same. When it comes to addition to an existing residential sprinklers for 1 and 2 family dwelling, the state has no requirements. You can add as much as you want to a house that it is not sprinklered, and the state doesn't require sprinklers. Our ordinance will require sprinklers throughout when the addition is at least 1,000 square feet and more than 50%. So we have to exceed the 1,000 and exceed the 50% of the existing before the sprinkler requirements kicks in. For multifamily, for new buildings, the state of California does not require sprinklers in the attic. Ventura County Fire Code does. That's the difference. For commercial and industrial, for new buildings, the state of California Fire Code requires sprinklers based on the size of the structure and the type of use or the occupancy. Ventura County Fire Code requires on all new commercial industrial buildings. When it comes to addition to an existing on a commercial industrial buildings, California Fire Code requires when you pass those thresholds that I just mentioned, based on the size and based on the occupancy. Ventura County Fire Code requires it when you exceed more than 25% of the existing building. Then sprinklers are required. So why did the fire district make these fire sprinkler amendments? Well, in addition to the findings that are listed in the staff report that are based on those 3 factors that I mentioned, geological and topographical and climatic, there are additional benefits to the community, is what we feel. There are 2 parts of it. One is the prevention, and one is operation. I'm here to speak about the prevention. I do have our Deputy Fire Chief, Chad Cook, here, and he will speak to the operation portion of it. In prevention, life safety and structure protection is the main aspects of the fire sprinklers. They're well documented. Fire sprinklers provide early detection and early suppression of structure fires. They keep fires small, which requires less resources to extinguish. According to National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA, compared to the reported fires in properties with no automatic extinguishing systems, when the sprinklers were present, the civilian fire death and injuries rates dropped 89%. And the rate of firefighter injuries were lowered by 60%. So huge life safety and property protection. Water conservation. I'm sure City of Ojai is very concerned with conserving water, and that is exactly why fire sprinklers are needed. Significantly less water is needed to suppress a small fire that it is extinguished or controlled by fire sprinklers than a fully involved structure. A residential sprinkler fire takes about as low as 9 gallons per minute for 10 minutes to extinguish or control a fire. If you don't have sprinklers and an engine shows up, you're looking at about 150 gallons a minute or more for 15, 20, 30 minutes. So you do the math. It takes a lot more water to do that. There's a study done by Factory Mutual, which is an insurance company, on environmental impact of fire sprinkler that showed water usage in extinguishing fire was reduced between 50% to 91% in a fully sprinkled building. Another item that I'm sure it resonates with you in the city of Ojai, is environmental protection. A quickly extinguished fire by fire sprinklers will produce significantly less water runoff, which can pollute waterways. A quickly extinguished fire by fire sprinklers will produce little toxic smoke to the environment. You have seen pictures of fully involved structure and the amount of smoke generates. In a sprinkler building, that fire is controlled and extinguished far before it gets to that point. The same study that I just mentioned from Factory Mutual showed greenhouse and toxic gas emissions in a structure fire were cut by 97.8% in a fully sprinkled building. Another impact is the socioeconomic benefits. Typically in a business that has suffered from a fire, it takes months to go through rebuilding and that business to come back. In a fully protected building by sprinklers, hours or days before they're back in business. Cost savings. The National Fire Protection Association looked at the data from the INFIRS report. This is a National Fire Incident Reporting Systems that all fire agencies report to. Over a 5-year period between 2017 and 2021, more specifically, they looked at fires that were that the pre-incident value were more than $100,000. And they found that the average total loss, building and contents, in a sprinkler-controlled fire was 1.3% compared to a non-sprinkler building. So, in conclusion, from 1982 to 2013, a little bit of a oh, actually, before I do that, I apologize. Before I do that, I do want to ask Chief Cook to come up here to talk about the operation portion of it. I'll come back and then give you the conclusion, and we'll go to public hearing after. Chief Cook, thank you.
Good evening, everyone, members of the City Council, Mayor. My name is Chad Cook. I'm the Deputy Fire Chief for the Ventura County Fire Department. I've met quite a few of you already, but I just want to share a couple things with you just real quick. My overall job is to run the day-to-day operations of the Ventura County Fire Department. I oversee our staffing. I oversee how we deploy our resources on a day-to-day basis to combat fire throughout our county. One of the things I want to share with you just real quick is a couple things. The first thing I'll tell you right now is what you may not know right now in the County of Ventura is we currently have a train derailment in the County of Ventura where we have about 14 resources committed to a train derailment in Somas. Most people standing here tonight, they don't realize what goes on in the entire county. What I want to share with you is on any given emergency, our county fire response really takes apart the whole county. We are one county with all of our cities that are in the county. The county fire department has a system in place where we all share the same computerized dispatch, where our closest resource response, regardless of city jurisdiction, comes to your emergency, which means that we are borderless in the county fire protection for the entire county. And I'm sure most of you are aware of that, but whether you're in the city of Oxnard, the city of Ventura, you're in the city of Camarillo, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Ojai, any of our unincorporated areas, we take the closest resource regardless of the call type, and we send them to those emergencies. If you take that same philosophy and put a fire in Ojai, what you realize right away is the response into Ojai actually pulls from the city of Ventura. I'll call it our effective response force for any fire that we respond to actually takes our force, and it's a multiplier. So for a standard structure fire response into the city of Ojai, you will get four engine companies, 2 ladder truck companies, and 2 chief officers. Some people would say that's excessive. But I will tell you that on any given fire, and anything that's a square footage greater than 1,000 square feet, you look at an interior attack crew, an exposure crew, possibly somebody dealing with medical, someone to back up the initial response, you eat through those resources rather quickly to make sure that it's a safe firefighting operation. Fire sprinklers take that into account. Yesterday morning in the city of Camarillo, we had a fire that was held in check with fire sprinklers at a large commercial building and limited the damage there. I encourage you to look at that fire report and look at what took place in the city of Camarillo yesterday, where a fire was held in check with minimal gallons of water and limited major damage to an entire industrial complex. If you just stop and think about that for a moment, what it does. I've been a firefighter for 35 years and I've managed some very large incidents. And I will tell you that at any given time, I look at my own home and I go, a small amount of water strategically placed on any fire in early detection will keep that fire small. It keeps families safe while they're sleeping in their homes, regardless of where that fire is at. The real killer is the smoke that is produced after the incipient phase of a fire. So you start looking at that and you look at the dynamics that happens when fire spreads, and fire sprinklers do work. And all of Masood's data that he shares with you really takes into account that operational aspect. I could hinge it back to anything that we do, and early action on any fire is pivotal to the success of all operations. I wanted to share that with you today, and a couple other things I want to just share with you right now. Most of our cities are growing at about a capacity of, I'll say, 3% a year. We're growing in emergency response volume. Several of our cities are hitting a capital right now where most of our engine companies are running multiple calls a day. We have several stations that run thousands upon thousands of calls a year right now into these city locations. Ojai is blessed. It is a great community. It is a safe community. There is not a lot of fires, but our medical emergencies and other, I'll call it, emergency responses to deal with the different demands that the city has on the fire service, we do not say no to anybody in Ventura County Fire. If you called our dispatch center and you asked us for any type of emergency help, there is never a no on the phone. It is, we're on our way. If you think about that, you think about the number of calls that you're doing, those fire sprinklers are just one more piece of the puzzle to make sure that we keep people safe. I'll leave you with this. Firefighters exist to make life easy on people. Fire sprinklers exist to make life easy on the homeowner and keep damage minimum and assist the fire department in keeping damage assessment small and to save lives. The data is there. When you start weighing human life, property conservation, and the decisions that we have to make, not only in the fire service, but also through our elected officials and the things that we do, there is really no cause to even think about this. It is something that we're doing across the county, and we like the city of Ojai to be part of that as well, because it is very, very pivotal to the success and to the safety of our people. And I'll leave that with our operational discussion, because I'm sure there's some other people. Masood's going to loop it back in with you, but I just wanted you to hear it because I think it is very, very important for the things that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, Chief. So in conclusion, just a little bit of background history. From 1982, when we originally had our ordinance, to 2013, the city of Ojai ratified without modification the building standard that we proposed. In 2013, Building Appeal Board was created. And in 2013, for the first time, the ratification was done with modification based on their recommendation. In 2016, BAB basically came back with a modification that all of these requirements that we are talking about be taken off for the city of Ojai, because they believe, for whatever reason, that they know more than the subject matter experts. I'm here to tell you that BAB has a very narrow vision of this, and I encourage you to vote on this based on the information that you have received, or ask any questions, and I'm available to provide more answers to your questions. We look at they look at more individual projects. We in the fire district, we look at a whole as a community. We look at the fire district, looks at the entire Ventura County, the resources, the responses. We don't look at individual projects, we look at the whole as a whole. How does that protect the community as a whole? There are many tools that we use to protect the community. Fire sprinklers is one of them. Firefighters, they respond, they do their job. We want them to be safe. We want them to get to a fire that it is far smaller and can be addressed. They can put it out than a big, fully involved structure. So I would ask you to give me an opportunity to respond to any questions or concerns that they may come up during a public hearing. So if you could do that, I would conclude this. I would leave it to open public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Sood. Yes, any questions from council?
Do we,
Yes,
sure,
Mayor
okay.
Pro Tem?
Well, I was on the council when previously, and you're very convincing, but there was good reason why we turned it down. Because we have one concern was that we have a lot of older homes, and there was concern, as I recall, about putting in sprinklers, and then there's asbestos in the ceiling, and you have to mitigate that, and that was very expensive for the homeowner. Can you address that?
I can address that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we're talking about sprinklers in home, we're talking about an extensive addition, more than 50% of the size of a structure. I went back and looked at the data from 2013 till November 2023. Only 6 structures fell into that category that would have required sprinklers.
So you're saying only 6?
Only 6. Most of the lots in Ojai are not large enough to add more than 50% to the structure. I mean, when we're talking about residential sprinklers, you're talking about a major addition. It is not a small addition. So those wouldn't require it. That is a big addition before it requires fire sprinklers. So it's not something that any addition would come back and get into the situation you're talking about.
So if it's existing construction.
Correct.
Then there's no obligation to put in for residential. There's no obligation to put in sprinklers unless you decide to make an addition that's at least 50%.
Microphone, please.
And more than 1,000 square feet. So you could be more than 50%, but if it is not at least 1,000 square feet, doesn't require it. Yes.
Any other questions from council? Oh,
More, but go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So, how about,
Microphone, please.
sorry. Does it impact detached structures like a pergola, standalone garage?
It does not.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, what cities in Ventura County have this, and what cities in the state have this addition for requiring?
This addition, this is a Ventura County Fire Code requirement. Every jurisdiction has its own set of requirements. Ventura County Fire and all the cities under the Ventura County Fire Protection District, with the exception of Ojai, have adopted this. They adopted it last year.
Every other
Yes,
Ventura
with no
County
modification.
adopted it?
Yes.
Okay,
City of Ojai is the only one that has not.
okay, okay.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Rule?
Yes.
Yeah, excuse me, Councilman Whitman just asked about detached structures. Does that include ADUs as well, which are residential?
ADUs, the state passed a law that the local ordinance does not apply in ADUs. ADUs, if the existing structure has fire sprinklers, then the ADU is required to have fire sprinklers. That's the state law. If
Right.
the existing structure does not have fire sprinklers, the ADU is not going to be required to do fire sprinklers. So ADU is an exception to these rules that I just read.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other questions? All right, we will go ahead and, thank you, Ms. Hood,
Thank
much
you.
appreciated. We'll open the public hearing and take public comment. First, we have Tony McHale and then Wayne Maynard.
Mayor, City Council, thank you. My name is Tony McHale. I'm a longtime Ojai resident, been here 40 years, raised my family here, and I'm also a serving company officer captain with Ventura County Fire Department, but I'm here in both capacities. I have 25 years of experience on the job, 20 years here in Ojai. Selfless dedication. I come from a place of gratitude and humility to be able to serve the citizens of Ojai and the county and the state in general. Lots of years of experience. You've heard a lot of data. I'm going to give you guys the company officer standpoint. This is the engine that shows up to your house and what we are thinking when we get to a house or any type of structure fire. We have two priorities. Obviously, the fire, we have to put that out, but two priorities: life safety and protecting property. That's what's on our minds, and we want every tool available to us to do that. So those two priorities in mind, we have to keep another thing in mind. Here in the Ojai, it presents unique tactical challenges for us. We have to do less with more up here because of just the geographic layout and our response times. All right, so we're very resourceful, and again, we use every tool that's available to us. All the years that I've been on this job, I have to say I have never gotten desensitized or used to the devastation of fire, ever. I take it personally. And one of the things, that little secret, I'm a kind of a corny guy, but one of the things that keeps us going as firefighters is in the face of all the loss. You remember the Thomas fire and everything else, and there's this devastating destruction, all right? And yeah, that's real, it's palpable. We get thrown against the ropes, but we don't stop, and we have to weigh that loss and destruction against what is saved if we weren't there. So again, coming from a place of gratitude and selfless service, the life safety part is so important to me because not only am I responsible for the citizens of this city and also for the county in general, wherever I serve, I'm also responsible for the protection and safety of my crew. I take that very seriously. I look at their families, I know them. So it goes without saying that sprinklers are an absolute game changer for us on the ground, for the engine companies that are on the ground. They tend to knock down fires in the incipient phase. They make our job a lot easier, and it gives a fighting chance to the property owners and to us to protect property. It is the investment that must be made, and it's worth it. I can't tell you what it's like, 3 o'clock in the morning, engine coming into a fully involved structure fire, throwing ladders, things are happening, all kinds of activity on the fire ground. I'm a support company officer, I go to the roof. Getting up on a roof on an unsprinklered building, and you get up there and you start sounding, and it's spongy. That's a creepy feeling, all right? And courage, if I can tell everyone in this room, courage is not the absence of fear. It's how you manage it. We need the tools. So I'm telling you, the sprinklers, with my own eyes, and the engine company on the ground, we unanimously support the use of sprinklers. They are a game changer, and it's an investment that must be made and should be made. So on behalf of my crew and also all the citizens that I serve proudly, I urge you to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Next, we have Wayne Maynard.
Thank you, Council. My name is Wayne Maynard. I'm a resident of the city. I'm a retired fire captain. I'm also on the board of directors for the Ojai Fire Safe Council. I submitted comments earlier. I hope you've got them. I'm just going to briefly just go over it for the sake of time. I want to reiterate that in the built environment, there's fires all the time, but they're small fires. And the reason they stay small is because they're detected early and they're suppressed quickly, okay? When you have a fire and that is not detected early or not, it can grow into a devastating fire. Fire sprinklers provide both early detection and early suppression. The heat from the fire sets the sprinkler out, activates the sprinkler head, that's early detection. It puts water on the fire, that's early suppression. And that's what prevents these devastating fires. Our fire chief has explained, and I concur based on my personal experience as a fire captain serving in the Ojai Valley, that there are infrequent but reoccurring periods of time in our community when we don't have enough firefighters or fire trucks to control a hostile fire in a building. This could lead to a conflagration involving the spread of fire to multiple buildings, particularly during wind-driven events when firefighting resources are committed to wildland fire suppression. So as a council, what you can do is you can approve the ordinance, allow these fire sprinkler requirements to be enforced in the city of Ojai, just like they're enforced in every other jurisdiction in Ventura County. Since the 1980s, when the fire district ordinance was first introduced, our community now has dozens of buildings with fire sprinklers that would otherwise not have been sprinklered. And it's a long-term risk management process, and I encourage you to continue with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we do have one raised hand. Mr. Larry Steingold. Larry, you have the floor.
Yes, I think this is good for the city. Coming from Rhode Island, where we had the station fire with 100 dead, the state of Rhode Island decided to make sprinklers retroactive for all sorts of commercial buildings. Not for residential because it freezes, but here it's a different story. So for having it on additions and what have you, it's a start, as long as they don't take it to the next step and make it residential upon sale or anything else. It's going to be helpful. It'll lower insurance payments, and that's usually the main reason, one of the reasons, besides safety. So I would support this as a start for sprinklers, especially for commercial buildings and fire alarm systems and panels. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
That's all, Mayor.
That's it. All right, we will close the hearing, the public hearing, and open discussion. Who would like to begin?
I'll start.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the presentation and for sharing your personal experiences. I have attended a few different workshops and talks through the League of California League of Cities and other organizations, talking about how every city needs to, we need to invest in infrastructure that relates to climate change, and that we need to be thinking we need to be really taking this seriously. And fire is one of those realities of climate change. We've seen 2 houses in our community tragically burn just in the last few months. And I'm really impressed by these statistics that you mentioned, the fact that sprinklers cut 97.8% of toxic fumes, the fact that that life-saving protection drops 89%, or that the risk drops 89% with sprinklers. All of these make a compelling case, and so I'm in favor of this. And I would also like to see, this isn't on the agenda tonight, but how can we get these for other people who might not fit within this requirement, but who would be interested in adding sprinklers to their homes? I'd love to work with anybody on that initiative. So thank you very much.
I'd like to go next. Councilmember Whitman?
I'll jump in. So I just want to clarify something that was said. I was going to ask, potentially to continue this because there was so much material that I didn't necessarily understand. But I understand that Chapter 5 doesn't apply to us, and the findings we're making and the materials we have includes the Chapter 5 material, and that Chapter 9 is going to primarily, I think, exclusively deal with sprinklers. Is that correct?
Yeah, Chapter 9 is the sprinkler requirements.
So, and this is a first reading, right?
No, this would be a adoption because the county adopted the ordinance under the state law that governs these stacked fire code provisions. The council, by resolution, ratifies the ordinance and, if so, chose, and then it's effective in the city with 1 vote, as opposed to a typical ordinance that takes 2 votes at the council level, because we're ratifying, if so chosen, the county ordinance to be effective in the city. Obviously, the other option is to not ratify it or to modify it and then ratify it with modifications.
Yeah, so what I was going to suggest was that we clean up the material we have so that we're just adopting the Chapter 9 sprinkler codes. And that was potentially going to give people an additional chance to weigh in on sprinklers. I'm very curious to find out what the BAB believes.
Yes.
And why they were.
Yeah, yeah.
Why they didn't want it. I
Yeah.
would say that I was very impressed by the presentation and the
And Rachel?
potential importance and Rachel and the potential importance of doing this, but I'm a little bit surprised we're not hearing anybody talking about how sprinklers would ruin their lives, or I don't,
Yeah.
But Masood, do you want to address that question?
Wasn't there also an issue about water pressure and would they work? Yeah.
Casitas municipal water has adequate pressure, so I'm not so sure what the,
Well,
a lot
I
of
was
the, I
asking.
can tell you from
Yeah.
what I heard before, there was a lot of misinformation, to be honest with you.
Okay.
BAB had a lot of misinformation. They weren't necessarily willing to listen. Unfortunately, I tried, but I'm here to tell you, really the benefits of it. I don't believe the information they had was accurate.
Yeah. Well, it's also impressive if you said that every other city in Ventura County has adopted this.
Absolutely.
So
Some through consent calendar.
some
Some
through.
through consent agenda.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the only city that I've had a lot of discussions and a lot of coming to you and requesting this, and unfortunately, because of misinformation, I haven't been successful to.
Can I ask, you mentioned something about 6 homes that would be negatively impacted?
No, not negatively impacted. What I'm saying is that since the council adopted the resolution with modification, since then, since 2013, actually January 2014, to November 2023, I went back and looked at the data, and I only was able to find 6 residents that they would have required under this ordinance to have fire sprinklers because of the addition, that they did not, because city did not ratify that chapter. Only 6 of them.
Okay, so what happens if we adopt this? What is the immediate impact
There's no
on
immediate
renters? There's nothing.
There's nothing new.
Mandate. They don't
Nothing
have to.
immediate impact.
If I could
until-
clarify just on
Yeah.
behalf. So another way to look at it is this resolution would be going forward. It's not retroactive. So one category, new construction, state's already requiring it. It would
Okay.
have no impact there.
Okay.
The only impact it potentially would have is on renovations to existing homes. If they meet that footprint requirement,
Yeah.
1,000 feet or 50%, that would trigger
And
the
And
fire.
50.
Okay.
Both.
And 50.
It's an and.
Yeah.
So Masud is just saying retrospectively, since 2013,
January 2014.
there would only have been 6 homes that if we had adopted it back then,
Uh-huh.
that this would have triggered.
Triggered,
It's just
okay.
showing what a narrow niche that is.
Okay. And those 6 homes is because, why?
Because they
Because
did
you didn't
additions.
write-
Square feet
Over
was added
1,000
to the
square.
home.
Okay,
And-
okay.
and
I'm
more
good.
than
I'm good with it. I'm good.
Retroactively, it's not going to require anything, it's just going
Yeah.
forward.
Okay.
Just going
And
forward.
then
Thank
if,
you.
if we went ahead and adopted this tonight, what, would it be complicated for us if, you know, there was some type of public outcry, for us to go back and look at potentially amending and,
Let's think about that for a second. So if the council were to adopt this and then seek to rescind it
at a later date?
at a later date, yeah, the council could do that if it so chose. Anything in the window would be governed, all of this applies the date the building permit application is applied for, unless there's a development agreement or something else in place. So there might be something in that window that would be subject to it.
Yeah, I don't see,
Although I'm not sure staff would recommend adopting and then rescinding it shortly thereafter.
no,
that's
my
not
my
the-
hypothetical was
That's
not.
not the intent.
Was not the idea that we would rescind it en masse. But if we learned that there was some specific application of sprinklers that was extremely problematic, we could single that one out and say, we're rescinding this aspect of it.
Or modifying the requirement. Yeah, council could
modifying the
certainly do
requirement,
that. The base requirement on the legal level is anything above the state building code and state fire code standards has to be ratified by the council to be enforced in the city. Hence the request from county fire to ratify their full requirements. We can never go lower than state law. We can always choose to be at state law or above. So anything in that delta above state law, we can modify at will. If the council so chose.
Councilmember Rule?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this resolution. My only question to you is, we're adopting something that's irrelevant to us. Is that problematic in any way?
I don't know, that's, Mrs. Summers,
No,
it doesn't, I
it's
mean.
not problematic
it's
because
not
it's
pro-
clear that it doesn't apply in the city.
Okay, all right,
And the
very
reason
good.
to do it is it keeps, you might be asking, well, why would we bother? It keeps things clear that the city adopted the county fire ordinance in full.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that the
second.
city
Yeah.
adopt in full the fire resolution.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
second it.
all right, we have a
Thank you.
second.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And I would just like to say a big thank you to Masood, Barry, Chad,
Yes.
Tony, Wayne. Thank you all for being here. Thank you
so
for
much.
keeping us safe. And also, I mean, it just seems it's going to, it's safer, it saves water, and there's less damage. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't do this. So could we, ready for a roll call, everybody?
Thank you.
Did
Can I
Rachel
ask a quick
second it?
question?
Yes.
Can I ask
Yeah.
a quick question?
Sure.
What about sprinklers on roofs, which they do in Northern California in the forest area?
Chief Clerk.
Just curious about that, because I think about it. I'm
I
like, I'm gonna
actually
put a
think
sprinkler
that-
on my
I
roof.
actually think that they are not valuable on roofs.
Oh, okay, all right.
They're not a fix-all for everything. You guys have some great questions tonight and things that are concerning for people. And because you don't want to go and have to modify everything, do it, and make a bunch of changes, and there's worry there because there's cost associated with everything that we do. The problem with any fire environment, especially on the roof of a building, to answer your question, is most of our fire is impacted by wind and weather. And the amount of water that comes out of a half-inch sprinkler head and the GPM flow, the gallons per minute that comes out of there, is usually impacted by wind and weather.
Okay.
So no, they are not really effective in a wildland fire environment on the exterior of your house unless you are sheltered and you don't have wind, and there's so many different environmental conditions. You need a lot of water for it to be effective.
Okay, well, thank you for that education.
I have another question,
That
but
was
I think it's of
pretty good.
Lucas. I have to remember the question. It's a very important question. I can't vote unless I remember the question. Dang. Huh? No,
We have to vote. Sorry.
oh, I know the question. Okay, so how does this impact, like the Cabrillo project, where they are already going to have sprinkler?
Yeah, they're required to have sprinklers. Yes.
It's already required. Okay.
All new construction, am I
Okay.
correct in that?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. So all
All right.
new construction.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Rule, second Lang, for adoption of the resolution as proposed. But I will ask the motion maker to consider recommendation number 3, authorizing the building official. Can we identify that?
Yes, I would like to also add to that motion that we authorize the building official to file a copy of the findings of the Ventura County Fire Protection District, together with a copy number 3, all the way.
Understood
Thank you.
for the record.
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you all for being here. Much
Very much.
appreciated.
Great, thank you very much.
Yay to the fire department.
Yay, fire department. Thank you. All right, we will take a very brief break, and then we'll come back with the remainder of the public comment. If we get keep it quick, that'd be great. Thank you.
A special meeting.
All right, if we could take your seats, please. And if everybody could come to quiet and take your seats. Thank you, Weston. Thank you, yeah. We are lucky we have Weston the bouncer. Okay, could everyone come to quiet? And come to quiet, please. And there has been a suggestion, and I'm just going to put it out there. We have about 30 more public comments, general public comments, and then probably there will be several online. So one suggestion is that we go ahead and schedule a special meeting on Wednesday, December 20th to talk about this, take all these public comments, so we would agendize the potential of passing a ceasefire resolution and have a special meeting just on that date. So I certainly don't want to stifle any free speech public comment. Council, any comments?
Well,
Go ahead,
no,
Councilmember.
go ahead, go ahead. Yeah.
And the 18th, we have 2 hours of closed session, and then probably
We're anticipating around 3 hours of meeting on the development projects, depending heavily on how that all goes out. So it may be wise to give an appropriate time for the peace discussion, as opposed to tacked on to the end of an already long meeting.
And I think that's a better idea, because we probably wouldn't get to it till 10 o'clock at night. And I think this topic deserves our undivided attention and plenty of time. So any comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Wednesday, the 20th?
Yes.
Microphone, please.
No, the planning commission is expected to be canceled. There were no items that required. It is canceled, thank you. There were no items that were ready for consideration at that meeting.
Okay, I'm up for that.
Okay. Do we need to make a motion to do that?
I
Okay.
might have a scheduling conflict. I'm unaware right now. I'd have to check some stuff.
How does the public?
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, should we take any?
We would suggest a council vote to call a special meeting on the 20th and set the item as the ceasefire peace resolution item. And then also defer any commenter who wishes to defer their comment to the 20th. We should see if there's others who demand to speak tonight, give them that opportunity.
Okay.
But emphasizing that if this council so chose, the peace resolution would be on the agenda on the 20th, and then that would be a great venue for those discussions.
And that would start at 6 o'clock.
We would defer the
Oh,
council.
okay.
Yeah, 6
All
o'clock
right.
would make sense.
Okay. All right. Would someone like to make a motion for that?
I'll make a motion. Can I ask one question? Just so that we can make the most use of that time. Could we work on, the mayor and I worked together on the last ceasefire resolution, or the last peace resolution, and I'm wondering if we could have something as a discussion point with staff. If we could again meet with staff and have something that would be before the meeting.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it'd be direction to schedule a special meeting for the 20th to consider a draft resolution prepared by the mayor and Councilmember Lang as the subcommittee.
Great. And there is a chance I'm scheduled to be out of town that night, but I will see what I can do. But I'll be there through Zoom, no matter what. And we'll be working together with staff in the meantime. So I'll make a motion that we have a special meeting on Wednesday, December 20th, to talk about the ceasefire resolution.
Okay. Do we have
Can I jump in and just also, if I do have a conflict, get the second Zoom spot? Because we will need a quorum. It's actually here.
Yeah, we will need the other three to be in person.
Right, before anyone else grabs that.
We need
You need three.
the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Whitman present in person. That leaves 2 Zoom slots open, and we'll work with Councilmember Lang and Councilmember Rule on the legal necessities.
I'm hoping to not have to do that, but if I do,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Well, I will second that motion. Can we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Okay, great. So we will have a special meeting on Wednesday, the 20th, to discuss the ceasefire resolution. And
If I may, for the record,
Yes.
could we talk about time?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. There we go.
And just to clarify, we'll still take any public comments.
Well, okay, and then in terms of right now, if anybody, it is by law, you can make a public comment. So if you would like to do that now, I would suggest, though, it waiting until the 20th, if that's possible, because we'll be focused on that. But anybody, Mr. Jack Weber? Yeah.
I just wanted to say that.
Please use the microphone.
Okay.
That there's been a lot of support, and I think there's more support for entering that resolution on December 18th. And so if the discussion is postponed till December 20th, that's after the date that a lot of people have advocated for the urgency of this issue, you know, on the 18th. So that's my only concern. It's just that it kind of delays it.
It's for voting. So, and the 18th, the meeting that we have scheduled will probably go till at least 10. So I just think because of there's so many public comments, it makes more sense to make it a separate meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just speaking of the
Okay,
urgency.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone in this stack who would like to make a public comment tonight? Okay. All right. Well,
A solution to that, a simple line behind the lectern will do.
Yeah, and this is for,
I can assist.
reminder, this is general public comment. General public comment. Okay. Okay.
A simple line behind the lectern will do if you'd like to
Okay.
come and stand in line.
And I guess I won't call your names. I'll just, Austin, you want to start? Okay. And if you don't mind just saying your name before you speak, that would be great. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Austin Ringelstein. I'm a husband, a father, an educator, an archaeologist, and an Iraq War veteran. In 2009, I was part of the bomb squad in southern Iraq, working with both the U.S. and Iraqi Special Forces. I'm now a member of Veterans for Peace. I've learned that a war against terrorism is a very difficult road to go down. As a veteran for peace, I'm going to start by reading an introductory statement by them. We oppose all targeting of civilians. We denounce Hamas's attacks on Israeli civilians and deplore Israel's crushing response in Gaza. We also recognize this war did not start on October 7th. It has gone on for decades. Over $150 billion of our tax money have provided Israel unlimited weaponry and diplomatic cover. We support a ceasefire, negotiations, and a release of prisoners from all sides. I cry every day for the babies, the women, and the men that are dying in this war. And I'm being honest with you that every day I cry for the 1.7 million people that are displaced without adequate shelter, food, and water. I cry for the 86 journalists who have been murdered by Israel. I cry for the 26 hospitals that have been damaged or destroyed, the 339 educational facilities, 305,000 residential units, and the 50,000 people wounded without access to hospitals. As the UN decried, the price of defeating Hamas cannot be the continuous suffering of all Palestinian civilians. MLK said, "Injustice everywhere is a threat to injustice everywhere." We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality tied in a single garment of destiny. As Howard Zinn said, we need to decide that we will not go to war, whatever reason is conjured up by politicians or the media, because war in our time is always indiscriminate. A war against innocence, a war against children. Please add a ceasefire resolution to the December, well, we've already established that, and thank you for tonight.
Thank you, Austin. Next. Who would like to speak next? Hi, Len. Thank you, Len.
Sure, not shy. Leonard Clafe, I live in the city of Ojai. The reason that I put in the card today was around the Habitat for Humanity proposal. I hope that it goes through. I don't know if it's been formally approved. If and when it does happen, I would suggest that that little street that comes off of Montgomery be renamed Carter Lane. in honor of Jimmy and Rosalind Carter, who put so much of their lives into Habitat for Humanity. So I think that would be a nice gesture. That's all I was going to say, but I was moved by the comments from everybody about the situation in Palestine and asking for a resolution. It's impossible to watch the news and not be horrified at the death and the destruction. And I personally find the use of the word terrorist to describe Hamas for shooting 1,200 people, but not to use that word for Western powers like Israel and the United States when we bomb people from 10,000 feet and destroy villages and cities and hospitals, etc. Death is death. Killing is killing. We are destroying. United States money is killing people, destroying hospitals. And it may not make one bit of difference whether you all pass a resolution asking for a ceasefire. But if every city in America did, it would make a difference. And every city in America is not going to do it unless every city in America, including this one, acts. So I'm glad you're going to hear it in 2 weeks, and I hope you pass a resolution in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Who'd like to speak next?
2 weeks, 1 week.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stacy Margolin Potter, and I'm the co-chair along with Greg Doss of the Soul Park Pickleball Project.
This is not, we're not on that.
It's
We're
a.
just doing a public comment.
Okay, general, wait, just 1 second. So, it's not about the agendized item. Okay, thank you.
Greg Doss, who you will hear from shortly, is the pickleball director at the Ojai Valley Athletic Club, and I'm a retired professional tennis player, and as a longtime Ojai resident, have volunteered over many years to support charitable projects, including co-hosting the first annual Nate's Place Pickleball Tournament in 2022. I am now playing on the Senior Pro Pickleball Tour and was recently drafted for the Champions National Pickleball League. So you can see I'm serious about pickleball. Greg and I are co-leading the Soul Park Pickleball Project with a committee of dedicated people who have come together to provide the Ojai community with a high-quality pickleball paddle tennis facility at Soul Park. Our group is made up of pickleball players, tennis players, and community members. Our mission is defined as follows: to provide a beautiful community space for youth, adults, and families to play pickleball and paddle tennis in a quiet and safe environment with potential for expansion at Soul Park.
Excuse me, I'm going to make a point of order.
Yeah, this is not.
This is all about the Soul Park
You need to
pickleball.
speak on the agenda item.
This is so clearly the agenda item.
Excuse me, council members, can we?
I apologize,
just,
but
because pickleball is agendized as an item.
That was,
so.
was that solely for the city hall purposes?
No, it's pretty much, Mr. City Manager, do you want to pipe in?
The agenda item tonight is solely about the decision with respect to the pickleball courts at City Hall.
Okay, so this would be general then?
Yes.
Wait a
Okay,
minute. that's
Soul
not-
Park is related,
Okay.
but it's not
Yeah.
the decision on the agenda tonight.
Okay,
But it's all-
so it's not the decision tonight, so would this be,
No,
excuse me, Mr. City Attorney, would you say this is a?
Yeah, so the question of whether it's part of the agenda or not, we look at the agenda itself. The agenda itself, item 4, is listed as City Hall campus pickleball courts, that the City Council provides direction to staff regarding the use of the pickleball facilities located at the City Hall campus. 4 options have been outlined below for consideration. Soul Park is obviously part of the larger pickleball puzzle, but the agenda item is just the City Hall campus. So it's reasonable to take the commentary regarding Soul Park in this space, and then the City Hall campus discussion at the pickleball item.
Thank you, Matt.
I realize the line's a little fuzzy.
Okay,
sometimes.
sorry
So
about
I
that,
do
Stacy.
have a-
I
Yeah,
can continue?
Yeah,
Question?
1 second,
Point of order.
Councilmember Rule.
So does that mean that Soul Park will not be discussed during the pickleball item? Because
Staff can't provide, council can't provide direction on Soul Park because that wasn't the agendized item. The agendized item is just City Hall campus.
Okay.
It could be discussed as a future agenda item to be brought back for action at Soul Park.
Okay, so my point is that comments being made can't address Soul Park. If comments now can address Soul Park because Soul Park is not on the agenda item, then comments on Soul Park they can't address the agenda item that it doesn't include. In other words, we can't have it both ways. if we're going to take comments on Soul Park now because it's not on the agenda, then we can't take comments on Soul Park on the pickleball question because it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, the only item on the agenda tonight is the use of the pickleball courts at the City Hall campus. The staff report does mention Soul Park solely as a potential future option for the council's knowledge and for the public's knowledge.
My question,
And I would,
yeah.
To answer your question directly, a member of the public could, within the agenda item, say they wish to see the City Hall campus pickleball courts closed. And that's an option, closed in favor of Soul Park or in favor of some other location. So that'd be within the agenda item. So it's, the Soul Park is discussable from the public as to item 4 and now, but the direction from the council is only about the City Hall campus. The council can't give direction tonight on Soul Park. That would only be able to come at a future
You know,
agenda
I
item.
understand that. I understand that. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
So,
right.
so
Sorry.
public
And
comment.
it might be
yeah.
simple. One option to consider as a simplification of all of the above would be to take all the pickleball comments in one moment. You could take them all on item 4. That might simplify
That's
it.
what I would do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my point.
Are you comfortable waiting, Stacy? Or can you
Because
do-
it'll be
wait,
a better
let's let her
Yeah.
finish. Yeah.
Well, it was my understanding that the City Hall courts was a separate issue, so I was just giving public comment on
Okay.
Soul Park pickleball project to inform you.
Okay, council, are you all right with that?
no,
Let's hear from all the council members.
Okay.
Council?
I would much prefer, Stacy, because there'll be a staff report, there'll be comments made, questions. It's up to you if you want to finish now.
Just like
but
one
I
more minute
think-
of your time, that's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe, yeah, because what you're saying is so important, it's part of the whole discussion. Thank you.
You want to go ahead and finish?
Okay.
One more minute on the timer, please, James.
Sorry.
Okay. To this end, we've made dramatic progress in the last few months. The Ventura County Parks Director and County Supervisor Matt Levere have embraced our project. The Parks Director has indicated that we can build these courts in a matter of months, not years, because we will be overlaying the existing courts. We have contractor bids that total under $200,000 to build the courts. We're about to submit the drawings to the county to start the permitting process. And in our mission of inclusivity, we have also met with the paddle tennis community who worked to fund the transition of the old tennis courts at Soul Park into paddle tennis courts about a decade ago. We've come to an agreement with them that we will build 2 brand-new paddle tennis courts for them and 1 shared paddle court, along with 5 dedicated pickleball courts in our design. We are deeply grateful for their partnership and look forward to respectfully sharing the space with them. We will be launching our fundraising campaign shortly, and we invite every community member to contribute to our effort so that we can get this permanent pickleball paddle tennis center up and running in 2024. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Stacy.
I will speak on the agenda item. I was going to do a general comment too. We were actually going to do a presentation about the Soul Park pickleball project, but it got taken off the agenda, so we then added some comments in general, if that makes sense.
No, wait.
I think
Let's
it'd be
have-
better to hear it when we
Yes,
hear
please
item
speak
4.
during the pickleball item.
That's fine.
Can,
Yeah.
and,
A lot of stuff to say.
and just
Yeah.
just one addition to that, because I think we would set a if we continue taking comments on anything related to that item, we would set a precedent that we're not allowed to talk about that specific thing
Sure.
during the agenda time. So I'd want us to hear all the range of topics at that time, and not be limited.
I definitely want to talk about it then, so I'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, next.
For Stacy.
Good evening, council members. Thank you again for having us here and giving us the time to speak. I'd like to offer a moment of silence again for all of the victims of the war in Gaza and Israel and their family members who are mourning them, and for the hostages in Gaza and Palestinians in Israel prisons to be released as soon as possible. Please bow your heads. Thank you. There's a saying, war doesn't decide who's right, only who's left. And as each day passes, there are fewer and fewer Palestinians left. When I first came to you on November 14th, to ask you to consider a ceasefire resolution. 1,200 Israelis were killed and 11,000 Palestinians were killed. The majority innocent civilians, women, and children. As of today, an additional 100 Israelis have been killed, soldiers primarily, and an additional 7,000 Palestinians have been killed, mostly women and children, as you know. And why are we asking you, our city council, to take a stand and pass a ceasefire resolution? Because it's genocide. Let me say it again, it's genocide. We cannot remain on the sidelines and watch thousands and thousands of people continue to die at the war of our tax dollars. We are asking you, the City of Peace, our city council, to use your heart when you make this decision and not your head. Don't be afraid of people calling you anti-Semitic. If they're saying that you're going to lose your position on the board or something, you know your heart that you're not anti-Semitic. So I ask you to consider this, the resolution, on December 20th and to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you. Next.
Hi, council members. I stepped up because the subject of anti-Semitism and the conflation of anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism has been a big issue of confusion. And my understanding from others, I wasn't at the last meetings, is that there are some Jewish members of the community, I'm a Jewish member of the community, that have expressed concern for their well-being if the city council were to stand up for a ceasefire, and that somehow that would be anti-Semitic. And that it's really wrong thinking. And to clarify this, Zionism is a colonial settler enterprise of the Israeli government. Okay? Judaism is a religion. It just so happens there's this odd situation where the state of Israel was founded for Jews. And so this conflation happens, and it's actually the Israeli government that has created this propaganda to hide behind their atrocities. So they shout and cry anti-Semitism for reasonable criticism of their government. And in doing that, they make the government synonymous with anti-Semitism. And that's false. So when they do that, the irony is that they're actually acting in an anti-Semitic way, because they're putting Jews in danger because they're conflating their horrible actions with the Jewish population. So for Jewish members of the community, and to just sort of begin to suss this out, I think it's important to understand that Jews are not the state of Israel.
Thank you, Jack. Next. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Eva Cristofalo Fernandez. I want to thank you for listening to us. I know that much of what you're hearing is repetitive, facts and figures, statements about the value of human life. I would like to believe that I could make a safe assumption that all of the people that I am looking at right now feel deeply that all human life has value. So I personally don't feel that I need to present you with all of that. It's already been so eloquently said. I want to say, as a mother and an Ojai resident, it matters to me that that we claim to be a city of peace. And acta non verba means actions, not words. This is a night of words and a night of possible actions. It has already come before you 2 times and has been altered and has been asked to be resolved. This is not something very difficult. It is definitely, something that could be done in a very short amount of time from you all. So I am a little bit dismayed, I have to say, that it has taken this long to even be properly agendized again, and hopefully with different wording than was put in the last time. Tonight we have heard people talk about fire being borderless. our children, which is the world's children, are on fire. And our standing for something matters. And you have been representative of all of us, as well as yourselves. I know that human life matters to you, as it matters to all of us, as mothers, as fathers, as aunties and uncles, as the ones who their children are their pets. All of us know that life is sacred. So please take the simple act of making our city of peace be something that actually has some weight to it.
Thank you, Emma. Next.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Tom Francis, and I was just thinking of this. I've been reading a lot on this topic, the ceasefire question, and what comes to mind for me in this moment, first of all, thank you. There's so many people that spoke so eloquently tonight. There's no way I'm going to be anywhere near that eloquent, but I'm going to try to make my point, which is there are children being killed in the name of defending children. There are women being killed in the name of defending women. There are men being killed in the name of defending men. This makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. I am wholeheartedly for a ceasefire resolution from the city of Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next.
Mayor, we do have 5 raised hands on Zoom for general public comment as well.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Cyrus Mayer. I'm here in support of a ceasefire. I'm of Ashkenazi Jew and Persian descent, and in many ways I'm a child of this ancient conflict. Across the world, millions of people are engaging in demonstrations in solidarity with Palestine. A recent poll in the United States has indicated that over 66% of Americans and 80% of registered Democrats are in support of a ceasefire. Yet our elected officials on all levels of this country have been failing us. When you were elected to this council, you took an oath to use your best endeavor to preserve peace and carry into effect, according to law, the purposes for which you have been elected. So help you God. I stand before you to state some of these laws which have been violated by the state of Israel, not according to my amateur opinion, but according to international human rights experts from within the United Nations and Amnesty International. Violations of the use of collective punishment, violations of indiscriminate attacks, violations of intentional targeting of civilians, violations of the laws that prohibit the starvation of civilians, violations of targeting journalists, violations of the right to life, violations of the right to liberty, security of the person, and equal treatment before the law, violations of the right to access an effective remedy for acts violating fundamental rights, violations of the rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, violations of the right to equality and non-discrimination, violations of the rights to adequate housing, violations of the right to freedom and movement, violations of the right of the child, violations of the right to water, violations of the right to education, violations of the right to earn a decent living through work, violations of the laws that prohibit apartheid under the Rome Statute of International Criminal Court, and violations of the Geneva Convention's laws against genocide. Inaction and complacency in addressing these crimes is a direct threat to peace and justice here in Ojai.
Thank you, Cyrus.
Many leaders in California have enacted their support of a ceasefire in Gaza. So what will you do?
Thank you.
Free Palestine and long live the resistance.
Next.
Hello, my name is Nuria Rosa Cristofalo Fernandez. I am a high school student here in Ojai on occupied Chumash land. I have been aware for as long as I can remember of the horrific injustice and ongoing genocide that has been being perpetrated on the Palestinian people for over 75 years. 2 months ago was not when this started, but it is now coming to the worldview. I find this hopeful. As a young person growing into my future, hearing the children of Gaza speak of how they cannot imagine a future breaks my heart into a million pieces. Every time I open Instagram, I see a new round of children, babies, mothers, and fathers laying lifeless in the rubble of what used to be their homes. 18,000 lives have been stolen because of this unjustifiable genocide. We owe it to the children of Gaza and everyone in occupied Palestine. So I ask you to pass the ceasefire resolution to show the world what peace looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Jody Lewis, I live in Miners Oaks. I'm here to address why a ceasefire resolution in Ojai. As a mom who raised 3 Jewish identifying children in Ojai, who just now sent me a photo lighting the 7th candle on our family menorah passed down through 4 generations, I have to start with this reason. Why Ojai? Because every 10 minutes, 24 hours a day, every day, a child is killed by Israeli military airstrikes in Gaza. We are mothers and fathers here. A ceasefire saves 144 children's lives every day. Why Ojai? Because there's a huge flag that flies in front of my house that says practice radical empathy. And people all over Ojai know this sign and share with me over and over that it means something to them. Practicing radical empathy means something in Ojai, and radical empathy is a practice. Why Ojai? Because for generations, Ojai has been recognized around the world as a place of deep spiritual practice. And they say, all practice is for the phase change. That means that our responsibility as an international city of peace is more than a marketing ploy in times of peace. It is a community liberation practice, a shared North Star to follow and to act in deep service to, specifically when all hell breaks loose, whether that's in our city council chamber, in our town in times like the Thomas Fire, or in our world when genocide is raging in front of us all. And finally, why Ojai? Because Ojai wants this. This past Saturday, a full house chorus of Ojai folks gathered in the Topa Institute singing together out over our valley, round after round of Aura Levin Morales' poem. I have a dream. 10,000 grandmothers stood between bombs and the families. I implore you to put the ceasefire resolution on the agenda and pass it at the December 20th special session. This is Ojai's chance to stand between the bombs and the families, to practice radical empathy required of an international city of peace.
Thank you, Jody. Next.
Hello, my name is Bevelyn Esparza. I stand before you all today as a supporter to pass an Ojai ceasefire resolution. I call on the city of Ojai to help lead the nation with moral clarity by way of supporting humanitarian aid efforts into Gaza. I call on you all, our elected officials, to support human life against a backdrop of an ongoing genocide, recognized today by the International Federation of Human Rights, of thousands of Palestinian civilians in Gaza who, according to the UN, the World Health Organization, the Red Cross, and other international groups, have repeatedly stated have nowhere safe to go. I will repeat the poem written in 2015 by Rafat al-Arir, a Palestinian poet who was recently killed alongside family members in, according to the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor, a targeted airstrike. If I must die, you must live, to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings, make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze, and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite. My kite you made flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there. Bring back love. If I must die, let it bring hope. Let it be a tale. Thank you.
Thank you. More public comment? General public comment? Anyone else?
Has it been half an hour?
Hi, my name is Sasha Colbert. I am a resident of Ojai, and I have come to ask that you approve the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. On December 8th, UN Security Council members voted demanding an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Of the 15 member states, the United States was the only veto. In response to the veto, Agnes Callamard, Amnesty International Secretary General, said, "It is morally indefensible and a dereliction of the U.S. duty to prevent atrocity crimes and uphold international law." On top of blocking the adoption of a ceasefire that would end mass humanitarian suffering in Gaza, aid the return of hostages, and calm tensions multiplying in the region, the U.S. continues to transfer U.S.-made munitions to the government of Israel that contribute to the decimation of entire families, and this includes the family of my dear friend. So why are we here asking the Ojai City Council to support a ceasefire? Because when the federal government obstructs international peace and security and fails to represent the will of the people, local government becomes one of our only avenues for political action. Because we, as members of the American public, are being asked to directly by Palestinians who feel compelled to film the most traumatic experiences of their lives, speaking in English so that you and I will listen, because they understand that collectively we have the power to stop this bloodshed. And because if Ojai does and says nothing in the face of genocide, the city's declaration as a city of peace is completely meaningless. I ask that you do not underestimate the significance of joining the growing number of cities passing similar resolutions. I understand that recognizing our capacity here is uncomfortable because it also means recognizing our complicity. All of us who have spoken in support of the ceasefire have had to grapple with this. We invite you to open your hearts and to act with courage and to join us in this struggle.
Thank you, Sasha. All right, we're still on general public comment, and just a reminder, we will be talking about this on the 20th. Is there anyone else who would like to speak tonight?
I have
Carol? Yep.
I have a question of the city attorney. It is now 8:45. We have about 4 hours worth of items. We have an 8 o'clock meeting tomorrow. We have to be kind to ourselves as well. Mm-hmm. And this is all very, very important. As far as I'm concerned, we can postpone everything else, but we can't by law. We can't. Mm-hmm. So are we going to meet tomorrow night or continue this meeting? How can we handle this legally? Because we can't go on till 1 o'clock in the morning.
How many more people would like to make a public comment tonight? Are you the end of the line, Carol? Oh,
Yeah,
hold on, just one second. We have 2, 3 more.
This is general public.
General
public comment.
General public comment. 8. Okay.
8, well,
If anyone would be willing to wait until the 20th, and of course, it's your right to speak tonight, so that's.
But is that correct? They have, so then we can continue if we need to, items?
No, the council can continue any substantive item it will. What we can't do is prevent people from offering general public comment if they wish to.
Okay.
What we can do is we can cut the remaining speakers down to a minute, recognizing that creates some unfairness. We can continue any of the substantive items. We can continue the whole thing and take it all up again tomorrow after the 8 a.m. closed session and go until it goes, or till any other day within the next 5 days, and then adjourn meeting.
Okay.
And of course, reiterate the request for any speakers on the ceasefire resolution to consider it coming to the 20th, where the item will be considered in full.
Okay, that clarifies. So I want to make an appeal to the people that want to speak. The reason that we offered to meet Wednesday night, the 20th, was so that we could attend to city business. So you have a right to speak, but I hope that you'll consider the fact that, we're volunteers too. Okay, and we have our lives and animals and pets and jobs. So if you can possibly find it in your heart to wait till next Wednesday, I, speaking for myself, would greatly appreciate that.
Carol?
And you can still speak, and I'll still love you. But I need to. But I need to say that. It needs to be said.
I totally appreciate what you're saying, and I will waive my right to speak right now beyond saying that more people will die between now and next Wednesday, and I do hope everyone gets rest this night. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next. Oh, wait.
I used very little of my time. And I forgot to say something that I really need to say.
I'm gonna have to say a point of order here. I mean, it's just bad
Counsel?
precedent.
One per person.
One per person, sorry. Okay, next, please. Anyone else like to speak? Oh, hi, Journey.
Understanding you all want to keep it brief. Thank you for having us here. Good evening, council. So I'll just, fortunately, one of the great things about Ojai is we have such an amazing community, and they've already covered a lot of the points I wanted to cover. So I'll just read to you briefly from Craig Mokhiber, a longtime international human rights lawyer who served as director of the New York office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, resigned after 30 years of working for the UN, accusing it of failing to address what he calls a textbook case of genocide. And then lastly, quoting him, criticism of Israeli human rights violations is not anti-Semitic, just as criticism of Saudi violations is not Islamophobic, criticism of Myanmar violations is not anti-Buddhist, criticism of Indian violations is not anti-Hindu. If any of these are true, then there is no international human rights framework. And if only the case of Israel is true, well, that's a racist proposition that only Palestinians can't have their human rights defended in this globe, close quote. I think there's a lot of great reasons why Ojai should support this on a local level, and it's a little weird to say why we should care about a genocide, but I'll happily get into that. Tonight, I'll let you off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you, Journey.
Hello, my name is Brendan Hutchinson. I am an Ojai resident, and I'm here to call for the ceasefire resolution, as well as to please ask you to hold that meeting sooner. The genocide is happening right now. It'll happen when we all go to bed tonight. I'd like to share some statements from Holocaust survivors about Palestine. I have to say to the Israeli government, which claims to speak in the name of all Jews, that it is not speaking in my name. I will not remain silent in the face of the attempted annihilation of the Palestinians, the sale of arms to oppressive regimes around the world, the attempt to stifle criticism of Israel in the media worldwide, or the twisting of the knife labeled guilt in order to gain economic concessions from Western countries. Of course, Israel's geopolitical position has a great bearing on this. At the moment, I will not allow the confounding of the terms anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist to go unchallenged. That was Dr. Marika Sherwood, survivor of the Budapest ghetto. With such a gross imbalance of power, there is no equivalence of culpability. And what shall we do, we ordinary people? I pray we can listen to our hearts. My heart tells me that never again is not a tribal slogan, that the murder of my grandparents in Auschwitz does not justify the ongoing dispossession of Palestinians, that justice, truth, peace are not tribal prerogatives, that Israel's right to defend itself, unarguable in principle, does not validate mass killing. That's Dr. Gabor Mate, survivor of the Budapest ghetto. I am pained by the parallels I observe between my experiences in Germany prior to 1939 and those suffered by Palestinians today. I cannot help but hear echoes of the Nazi mythos of blood and soil and the rhetoric of settler fundamentalism, which claims a sacred right to all the lands. The various forms of collective punishment visited upon the Palestinian people, coerced ghettoization behind a wall, the bulldozing of homes and destruction of fields, the bombing of schools, mosques, and government buildings, an economic blockade that deprives people
Thank you,
of
Brendan.
water, food, medicine, education,
Thank you.
basic necessities for dignified survival. forced me
Thank
to
you,
perform
Brendan.
occupations that I experienced in my youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Remy Skipper. I'd like to thank the City Council for agreeing to add the ceasefire resolution to the upcoming meeting. We will see you there. In the meantime, I'd like to read A Cup of Tea, a poem by activist Sophia Samara. Every morning I wake up, I fill the kettle with filtered water. I put the kettle on with the turn of a knob. I wait in the calm morning quiet of my home for the whistle. I take a clean mug from the cupboard. I choose from a variety of teas I enjoy: chai, mint, rose, peach, black, green. I pour the boiling water over the tea bag. I put 2 teaspoons of sugar because I like it sweet, and a splash of oat milk. I enjoy my entire cup of tea and sometimes make another. In Gaza, they fill the kettle with water that was hard to find. In Gaza, they wait 2 hours in line for fuel so they can turn the oven on. In Gaza, they anxiously wait, wondering what will happen today, observing the destruction that surrounds them. In Gaza, they grab a mug that has likely been used a few too many times without being washed due to lack of water. In Gaza, they pick whichever tea they can find. In Gaza, they are bombed and killed before they ever even make their cup of tea. In the next 8 days, as you drink your tea or coffee in the morning, as you enjoy the comforts that Palestinians are deprived of, I urge the Ojai City Council members to remember the people of Palestine, the men, women, and children who are suffering every day until you meet on the 20th. I hope that you will stand on the side of peace and justice by using your voice to oppose the active and ongoing genocide of Palestinians. Please consider moving this meeting earlier than the 20th and as soon as possible, because every moment that you wait, another Palestinian person, human being, is killed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Ash. Thank you so much. I liked how you worked together quickly to make it a future agenda item. Although my interpretation of the Brown Act is you're supposed to ask for public comment on something before you pass it, like public comment on the motion of like, okay, we're gonna have this as a future agenda item, and you're all like, yes, but then you're like, oh, oops, we forgot to ask for public comment. So that was interesting, but a lot of people are saying it needs to happen sooner, so I hope you consider that. This is an emergency, as everyone has already articulated, and you have it in your power to do an emergency meeting with 24 hours notice. So I hope you do it sooner. Thanks.
Thank you, Ash. And just to clarify, this is general public comment, and we will take public comment on the agenda item on the 20th. Next.
Hello, my name is Ian Campbell. I did come with a prepared speech that is many minutes long. You asked us to recognize your humanity, that you're working, that you have lives beyond what you're doing right now. Your whole community is here asking you to recognize the humanity of people around the world, specifically in Gaza, who will not be able to sleep tonight because bombs are being dropped. They don't have food, they don't have clean water, they don't have electricity. So, if you do your job of listening to the people, of representing the people, the vast majority of people in this community who want a ceasefire resolution, we won't have to be staying up so late. This resolution has been brought to the board before, to the city council before, and you could have passed it by now. So I just want to speak words to that. And also, it is a matter of urgency. So if you're going to call a special meeting, let's call it sooner than the 18th. Let's call it later this week. Let's get this done and get to next steps so that a ceasefire, an actual ceasefire, not just a resolution, is accomplished in Gaza and Israel, and that people can go about their lives there as well. So while this may be uncomfortable, while this may be a little bit inconvenient, it is nothing compared to what they are going through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And if you could hold your clapping, I appreciate your enthusiasm, though. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Zam. I'm an Ojai resident. I'm also the granddaughter of Ateta and Sida, who were both Palestinian refugees from the original Nakba of 1947. They were displaced from their homes and forced to start new lives in Gaza. My father was born in Gaza and moved to the U.S. with his family when he was 17. Thank God they left Gaza. I have nightmares thinking about my father being there right now. I have nightmares thinking it could be him in those photos of naked Palestinian civilian men being forced to hold weapons that are not their own for propaganda videos, hoping to do everything right to be allowed to live. I have nightmares of my father looking at his dead grandchildren, trying to open their eyes, saying, Ruh Rohi, which means you're the soul of my soul. Nightmares that he might be trying to dig out his family from the rubble as we speak. The accepted lies and propaganda coming from Israel and being reinforced by our politicians is very troubling. Just yesterday, I received a letter from Julia Brownlee, our United States representative, saying that Hamas beheaded Israelis. This kind of false propaganda really perpetuates the dehumanization of the Palestinian people, and it really is gross. That President Biden recently called himself a Zionist, as the Zionist Israeli government continues to kill over 20,000 innocent civilians in Gaza, is disturbing. We must not ignore the history of the Jewish people and all the atrocities they have endured. Both truths exist in the same space, and both are terrible. As I hope and pray for a ceasefire, part of that is hoping those innocent Israeli hostages can be returned to their families. I believe this only happens with a ceasefire and working towards a lasting resolution for peace for all Israelis and all Palestinians. This has gone way beyond self-defense. This is an atrocious genocide against the Palestinian people. So let's start calling it what it is.
Thank you, Claire. Anyone else? Okay, all right, we will take public comment on Zoom.
Yes, Mayor. Right now we have 4 raised hands. First we'll have Larry Steingold, followed by Aviva Bernat, and then Deanna Kublios. Mr. Steingold, you have the floor.
Thank you. Larry Steingold, resident. To have a ceasefire resolution for just Gaza is a little disingenuous. We should have it for worldwide. There are 360 million Christians living in countries that they're discriminated against. To have a ceasefire allowing the entity that actually broke the ceasefire and murdered, not killed, murdered 1,400 people, and using rape as a weapon, kidnapping and murdering and threatening to murder hostages, conveniently forget that there was a ceasefire. If you're going to have a ceasefire resolution, why not Ukraine and Russia? Why not al-Shabaab in Somalia? Why not the groups in Mali and Niger and everywhere else? To just pick and choose, is really a bit much. But you want a ceasefire in Gaza? Fine. Return the hostages. Surrender. That's the easiest way. I mean, Israel did send out millions of leaflets telling people to leave, send out millions of phone calls asking them to leave, going after the tunnels underneath the buildings, that sort of thing. So if you're going to pick and choose wars, I think you're asking for all sorts of issues. Have it for the whole world, call for a ceasefire. We're a city of peace, right? Well, not just a city of peace here or there. We're a city of peace everywhere. And that should be your emphasis.
Thank you, Larry.
Next we have Aviva Bernat, followed by Deanna Kubilos, and then Didi. Aviva, you have the floor.
Hi, and so I'm Aviva Bernat. I'm a resident. I'm also tired, Sousa. I'm with you. But when so many voices are spoken, I felt like I could not help but give voice to those who aren't here. So for one, thank you all for being here. And I am speaking. I'm asking for truth. Inflammatory rhetoric doesn't mean something is the truth. And I'm not going to litigate everybody's statement because I really honor everybody who came. And the last woman whose family's from Gaza, while I totally honor your pain and your history, there are things that you said that are completely inflammatory and untrue, and it is so painful and unfair. Even to invoke the UN and the International Red Cross is despicable after what the UN did for all the mass rape, all the women not speaking up. The UN is not a credible source, and that the International Red Cross has not been there. By international law, you can't take hostages, and if there are hostages, international law requires that the International Red Cross see these. No, only Jews and Israelis have been denied that international law. I agree with Larry Steingold. I support ceasefire. I support peace. We all own peace and we all own safety and we all deserve it. But the all includes Jews, Israelis, women, and we are missing this here. We can have a ceasefire, but we must absolutely have a condemnation of Hamas. And I'm sorry, but Hamas did behead. These are not propaganda. We must condemn terrorism. We must condemn rape as a weapon. We must be a city of peace and not do it arbitrarily. We must bring our voices, and we can't. And the just singling out Israel is.
Thank you, Aviva.
Next we have Deanna Kubilos, followed by Didi, and then Shanti. Deanna, you have the floor.
I'm Diana Kubilos, a resident of Ventura County. Thank you to the City Council and all here tonight. In deciding the best way to convey my additional voice toward the request that the Ojai City Council support a ceasefire resolution, I decided to paraphrase the powerful words of Mitchell Piltnick, who was raised in a Zionist home and is now working to stop the Israeli military's genocide of Gaza. Piltnett makes the following points. For decades, the American strategy regarding Israel and Palestine was that somehow more weapons and militarization would bring peace to the region. We can all see this strategy has had the opposite result. The continued occupation has only led to increasing violence. Jews have a painful history of persecution, but this fear does not entitle Israel to oppress another group. So how do we move forward? We need to exert pressure from outside the region to promote equal rights for both Israelis and Palestinians, because there is no military solution. We can only stop the ongoing tension and violence in the region by addressing the cause, and that is the elevation of Jewish rights over those of Palestinians. As Dr. King said, we have a choice today: nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. We beg you to add your voice to the choir of cities across this country in supporting a ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna.
Next, we have Dee Dee. Dee Dee, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, City Council. First, I have to apologize because I am here to speak about a different issue, a local issue. I'm glad that everybody got to speak this evening, and I respect and all your passions for the life of others. But I am very concerned about the life and the lifestyle of the people living in. On Saturday, I was walking down Ventura Avenue on the sidewalk, and I had gotten out of my car, and there was somebody that was beeping a horn, and two boys rode by on an electric bike, no helmets, on the sidewalk, blasting their horn to get people out of their way. And it threw me to the side back to my car. And I am very concerned that this is not something that's new in our city. It has been continuing for months. This has been on Nextdoor. People have brought this to the attention of the police, to the city council. And I think it stating that these kids are going to be on holiday. They will not be in school, but they have to stop harassing people in the city. And I'm begging you to take some action and either listen to Larry about having cameras, but these children need the attention, be reprimanded and directed towards them and their family members so that our citizens and visitors to our city are safe, and we will not have children riding electric bikes without helmets on our sidewalks or throwing things. And I beg for you to help us with this. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Dee Dee.
Last raised hand we have is Shanti. Shanti, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Shanti, resident of Miners Oaks. I'm a part of a community of concerned residents living in Ojai that demand the city to support the ceasefire resolution. And since you all are wanting to put it on the 20th, I request and demand that you put it earlier, because as so many people have said, while we go to bed, there are people who are going to be dying. And so it can't happen soon enough. And that's why we're all here today. We also want to be in bed resting. I'm here today because I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken that the country we live in is an accomplice to genocide, that thousands of people have been murdered and over 1 million people have been displaced. A ceasefire in Gaza should not be seen as a partisan issue. It is to halt the killing of innocent children and other civilians. The mayor and others have asked us why Ojai, and the reason is that we are doing all that we can do. We're using a multitude of strategies. We're going to demonstrations, calling our congressperson, and more. By passing the ceasefire resolution, as over a dozen cities across the country have done, we are uniting our voices to send a louder and clearer message to Representative Carbajal and our administration. In addition, it can help our community feel safe. The risk of both Muslim and Jewish, the safety of both Muslim and Jewish people in our community is at risk from the violence occurring in Palestine. Just a couple of weeks ago, 3 young Palestinian men were shot in Vermont. I would like to share a part of a poem from one of the young men. Tassin Ahmad wrote this when he was in 6th grade in 2015, growing up in Gaza, reminding us that the occupation and violence of Palestine has been ongoing for decades. Quote, my ears are pounding, children dying, mothers crying, authorities lying. My ears are pounding, my ears are pounding, missiles destroying, bombs exploding, bullets killing. My ears are pounding. Press careless, dreams traceless, ownerless. My ears are pounding. Kids without mothers, beds without covers, Palestine
Thank you,
without others.
Shanti.
My ears are pounding.
Thank you. Is that it, Weston?
That's all, Mayor.
Okay, all right. Thank you all for being here for public comment. And we will move on to item number 2, public hearing. Item number 2, design review permit regarding a proposed 3-story, 50-unit, 100% affordable for rent housing project on Bryant Street. Do we have a staff report?
Yes,
Thank you.
Mayor. Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Lucas Seibert, Community Development Director for the City of Ojai. I'll keep my comments brief, and I'll let the applicant, which is Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation, speak on this matter. But I do want to identify that this item is actually heard
Just one-
before.
Can I, I'm going to ask, can you all come to quiet so that we can continue the meeting? Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, this item was actually brought before Planning Commission on 2 different occasions. One to just talk through the item in terms of a project as a whole, and then the second was actually a resolution for recommendation to this body, which is hearing the item tonight. The address is 320 Bryant Street. It is Cabrillo Vista, which is a 50-unit, 100% affordable housing project. The resolution before the council tonight, I wanted to note 2 errata, and then I believe Matt will speak to one of the other items, which I believe we've come to agreement on. The 2 errata items really need to be addressed from a strategical standpoint, from a clarity standpoint. The first errata is actually within our resolution, which is on page 2-18, and it states Planning Commission incorrectly within that whereas, which is the next to last whereas, and really it needs to say City Council. So that's a simple errata, oversight on my end. I'll mention both of them, and we can go and I'll
The 215?
2-18.
Oh.
That's the first one. The second one is there's a condition of approval, which is 12A, which is page 2-21. In there it states the city of Ventura. It should be the city of Ojai. And that's simply an oversight. But errata, nonetheless, that needs to be corrected as a matter of record. So if we could, 2-18 within the resolution, which is attachment A. If you're looking at it, it's towards the bottom for 2-18. And it is the very last whereas. It's basically the second to last sentence on the right-hand side. The second one is 2-21, which is towards the bottom of the page. It's number 12, and then 12 has a subset A. On the right-hand side, it says City of Ventura. It should say City of Ojai. 2 errata pieces. The third one I'll let the city attorney speak to.
Yeah, that's on page 2-31, and this solves the issue that was raised. 2 attachments on the dais. A letter from Ms. Barbara McCree Ortiz, attorney for the claimant, raising concerns regarding the indemnity language. We negotiated this afternoon and came to a resolution on that. That's also on the dais, the little quarter-page sheet, which is new language for subsection A of condition 52, which is the indemnity. And there's a slight adjustment that we worked out in the final emails, which is the language that's on the dais with an adjustment to add or related declaratory relief claim. And unpacking that, the indemnity language in the resolution in the packet requires the developer to indemnify the city for a lawsuit challenging anything related to the project. The applicant has raised concerns that that's too broad, and recognizing that concern while conceding nothing, agreeing in the spirit of compromise, staff would recommend and concurs with limiting that back down to just administrative mandamus claims or related declaratory relief claims. In simple language, that is lawsuits challenging the project approval, that seek a writ of mandate, an order from the court to not approve the project, and related requests for the court to declare what the law is. So limiting that back down is consistent with, staff would concur with that, and that was what was negotiated in on the resolution. So that's section page 231, section 52A, and with, again, thanks to the applicant and Ms. McCree-Ortiz for the last minute opportunity to come to a reasonable compromise. With that, staff would support the resolution, and they have a presentation?
They do have a presentation. I just wanted to note that we have received 6 public comments, 5 of those in support, 1 in opposition, just for the record as well.
Is it worth giving a 30-second overview of the project? They will.
They will, yes. So I do believe we have
Yes, we do have a
presentation. So James, could you pull up the presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
The
sorry.
Cabrillo presentation. Thank you, James. Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed council members, and dedicated staff. My name is Derek Wada, and I'm the Director of Real Estate Development at Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation. In tonight's hopefully brief presentation, our focus will be showcasing, as Lucas mentioned, Cabrillo's latest affordable housing project, Cabrillo Vistas. Before delving into the specifics of Cabrillo Vistas, allow me to provide a brief overview of Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation. Next slide, please. Our mission at Cabrillo is to provide comprehensive housing services and community economic development activities through a community building approach that facilitates self-sufficiency for individuals and families in Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, and beyond Los Angeles County. Next slide, please. As a nonprofit organization, Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation has been dedicated to providing well-managed, safe, affordable housing since 1981. Currently, we own and manage 24 properties throughout Ventura County and Santa Barbara County, consisting of just over 1,200 units of affordable housing. Furthermore, we have 500 units in our development pipeline throughout the development phases. Next slide. Oh, sorry, one more. When CDC researched housing development opportunities and challenges in the city of Ojai, we learned that Ojai schools are experiencing declining enrollment, which could be a benefit for more affordable housing families. Therefore, the selected site for Cabrillo Vistas is close to schools, parks, and other amenities. Additionally, Cabrillo Vistas consists of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units, allowing for a broader population, including seniors and young singles working in the city of Ojai. Next slide, please. This slide just shows you the importance of affordable housing. There are a number of benefits of affordable housing as depicted in this slide. Affordable housing not only provides Cabrillo Vistas not only provides affordable housing in Ventura County, but it also, more importantly, Cabrillo Vistas will offer residents a chance to live better and healthier lives. Next slide, please. These next few slides, I'll kind of just go over them pretty briefly. These next few slides just are meant to highlight the need for affordable housing compared to the cost of living in Ventura County. For example, renters in Ventura County need to make almost 3.5 times the minimum wage to afford market rent here in Ventura County. The next slide is just another depiction of, just to give you an idea of the minimum wage needed for rent here in Ventura County. Next slide, please. This slide here, I wanted to take a moment to highlight Cabrillo's Montgomery Oaks, also in the city of Ojai. This was built in 1993 and is really meant to show you that we have been around since then and longer, and we are a partner with the city of Ojai. Next slide. These last few slides are meant to serve
just to show you that Cabrillo is not only an affordable housing developer, but we're also a property manager and a services provider. The next slide will go over some of the services that we provide on-site to our residents, ranging from homework club as well as summer camp programs. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, we not only do affordable housing development, but we also do services, but more importantly, we do on-site property management as well as maintenance. And at every one of our properties, including Cabrillo Vistas, we will have a dedicated on-site property manager who will be living on the site, who will address any issues that come up immediately. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mary Doctorman to take us through the next series of slides.
Hi, yeah, I'm Mary Doctorman, and I led the land use planning effort for the Cabrillo Vistas development. I'll take the next slide. Thanks. So nothing that you haven't already read in your packet. Real briefly, 50 units, and we've got your ones, and the majority are 2 and 3 bedroom units, so obviously focused on families. 60% of the average area median income or below will be the target that we're trying to house there. And then we have 8 units per your city's ordinance that will be at 50% or below of the area median income. And there's an example of what that means in real dollars. Next slide, please. This slide is for data geeks. It's basically got the square footage of our buildings. Mostly important to realize is that all those together add up to about 60,000 square feet of new development. Next slide. All right, so here's our site plan, and this is a site plan that truly was driven by the necessity rather than by our first and second and third ideas for the site. But it was fire truck access that eventually led us to this final design. We're happy with it because it keeps the buildings in an east-west trend and taking advantage of the lighting and net zero. What am I looking for? Yes, thank you for keeping it, using nature to its finest. Next slide. Okay, and here's an aerial overview of the property showing that we are bounded on the south by the self-storage, by the west largely an affordable housing senior project, and a little bit of that is the courtyard for the golf course. To the north, things have changed. What we see up there is both an auto detailing shop on the right north, and then on the left north, it's now completely vacant. But at the time, it was a tire service and repair facility. Next slide. Okay, we'll just walk you through the neighborhood briefly. You've probably all been to the site and visited it. It's a flat, vacant parcel. On this slide, just off to the right, on the second slide, you'll see the wall of the self-storage. Only thing of interest there. Next slide. Here's entrance to the property from Bryant. We'll look at it, what's existing. Of course, everything on the left of the slide, as I was mentioning, is now gone. The site is completely vacant to the north of us on the left of the screen. Next slide. And that's what it's going to look like once we've taken control of it and developed it. We're coming off of Bryant Street. You'll recognize the mini storage on the right. We've defined the colors a little more light and dark for definition, but basically that's our entrance. Next slide. Here we're looking at it across Bryant Street from where the brewery is now and where I got a tri-tip sandwich the other day from the mobile Hungry Man vendor. So that's the view that you would have now with the site completely empty, but once something is developed on the property next to ours, we presume there will be something else in the landscape. Next slide. Now we're looking at the property from Whispering Oaks. Typically, there would be cars parked all along that fence. That's the reality of what's happening at Whispering Oaks. Take a look at the building on the left side of the screen, if you will, and we're going to get to that in the next slide, which tells us what we did for our neighbors to be a good neighbor. You can see how the front building is set back quite a bit, the one with the blue mural on it from the Whispering Oaks, but the other building hugs up to the property line. If I could have the next slide. I can give you an example of our interface with the existing Whispering Oaks unit closest to us in our south building, and how we are proposing to dig down 7.7 or 7 feet 7 inches to recess our building into the site to eliminate the appearance of the third story there. So we step down, or we step up from a single story to 2 stories to 3 stories away from our Whispering Oaks neighbor. Next slide. And this is just sort of a random picture that we have because we had a drone out that one day, but this is what our second story residents will see out their balcony window, and it's looking at, you know, beautiful mountains and then the reality of the industry of life. Next slide. Some amenities, I won't read them all to you there, but just understand we have elevators for our tenants with mobility issues. Of course, the on-site manager is the big difference between this apartment complex and maybe any other where you have an off-site manager. You know, there's nobody to call. You can have high-end apartments causing problems in the neighborhood because there's no one responsible for it that's readily available. We'll have somebody living there. We've got the kitchen, we've got gardens, all electric. Of course, that's by regulation, but by our personal design as well. Toddler play areas, and thank you to the Planning Commission. We have more bicycle parking spaces. That was a suggestion that came from that process. Next slide. And I'm going to skip through these. You know Ojai better than I do. I mean, you've got lots of schools in the adjacent area, medical, transportation, library. Next slide. Banks, parks, lots of parks. We're right next to the Ojai Valley Bike Trail, too. Very exciting. Grocery stores, pharmacy. All these things are important for us to get our funding from the state, but you probably care less about them. Next slide. Okay, and now I was asked to step in for our project architect because he's not well, and he'd much rather be here and present this. He's very proud of the project, but I'll try and do my best as we go through. Next slide. Okay, here's just the bones of the development. Sometimes it helps to see this without the colors. You can get a better size of the massing and the scale. But what you really want to see is the next one. Next slide, please. Oh, well, okay, I lied. This is the site plans. You can't see anything here. If you're interested in that, you've seen it in your packet. Next slide, please. Same, that's a roof plan, the solar panels. Next slide, please. And that again shows the step down that we have in our first building. The north building steps down toward Bryant Street. So we have the apparent 1-story up to 2 stories and then to a 3rd story. And the next slide, please. And his is face on, showing that we have an active balcony over those doors at the bottom, of course, are entering into the common areas. We've got our kitchen and meeting room, the toddler room, the laundry room, and then those that's a 2nd-story unit that gets the balcony upstairs. Next slide, please. And the next. Okay. So here we go into our renderings, which of course you know are done on computer-aided design. These are all accurate beyond what we used to do with Photoshop back in the day, so we're really driving you through the project now. Next slide. This is where we were entering with obviously the play area. Right behind the play area is the laundry room and the toddler play area, and then off to the left behind that orange bar is the meeting room. Next slide. Just continuing around the north building. Next slide. And now we're looking at the south building. North building is on the left of this slide. Just one thing I noticed that I hadn't mentioned yet, the architect wanted me to point out to you that every single unit has either a patio or a balcony. He's very proud of that. That was very important to him. He lives in an apartment, and he said the best thing about his dwelling is his patio. So we achieved that on all 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms all have their own outdoor space. Next slide, please. And now we're looking at this from Whispering Oaks. And obviously there's the opportunity for a mural. I don't know if any interest will be shown by any local artists, but we're hoping for somebody local. We're hoping for some form of art on there. It might come from a Whispering Oak residence, which would be so fair. And again, I want you to look at those buildings off to the left and how to how much lower in scale they are than they would have been if we had not dug them into the ground. Next slide. Here's our colors. Obviously, we chose a natural palette. We're in Ojai. The colors, everything just led to these very earthy colors. Blue, we had a choice between the blue or sort of a gray, mossy green, but we looked at how many days of blue sky you have up here, and we went with the blue. Next slide.
Excuse me, what did you say about the blue?
The accent color there, we were choosing between green or blue as the accent color, but we chose blue because of the sky.
I see. Okay.
Maybe not the best reason, but that was our feeling. Just another thing, we have the modern farmhouse design going, so all of our windows are in keeping with that. They've got a vertical double hung window. Next slide. And I will turn it over to our landscape architect, Jack. Come on up. Thank you. And our architect is on Zoom. He's been texting me. He's keeping up, and he's here to answer any questions you'd have.
What is the name on Zoom?
Pablo Romero.
Thank you.
Oh, you, sorry.
Good evening. I'm the landscape architect. Name is Jack Kiesel. Office is Kiesel Design. I think would ahead a slide or something. Usually we'd have the plan first. Can you go back maybe or? Okay, let's go one slide ahead of this one. We're out of order, it looks like. You guys on the slide order? Well, maybe if you could go ahead a little bit on the slides. What's that? Yeah. So it's done.
It's way back. It's the one with all the paving.
Is it on this one? Oh, okay. Well, all right, we could go back to the where we have the plant images. We did a presentation here from the Planning Commission earlier, so I was kind of expecting the same presentation. Well, as far as the plantings go, we're going to go with more your extreme drought tolerant plants, the native to the area, and then also regional natives. We're bringing some stuff from the islands and whatnot. We're also, because it's a family apartment complex, we're wanting to have the ideas that these plantings could be, educational for the children, something that they could learn from. And we also had some edible plantings as well in that area where you saw where they had the play area and whatnot. We would have a few fruit trees there so people could pick some lemons, things of that nature. And if you refer back to the slides that showed the 3D, some of those trees, those are showing Palo Verde trees, but we have since those are going to be olive trees now, and we're doing that to allow views to the mountains, more kind of filtered dappled shade, and also kind of increase the canopy. Again, Ojai while it is very cold tonight, it does get very warm, as we know. So we want those trees to, cover as much of the pavement areas as possible. And so I think it's a nice palette kind of plants that you see around, but Ojai anyway, but then with a mix of succulents and stuff of that matter as well. So that's the landscape. Thank you.
Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, we know that the council's been working on ordinance about disclosure so that people are clear about the rents and the income levels of the qualification for affordable housing. So this project is 100% low income, and we have two affordability levels, 60% of median, which is most of the units, and then 50% of median. So we've got all of those detailed here for you. You have that in your packet. But a one-bedroom rent would be about 8 of the 10 one-bedroom units be $1,494, just as a benchmark for you, and that includes all utilities. There's no separate charge. Yeah. And about $26 an hour for one person to qualify. All right, next slide. Yeah, and this shows you the two-bedroom unit of the same type, 60% of median, $1,794. It accommodates up to a 5-person household at as high as $86,000 a year income. So next slide. The 3-bedroom at 60% is $2,072 and would accommodate people up to 7-person household, although that would be unusual. Next slide. These are the 50% units. This would be the lowest rent in the project is $1,245. Next slide. Yeah, here's the 2-bedroom, $1,495. The 3-bedroom is the next slide, $1,726. So I just wanted to give you a picture of that under your new ordinance. Thank you. Next slide. Yeah, this is for Barbara. Barbara, you ready here? She's going to close for us.
Good evening. It's good to be here. Okay, I don't think I'm going to really go into this. It was covered. I have to really compliment Mr. Siebert on the staff report. He did an excellent job. But these are just the 3 concessions that we have requested. And it was just shrinking the parking space just a little bit so we could move, have a bigger path for the cars and the fire trucks and stuff. Reduction of the landscape planner area and elimination of the requirement of 3 moderate income units in exchange for the 3 lower income units. Next slide. And then I'm not going to go into this because, again, I think Mr. Siebert did a wonderful job explaining the law, as did the people from HCD, I think Shannon West, who sent the letter. So you can go to the next slide. You don't need to hear from me on that. And we did get resolution today with, Can you speak into the mic, please? I don't know, am I? It's right here. The city attorney with respect to some language on a compromise, so we'll go along with the indemnity clause, limited just to if there's a challenge to the project, if somebody sues after you pass it, assuming that you pass it. So that's all I have. Thank you very much. We're available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Any questions from council?
Hang on. Well, we can still ask later after public comment.
Well, let's go ahead and open the public hearing then. And first we have Bill Miley, then we have Leonard Clafe, and then Chet Hilgers.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. It's about time there's a deeded affordable housing proposal which will make a dent in the huge housing need here. I support this 49 unit multiple story income family oriented development. It adjoins the west property line of the 100-unit senior Whispering Oaks residential affordable unit development. It's an appropriate zoning. The third story fits this portion of the eastern part of our city. I have advocated for deeded affordable housing since 2014 with no results so far. Cabrillo has planned this proposal clearly within new state laws to meet approved frameworks for success and provide new affordable apartments for the huge need in this area. I fully support it.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Leonard Clafe, then Chet Hilgers, and then Johnny.
I too support this project. Leonard Clafe, I should say, formally. I too support this project. It is not low-income housing. It will not solve the homeless problem, but it will become places that are affordable for what used to be considered regular, normal, working-class, middle-class people. I'm an attorney, and the only reason I can afford to live in Ojai is my wife bought a house 30 years ago. I couldn't afford $5,000 a month rent, which is what the market rate is now. These are units that teachers will be able to live in, that people with kids, working class people with kids, and can send their kids to school. It's a win-win-win. Cabrillo has done an excellent job of managing the Montgomery Street project that they have. The place looks wonderful. It's been around for 20 years at least, and it's still lovely. It fits all the needs. It meets the requirements that the state is imposing on us. Yes, 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 please.
Thank you, Len. Next, we have Chet Hilgers, and then Johnny.
Good evening, Council. I have no comments about the project. I live near the Cabrillo project on Montgomery, and you don't even know it's there. They do a really great job. Somebody really pays attention to that, and it shows. But the comments that I do have about this project are the street in general. Having property on that street and lived in Ojai for 53 years, it's not safe. It's not safe for pedestrians. It's not safe for cyclists or even cars sometimes. It's an industrial area. There's still some industrial uses sprinkled around that area. I'm not opposed to the housing project, but interjecting 300 people all of a sudden in the industrial park with no provision for walking, biking, or turning left on Ojai Avenue at any time of day or night, it's a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a problem unless you give them flashlights and safety vests. So growing up, I had a friend, Brian Rowe, walking home from a party. He lived in Siete Robles. Siete Robles is a tract out by the lumberyard. They built this housing tract with no provision for kids or anybody to get from there to anywhere. And he was hit by a car going across the bridge, killed him. And so I'm hoping that there can be some thought put into having children walk at night, or a woman pushing her baby in a stroller, or a man pushing their kids up the street, in the street, because there is no sidewalk. And when somebody parks a car on the street, you're walking in the street. So that's my comment, is if you can put some safety measures in. A lot of talk about safety tonight. It should include this too.
Thank you, Chet. Johnny, no last name? Nope. Okay. Any comments on Zoom, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have one raised hand, Larry Steingold. Mr. Steingold, you have the floor.
Thank you. Larry Steingold, Ojai resident. A sidewalk is a game changer when it comes to saving lives, especially when a harm is created and it has to be alleviated. I mean, sunset today was what, 4:46? for the rest of the month. I mean, it gets dark here early. There are no sidewalks there. Oh, excuse me, AmLab is building a sidewalk next door because they're building a 14,000-foot building. But there's going to be a lack of sidewalk. It should, and I disagree with the attorney that you can make them put in the sidewalk. You know, we have to demonstrate that a harm is identified, of course. Up to 249 people, supposedly, based on the bedrooms, are going to be walking back and forth. Do they have a pedestrian study? I know they have a traffic study, scooters, bikes, you know, and it's, you know, they say, you know, 300,000, 400,000. This whole project is going to cost what, 25 million? So it's a small amount to save lives. And quite honestly, it's not up to the city to rectify a problem that's being created by this project, even though we need the project. I'm not against the project, okay? The problem is it's going to be causing a problem that we're going to end up having to deal with after it's built when 249 people show up at City Hall going, we want a sidewalk. And the city taxpayer is going to have to take care of it. And that shouldn't be the case. Developers all across the country are required to do things when they cause a problem. So it really is a requirement. It should be. And that's the whole point. So, and meanwhile, trip and falls on the asphalt, the roads, that's fine. We all know about that. So please require them to.
Thank you, Larry.
Next, we have Sue Williamson. Sue, you have the floor. Sue, are you there? Last call.
I'm there. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Hello, I'm Sue Williamson. I just think it's about time. It's really great to see this happening. I completely support it. And a couple of my homeless friends said the same thing. They couldn't be here, but they wanted me to say that they also supported it. And pretty much everybody I know has said it's about time. Ojai desperately needs this kind of housing. And I think if the citizens end up having to put in a sidewalk, it's not a big deal compared to the benefits that we will get from having this project. So I fully support it. I've heard only great things about the people doing it, and I hope you will pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
That's all on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, we will go ahead and close the public hearing then, and we'll open up for discussion. And just in the order of, in interest of time this evening, I'd like to go ahead and put a motion on the table to discuss. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the project and direct city staff, city manager to negotiate about some community-friendly adjustments to allow the staff to work for the benefit of the community with the developers. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, great.
Do you have any specifics about the community?
Well, there have been some concerns, the ones that were raised today. We had some public comments about some specific
The sidewalks?
Yeah.
I think Lucas can speak to some of that.
And also, to just discuss the depth of affordability as a topic of conversation. But definitely, I'm very grateful, and I agree with the comments, and I'm grateful to the developers for bringing this to Ojai. And clearly, we really need this, so thank you. Is there? So there's a second. You seconded?
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely
okay,
second it.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, even if we weren't doing this project, Bryant Street needs safety, if you want to call it safety features. There's no question, because there's more businesses that attract people on bicycles and people walking. I had we had a big yoga center there for about 5 years, and that was before the traffic was as much as it is now. And I have my storage unit now, so I'm always hearing about maybe there's a stop sign needed. There's things needed to slow down the traffic that we should do regardless. And then there has to be some way to fund, it doesn't have to be a conventional sidewalk, it can be a country-type sidewalk, but some way so that people can safely walk from the housing development into town or ride their bike. And it was discussed also at the Planning Commission, of course, that we need lighting on the bike trail, and we need to get the bike trail extended to Sol Park. And that stretch of Sierra Robles that someone mentioned, whose friend was killed, that's where, it's a little bit off topic, but we absolutely need, there's been accidents there and things, there's a great need because we have all these parents and children and people of all ages going to the, my mind is blank, the pottery school. And you take your life in your hands. I went there for a couple of years with my little granddaughters, and I'm lucky I'm still alive. It's terrible. And that's our responsibility. We have to address it. But yes, absolutely, we can make Bryant Street pedestrian, bicycle friendly for people with strollers and dogs. There's going to be all kinds of activity. It's going to be nice. We can make it really nice, and in a way that benefits the rest. There's a restaurant there, and there's all kinds of stuff happening, and the cannabis lounges. Everybody will be happier. It's true.
Councilmember Lang?
Yeah, are you finished?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm happy with this project. It's great.
Yeah. I'm really happy with this project too. I love the fact that we are going to be able to bring so many families here who, who are going to just add so much to our schools, to our community. I think this is great. I also really, Cabrillo, I love your business model. The property on Montgomery is a great example of what I think we're going to have over there. And, that's just it's a community within a community. And I'm really excited about all the amenities that you have as well. A space for people to gather, places for toddlers to play, all the services that you're offering in addition to housing. To me, that says you've really thought this through and added things that we wouldn't have even considered. Also, I want to just really appreciate the net zero aspect of the project. That's really great. There was one just concern that I had. I'm definitely in support of this project, 100%. I had just one concern, and that is because this is an M1 zoned area, what I wouldn't want to have happen is for a light industrial or manufacturing company comes in the place where we saw the view outside of the windows. I would want to make sure that residents know that there is that potential, that is something that could potentially happen, so that if something does come in, they're not concerned about the noise or any of the smells or the sounds that come from light industrial manufacturing.
I have a question.
Let's, Councilmember Whitman?
Yeah, so tonight's design review, right?
With some serious constraints on that, but yes.
Okay, so what are our next phases in terms of this project? Because I don't want to start talking about something that, if we're just talking about design tonight.
No, this is approval.
Okay.
If the council votes tonight to approve the project with the resolution as proposed or adjustments as desired, then their next step is, once they've secured funding, building permits.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I have a few concerns and comments, but number one, this is 100% affordable project. I was very pleased to hear the numbers, that the cost of each of these units is a very positive development. I think that people should know, though, that while that is great to have these affordable units, there's a lot of things that go into building affordability into our community. One additional thing is protecting existing affordable. Another is creating jobs that allow somebody to afford more than just a service type of, level of affordability. And the other is, we're 30 or 40 years behind on the community starting a housing trust so that we can, as a community, invest in affordable housing ourselves. I really appreciate the fact that Cabrillo is stepping up to do this nonprofit, great project for us. So, my comments would be that I think that sidewalks, or at least on one side of the street out to Ojai Avenue, is extremely important. And lighting, I was expecting to hear more about that tonight, but there was a lot of discussion about that during the Planning Commission meetings, both in terms of the bike path and Bryant itself, because we are going to have a lot of pedestrian and bicycle traffic, and it is not a great situation. The history of this area is that a little less than 20 years ago, the city decided that in order to provide that jobs component of jobs that people could earn a living that allowed them to afford to live here, we created this zone, and the idea for the zone was that we weren't going to have residential. And somewhere along the line, a city council prior to ours decided we'd do a low-income housing overlay in this zone. And so if anybody's wondering why this is happening, that's why. It was a decision that was made, and there's not really an opportunity for us to second guess that decision. It is what it is. But I think that I support what Councilmember Lang said in that we need to, make sure that the people who are moving into this project understand that, there are not only industrial and light and manufacturing businesses that are in the neighborhood, but that the city of Ojai wants to promote and attract them to that zone. And so we're going to need to learn how to coexist within that, but we need that component to achieve affordable housing in the community. I think that I would like us to look at additional sound measures in terms of, whatever the state of the art is to, because I know that it's noisy in that vicinity because I occasionally play golf, and you get on the 9th tee at Soul Park, and the dogs are really loud.
Well, we can quiet the dogs. That's my goal. No, seriously.
So I think those are all my comments, and actually, there have been people who have expressed concern about 3 stories. That's kind of a thing we haven't really had in Ojai. And the reason that we're not talking about reducing it from 3 stories to 2 stories is because the project has an entitlement that we can't prevent them from doing 3 stories. I would love to have, you know, a discussion about possibly voluntarily reducing it to 2 stories and how that might make things look differently, but I'm not overly optimistic that that would happen. But I will say that we have, I mean, I've lived here a long time. I don't ever remember having temperatures in the summer that went over, say, 105. In the last 5 years, I think there's been about 5 or 6 days that have been over 120 in Ojai. 3rd stories are going to be miserable during that time period. So those are my comments.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Rule?
Yeah. Well, I'm completely in support of this project. I think the Planning Commission, during your discussions, have come up with some solutions around, safety and particular routes that can be taken. You don't have to go up Bryant. You can go down the bike path. I mean, not that that's a solution, but there was a lot of discussion around it. And also, as I understand, and as I remember, there were some grants that CDC, that they were going to look at to see if they could get some funding in order to provide some of the safety measures that we were talking about, and that they have been successful in doing that in the past, and in fact had just been awarded some amount for the Montgomery Oaks. So I think that the Planning Commission and likewise myself was fairly optimistic, given their level of professionalism, that they would know where to go for this money. And I take them on good faith that, they will indeed try to do that. And meanwhile, there are other options around mitigating safety. And to speak to, all of Ojai is unsafe. I will tell you, North Fulton, where I live, is unsafe. There are no sidewalks, there are no lights, and people use it as a thoroughfare from, they come out of Westridge and they use it as a thoroughfare straight down to Grand Avenue. So that is, to me, a systemic problem that we're going to need to look at as part of it. So I don't want to go on and on. I actually want to commend the organization for only doing 3 stories, because they could have done 6 or 8. And what they did do was bury, 7 feet of that in the ground as a way to make it more palatable. So from that, in that area, I respect their integrity and around the neighborhood that they're building in. I mean, we see what's happening in Ventura with, by right, they could have built at least 6 stories, and we would not have been able to stop them, but yet they did not. And I think that's highly commendable. I really do. They didn't choose to go for an unlimited amount of density. They chose to respect the place in which they were building. And I think that's wonderful. And I second Councilmember Lang's just appreciation for the amenities that they have, and that they are a service provider and a management company as well as a developer. They take responsibility from beginning to end on how this project plays out. And that's also something that is as good as gold, in my opinion. So with that, do we have a motion on the table?
Yes, we have a second.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro
Did I
Tem.
second it? I think I did.
Yeah,
All right.
it's
I will
not-
third
Mayor,
it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. This may sound really I don't know, common sense, but I've lived next door to a lot of people who don't have a screen door, and they run their air conditioners all night because they're renters and they don't want to invest in a screen door or whatever, And you've got to make sure there's screen doors, windows that open wide so that the cool air can come in at night, because the heat can be a very serious problem here in Ojai. We don't want people using up electricity unnecessarily. So the doors can have screens.
All the windows, I'm sure. I don't
Yeah.
know about the doors, because that door has more to do with security.
Well, it's something to think about, because it really helps the airflow if you can open the door. I mean,
Sorry about that, yeah. Well, certainly we can look into it.
Yeah, these are small points that can be addressed even, I mean, because I lived in houses where I put up my screen door. You can add a screen door.
Sure, and of course, many of those have balconies, and the balconies all have sliding glass doors.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, that's good. Good
are
point.
safe and separated,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
Forgot about the balconies. Okay, here's my other question. I noticed the letter from the Area Housing Authority that they don't want to have access from Whispering Oaks, but that's not written in stone. That could, in my opinion, we can renegotiate that. I don't know the reason. I'm going to ask. The reason I ask is because there's a trolley stop at Whispering Oaks, and those people, if they had access, could go around the corner into Whispering Oaks and use that trolley stop. Because otherwise the trolley stop has to go up. I don't think the trolley doesn't go up Bryant Street that I know of. That's that's a thought, that they could access the trolley stop much faster. I mean, by the time they walk to Ojai Avenue, they might as well just keep going.
We could also, look at, I'm on the Gold Coast Transit District board, and we could also look at rethinking those trolley routes too. To make sure that there is a stop. I can't
Or at
promise
least,
anything,
yeah.
but I can at least.
But it can stop even on Ojai Avenue
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
Everybody can just, yeah.
Mhm.
So, because we want to encourage that. Then my other point was, I brought this up before, but I want to hear it again, that they're going to be allowed to have pets. That's extremely important because it's a horrible situation right now in animal shelters, because due to housing, lack of affordable housing that allows pets, the euthanasia rate of wonderful dogs is increasing. It's terrible. It's a very, very sad situation.
Yeah, generally, the tenants in the facility have rights to have pets. I mean, there are some restrictions
Yeah.
to size and behavior of the pet, and some remedial actions if things aren't working out, but in general, the tenants would be able to have pets, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have just a real quick question. I think there's a state law that in affordable housing that tenants can have pets.
Right,
All housing.
All housing, right.
Yeah. Thank you. Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that people knew that was a legal right of theirs.
I'll have to find out more. I want to know more
and then finally, I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that you guys have also accepted our tenant protections priority for those local residents who might be who are at risk for gentrification, and that they will have first priority. So that to me is also very, very important, and I think that the public should be aware that local Ojai residents at risk for displacement due to gentrification, low income, will have first priority here. So, thank you.
Okay, well, we have a motion and we have a second. Can we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, we have a motion by Mayor Stick, second Councilmember Rule, to approve the resolution and direct staff to negotiate community-friendly adjustments regarding road safety. But I would ask staff and City Attorney Summers to...
It would make that broader. It would be adjust community improvements to the project, to negotiate voluntary community improvements to the project. And that's consistent with condition number 9, which also speaks to the same thing, exploring future opportunities for voluntary improvements.
Voluntary on the record. And could I ask for clarification on the resolution?
Oh, and then the
For
3
example,
edits to the
52A.
reso. Yeah, so it was page 2-18. The reference in the last paragraph to Planning Commission should be to City Council. Page 2-21, the reference to City of Ventura should be City of Ojai. And page 2-31, condition 52, subparagraph A, the reference to claims and judgments of any kind or nature is adjusted to be solely against any administrative mandamus or related declaratory relief claim brought pursuant to Code of Civil Procedure, section 1094.5.
Thank you for repeating for the record. Ready for roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you all from Cabrillo for being here and for all the hard work and dedication. All right, let's take a very short break and we will be back for pickleball. Thank you. Oh. Okay. We're back. Thank you very much. There has been a suggestion to flip the next two items, so do the encampment resolution funding grant first because it will be fast and there are very few public comments, and then we'll do the pickleball. So, council, how do you feel about that?
As long as it's fast.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Fairness.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to item number 5. The encampment resolution funding grant. Is there a staff report?
Yeah, I'll give a very brief staff report on this. So you heard earlier tonight from the task force that's been working diligently on this. This item before you tonight is really tied to the grant, which, as you heard earlier, Jennifer Harkey will be helping us do, which will be a great resource as she has done this with the city of Thousand Oaks and the city of Oxnard. So she's gone through this before. But for the purposes of the grant, which is due, you saw the funding window actually open today, closes on the 31st of January. One action the council does need to take is where these temporary shelters will be placed. We're proposing, as discussed previously, that will be the Kent Hall parking lot. The action before you tonight is to identify actually 3 locations, which would be the Kent Hall parking lot, the city storage lot, which this would be the unimproved dirt lot on the northwest corner of Santa Ana and Ventura, basically kitty corner from the sheriff's station. Currently, there's some storage trailers there now. And then in addition to that, the city hall lot. I do want to say the intent is not to use the other lots, but if need be, dependent on spacing, we may need to extend out to a second lot when we do it. And with spacing, there's some unknowns still. We obviously know the size of the tent, the platforms. The unknowns so far are A, the storage units we bring in, what the footprint of those will be, and then B, what type of spacing we need once the Ventura County Fire comes through and sees what we're proposing. So once we know those, we're going to basically create a grid of how many we would plan on housing. The encampment's been closed to any new residents, so that happened as of last week. Thank you to Mark Scott, who's still been involved. He's done this a number of times and has given myself some counsel and guidance on how to do that. So we have a census based on who was there December 2nd. Those will be the people that are, if they wish to partake, guaranteed the temporary housing. So the action before the council would simply to be identify those 3 lots. And again, the intent is to place everything, if possible, within the Kent Hall lot. There are some challenges with the Kent Hall lot because there are some grade and slope issues and some drainage issues that we won't be able to use the whole lot itself. I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Yeah, I do. I think this is obvious, but I want to make sure I understand the city hall parking lot is the one across the street?
Correct, the one with the solar panels, so if need be, we could use some portion of it.
Okay. Public comment?
Yeah.
Okay. We have Jessica McCrae and then Bill Miley. Oh, no, that's number 6. Cassandra Marino and Christy Scott.
Hi, Jessica McCrae, Ojai Valley. I just want to say a great respect to Ruth and the Homeless Task Force for all the work that they've done. I am in full support with the recommendations. I'm imploring you guys to approve it and approve the spaces that they've recommended to put the project in so that we can move forward and give the direction to go after the grant funding to get more permanent, secure housing here. So full in support. I had one consideration, which would probably be a carryover from what's going out there now. I see there's new rules that have been put up. That's wonderful. Is there going to be any enforcement of the rules? There is still the person out there who is selling drugs, violent actions against others, stealing from others, just a menace to everyone. Nothing's being done about him. And everyone out there is scared of him, terrified, probably robbed from everyone there. He's just, you know, something needs to be done about it. This housing project, great, please support it. But also support some safety. Maybe hire a security company if we can't get the support that we need. Something to make sure that people are safe, the community's safe. I do one other thing too about putting it over here is also, I think, great for the neighborhood, the community. It's a better cohesive existence, which I think is great, which we've, you know, said that here is not a cohesive community existence, and the proposed definitely is. So I support it. Just would love to see some security. Safety is huge. So thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Cassandra Marino, and then Christy Scott. Nope. Anyone online?
No, Mayor. No raised hands on
Okay,
Zoom.
let's move on to discussion. Anyone like to put a motion on the table?
I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
Could, Chief,
Microphone, please. Microphone.
could, my mind is really going at this hour. Our chief, Trina, could you work with the city manager and Rick Raines and possibly Matt Summers, our city attorney, what can be legally done? It sounds like there's one person that's really a menace. I've heard about it so many times now. Can you discuss what you can legally do? I'm not saying right now. I'm saying, can you meet and discuss amongst all of you, including Rick Raines?
We have been engaged in extensive discussions regarding options to improve safety at the encampment. It's not the right venue to discuss a single person in this moment, but certainly discussions are being had about all tools we can use.
Okay, thank you. Public needs to, we need to know that. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to, I think it's to approve the, I'm sorry.
3 lot.
Yes, to approve the 3 lots and to allow the committee to move forward with the grant request.
I'll second.
Okay, all right, roll call, please.
Motion understood. Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. And thank you again to the task force for all your hard work and everyone who's worked on this project.
I'm so impressed. Thank you.
Wow.
We're not supposed to clap.
Oh, we're not supposed to clap. That was probably the easiest thing we've ever done. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for waiting. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting.
I just want to compliment us. We have gotten, we're on a housing roll tonight. This
Okay.
is great.
All right, well, let's move on to item number 4, City Hall Campus Pickleball Courts. How sweet. Is there a staff report?
Yeah, I'll give as brief a staff report as possible on a complicated and project that's had quite a bit of history to it. So just to clarify, the decision before the council tonight is just with regards to the pickleball courts at City Hall. It's not a discussion about any other locations. Other locations are mentioned simply just so the council is aware of other efforts that have either been brought up in the past or are underway. So an overview on the City Hall courts. They came online as pickleball courts in January 2020. When that was done, the city paid $10,000 to resurface the existing courts there that had degraded, that used to be tennis courts. The community group spent an additional $12,000 in addition to that to both create the courts and do maintenance. So the initial investment was around $22,000. In addition to that, the city also did some sound mitigation measures there later to a cost of about $15,000. So just in improvement costs, there's been about $36,000 spent on those courts. There certainly has been other money spent on maintenance by the community group and also the sound study that the city did. But just for a baseline, that's about what the initial investment was in those courts, about $36,000. So once they opened, about 3 months later, the city received a claim for damages due to the sound impacts from the surrounding neighbors. At that time, the city entered into an agreement with those neighbors to establish some certain hours of play when play would be allowed. And those hours were to run until January 1st, 2024. And that's why we're here tonight, because the council was going to consider the item again with respect to the hours and use of the courts prior to the new year. So currently, the hours of use for the pickleball courts at the City Hall campus has 2 sets of hours, winter and summer. Winter, October through March, Monday through Sunday, with 2 time slots of 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., second time slot of 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Summer hours, which consist of April through September, again, Monday through Sunday. Morning, 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Some of the alternatives that are there, and the only reason they're noted, there are other options that have been explored, and some of the thought was if we transition to City Hall, where else might we go? Just in a very simple summary that I'm oversimplifying, but for just time purposes, Libby tennis courts were looked at, but through our sound study, we found the sound to actually be more impactful to the surrounding neighbors. Soul Park, the city did look at doing that and was going to work with the county, but a community group has taken up that effort, and they've actually made very substantial progress with the county. I spoke with the county's director of Parks and Recreation. They are very, very supportive of the project, but there is an expectation there that the community group would raise the money to do the design and construction. The county would take on the project management of actually delivering the construction of the project if the funds are raised. But best case scenario, if the money was raised in the next month, those would not be online until July 1st at the very earliest, and that's probably overly optimistic. Another option that was explored was the Boyd Center at Sarasota Park. That's not really a realistic solution because it's so overprogrammed right now. Any use for pickleball would be very, very minimal at that site. One important thing to note, which some of the council did get to see yesterday, since all this discussion has gone through, since the sound study was done, the sound study presented to the Parks and Rec Commission and Council was dated in February 2023, but the actual measurements that went into that sound study were taken back in November 2022. Since that time, there have been some advancements in equipment, which you got to see in play yesterday. There used to be the green line equipment, but now there's a somewhat quieter option, which is the blue line equipment that you saw in play yesterday. Having dealt with pickleball in my prior experiences for over 5 to 6 years, sound it's a very hard thing to define. When you're looking at sound studies and decibel levels, it's a little bit different because it's more of the repetitive nature of the play of pickleball and the pitch. So the equipment which I got to see yesterday really deadens that pitch of the ball, which is a really big deal. Just as a side example, a use that I dealt with, this is about 6 years ago on a pilot project, we did a sound study and we had a major freeway, about 5 lanes in each direction here, the pilot pickleball court here, residential here, and the sound study found that the sound of the freeway far outweighed anything the pickleball generated, but that was more of a white noise, and it's that repetitive nature of pickleball, which is what we had to try to mitigate. So I just point that out for the purposes of the sound study. So the options before the council tonight, the basic options, we can do some combination thereof, is 1, maintain the current court hours with the additional requirement of the blue list paddles that you observed yesterday. Option 2, reduce the court hours and also add the blue list paddles. 3, expand the court hours with the blue list paddles. The thought there is the courts are heavily used. If there were additional hours, it would be taken up. If the blue list paddles are workable to deaden the sound, that's an option to explore. Option 4, eliminate pickleball at the City Hall courts effective December 31st or a future date when an alternative site becomes available. Or 5, provide alternative direction to staff, and that could be some combination of 1 through 4. I would like to note, we did mail out a notice that's in the packet to the surrounding neighbors. We went a 500-foot perimeter from the 8-acre City Hall site, so there are 132 homes that received that notice. And we also posted a notice at the tennis court, at pickleball courts themselves about tonight's meeting.
How many homes?
132. 500 feet, but we went from the perimeter of the overall City Hall campus.
132 homes?
132 homes.
But you did the perimeter of the City Hall campus, so you did, which is 8 acres.
It is.
Okay, so.
Far and wide.
Okay, so you went far and wide.
Mhm.
500 feet from 8 acres, potentially.
Long story short, the county's mapping system,
Uh-huh.
it was going to take 2 more days to focus in on just the pickleball courts.
Uh-huh.
So the option was to wait 3 more days to get out the notice or do it then. So we
Okay.
went with do it then. Because folks would have probably gotten it like this last weekend rather than earlier.
Okay, but it's not 132 homes.
It was.
I mean, it was
saw the
132 homes,
envelopes
but it's
myself.
not 132 homes near the pickleball courts. It could be on the other side.
Correct.
It could be 8 acres away.
It went, notice went
Right.
to 132 homes.
Right, okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Lang.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. One, if we were to, what would be the process for enforcing so two things. One, we heard a demonstration yesterday there are 2 different types of quieter paddles. One are the blue list, which arguably don't make that much of a difference. But then there are also quiet paddles, which there are 3 types right now, and they're possibly developing a 4th, I believe, was what I heard from Howard and from Greg, the ones who gave the demonstration. There's a big difference between those 2. The quiet, we could stand across the street, and I am very very sound sensitive and have that thing. And I think they were really effective, but we've already had a policy in place limiting paddles to the quieter paddles, and apparently it hasn't been enforced. And what are there any moves for changing that or for making that more enforceable?
My thoughts are, first, in terms of enforcement, I don't see it as realistic or feasible that either city staff or the sheriff's departments can be enforcing this.
Mm-hmm.
From my prior experience dealing with pickleball, the pickleball community is very good at policing themselves. From my own observation out here, I don't see folks playing outside the normal hours of play. I think if it's...
Can we refrain from any comments? Thank you.
Well, from my experience, this has held true, but the pickleball community, when they realize what's at stake about potential loss, they've been good at adhering to the policies that have been adopted and posted.
Okay, and then, thank you. And I had one more question, and that is, I'm aware also that there are other sound barriers that we could explore, like 30-foot walls. Is that an option under consideration at all, or is that something that we've looked into?
We could look into it further, but I think from what I saw, the quiet equipment's gonna be more effective than a sound barrier.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the sound My understanding is, and I don't, maybe I got it from the staff report, it's $75,000 to install additional sound mitigation. Does that sound right?
There was one
Depends on a
installed,
30
yeah.
foot
Yeah, the
versus
30
a
foot and-
15 foot.
Uh-huh.
And I think some of those recommendations, if I recall, were tied to,
Microphone, please.
I'm sorry. I think the recommendation was that if you did the quieter paddle, that you would still do the 15-foot wall as a way of mitigating, but if you didn't, then you needed the 30-foot wall. 30-foot wall is somewhere in the high, like $75,000, $90,000 range. And the 15-foot wall was somewhere in like the $50,000 to $60,000 range.
I have a question. Where did we get those figures?
I don't know. I read them somewhere, but
I would say we should do some due diligence on that. All kinds of new sound, acoustic barriers built for pickleball. So I would say that it would behoove us to, if we are going to go that route, to update, do our own background research on that, so that we do due diligence.
Yeah, the last deep dive was the Parks and Recreation report that's
Mhm.
attached, but that's
Right.
almost a year.
Yeah, it was almost a year. Yeah, and I think as we'll find out.
And
Well,
any
we can
other-
have discussion. Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Yeah, Carl, you made the comment about first of all, my understanding is that you can play pickleball already in Soul Park. And I'm sure that the people will correct me if I'm wrong when they come to the podium. And then I thought I heard Stacy at the beginning of the meeting say that it could be a much shorter time frame. So I hope somebody in the audience will address that. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and move
Well,
on.
just with respect to time frame,
Yeah.
my comments come from my conversation with the Director of Parks and Recreation.
Yeah, I believe
County
you.
of
I
Ventura.
believe you. It's just that I heard two
And
different things.
having
Yeah.
gone through the building of pickleball courts, it's not something it sounds simple, but there is a little bit more to it.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
you.
I have a quick question. Carl, do you know how long it took Ventura Parks and Rec to cut down trees there?
No, I don't.
2.5 months.
Let's go ahead and move on to public comment. First, we have Brian Akins, then Karen Wilson, and then Bill Miley.
As I was explaining to my neighbor, I try to go to everything historic. I will tell you, I've had experience with the Ventura County Parks Department, and all I've got to say is good luck. So, just so you're aware of that. And they know I feel that way. Again, this has to do with items that are involved in Oakview, which is where I live. It's just interesting to go back and replay the history. You talked about when it first came before the council. So many years ago, I got a phone call from a Mr. Tim Kraut, didn't know the individual. He said, hey, we'd like to do something with the tennis courts. Maybe put a pickleball court in there. I acted like I knew what a pickleball court was. I didn't. So I walked over here and I said, well, we're going to have to do it in the daylight because any time other than direct sun overhead, you're not going to walk across that court because you'll die halfway over because it was totally asphalt, totally broken up, all kinds of different things, and totally unsafe. So I Googled pickleball court. I actually found the Sewell Park things. We met him over here. He described what he wanted to do. I let community development know of that conversation, and then I brought it up in the HPC, and it was agreed for them for work to take place. And you can see that it's gone from something you wouldn't walk across in the daytime to something that's known as one of the finest pickleball courts in the state.
So, in my 11 seconds I have, I just want to take the title from the Ojai Valley News. Tim Kraut takes pickleball gold at nationals. So,
Hey, Tim.
kudos to Tim Kraut.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Karen Wilson, then Bill Miley, and then Ron McCray.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Karen Wilson. I sit on the Parks and Rec Commission, which in the staff report stated that the Parks and Rec Commission had not been able to weigh in on the options being presented to you tonight, mainly because we have not had a quorum, therefore we have not been able to meet. So we got notified, as just like the rest of the public did. And I'm going to beg your indulgence because I need to correct a couple of statements that were made. One, you asked about enforcement. We discussed this extensively with the Pickleball Ad Hoc Committee, which I was on. There is a possibility of self-enforcement, and we laid out a scheme of how that could be done. But the green zone paddles are not quiet paddles, have never been quiet paddles. They are a list compiled by a homeowners association in Sun City, Arizona, that other people started using when there started to be controversy about pickleball as approved paddles. They have never been tested. I have looked for their criteria for how they put those paddles on that list and how they take them off, and I cannot find it. It doesn't exist as far as I can tell. So that's one correction I want to make. But now I want to shift to really focus on the options that are before you, because since we didn't get to weigh in as a commission, I'm just really here to express support for those options that align with our very extensive report that you saw in August, which addressed some of your questions. Because our recommendations are still viable, and they are reflected in the options and in the staff report that you received. Sorry, I have to.
Did not. I'm sorry, Karen.
We never got a chance to present our report.
Okay. Well,
It's really unfair that we
No,
have not been able to do that.
Yeah,
we're
supporting
you. We're supporting you.
Yeah, more time, yes.
More time.
So with the options for continuing play at City Hall, the staff is recommending implementing quieter equipment. And based on the data from Pickleball Sound Mitigation LLC, which is the firm that has pioneered testing of paddles and balls and have measuring the sound levels produced by those paddles and balls, they developed the blue list. It's not the blue line, it's the blue list of quieter paddles, which have been scientifically verified. And they provided specific and measurable sound mitigation advice to the Parks and Rec Commission this past spring. So they are the experts in the field. Quieter equipment likely will reduce the sound level below the background noise of Ventura and around the City Hall, making it much less, if not even not noticeable with that background noise and at certain distances. The quietest paddles, this has already been mentioned, the quietest paddles strike at a frequency that is below the optimal level for human hearing. The quietest paddles. And those were the paddles you saw demonstrated yesterday and today. The sound is, the interim city manager said, the sound produced by the quietest paddles is a dull thud versus a sharp hit on the other kind of paddles. I play with one of the quietest paddles, and I have had opposing players complain that they cannot hear me hit the ball when I serve it, and they're only 40 feet away. That's happened more than once. While the commission's advice was for a voluntary adoption of the blue list, quieter paddles and balls, with some paddles and balls supplied by the city, the council may prefer requiring them as a condition for continuing the status quo at City Hall courts beyond January 1st. Speaking here only for myself, I advocate playing with the quietest paddles. Like I said, I play with one of the quietest paddles. But I also want to add that I believe that there should be paddles made available for those players who don't own the quietest paddles, while those of us who do own the quietest paddles should be allowed to use them on court. And you can refer back to the report about a labeling system that we came up with, so that anyone could walk on the court and say, do you have an approved paddle? Show them the sticker. No list, you don't have to check anything, it's checked, it's self-policed, and I think it would work. Quieter paddles and balls are the simplest and cheapest options for allowing play to continue and addressing the noise concerns. You all have your experience of hearing those quieter paddles. Please keep that in mind. So I would, tonight, if you direct the staff to look at options 1 or 3, those options are aligned with the recommendation made by the Parks and Rec Commission earlier to you. So I thank you, and excuse me for getting a little excited, but I didn't have much of a chance before. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Next, we have Bill Miley, then Ron McCray, and then Mary Wargo.
Good evening. My name is Bill Miley. I'm a member of the Citizens for a Sound Pickleball Policy. After the City Council approved this court about 4 years ago, voices of caution came quickly. Pickleball play sound noise became the issue right away. All this pickleball sound is also shared by the folks residing nearby. It's been a problem ever since. The type of player also determines the hit sound beyond the paddle. The hit can range from light through medium to heavy. New players hit light when they learn. Growing more competitive brings heavier hitting with a loud pop and surface hit. More committed players have more active games. They play faster and hit further. We estimate at least 1,700 hits per hour can happen when all 4 courts are being played with 16 players. We have players, waiters, and spectators adding their voices. Pickleball Tech is a national website, and they recommended 500 feet between the court and homes. In the last week, the Pickleball Association tried a Hail Mary by placing their last-minute hope on the latest paddle being developed. I'm going to have trouble getting to my last page. A responsible city policy for pickleball can be found at Park City, Utah. In conclusion, please take the next step to Soul Park now. There are courts there now. New courts are being worked on by the county. Return South Ventura Street and the surrounding area to a normal sound environment like the rest of the city has. Remember, Soul Park can be used now. Soon it will have new pickleball courts. The Ojai Community Group is working with the county to build the courts at Soul Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Ron McCray, then Mary Wargo, and then Karen Quimby.
Hello, my name is Ronald McCrea. I didn't get one of those notices. I live within 200 feet of this pickleball court. I never got a notice. They're still coming out, I guess. I moved into this area here 1985, and it was a really quiet, really nice place. And then 3 years ago, the city council put the pickleball court in there. And ever since, it's been a fight. It's been noisy. It's been terrible for all the neighbors. And we've been coming in here for 3 years trying to do something about it and fighting about it. It bothered us, all these tests you went, all this money you spend on sound. I don't care whether it's 5 decibels or 105 decibels, we can hear it. You're trying to prove us that we don't hear it. It doesn't bother us. It does. It bothers us. I don't know how what we can say. I don't care what the sound mitigations sound like, but it isn't. And the Park and Recreations has like 4 different places. I've got recommendations of myself. Like one, you could go ahead and move this pickleball court over here and get something a little quiet in there, like a bowling alley or firing range. That would work. I don't know. And you're really disturbing all these homeless people that live in these tents out here too. That bothers them a lot. So there's certain things that you could do, if you really want to torture the neighbors a lot, that's what you want to do, because you're the shot callers, you could do whatever you want. Just go ahead and increase the hours. That would really piss them off. And also the tent people they probably can't stand it either. But you've got the power to do it. You 5 people do. Not the sheriff, not the manager, not the park and rec. You guys, you're the shot callers.
Thank you, Ron. I'm sorry I've been mispronouncing your last name for all these years, too. Now we have it. Next we have Mary Wargo, then Karen Quimby, and then Skippy.
It's a whole new group. Susan's the only one that I know.
Hi, Mary.
Hi, I'm Mary Wargo. I live 100 feet from the pickleball courts. And no, it is not true that they adhere to the hours. I can attest to that. I live there. I see it all the time. Other people come, sometimes all day Sunday, on and off, all holidays. There's no quiet holiday ever. All Thanksgiving there was people there, Sundays, because there's no enforcement. There's absolutely no enforcement. And they know it. They know City Hall's not open. They know no one's going to come and tell them to move or to leave, and they're there all the time. And it's been 3 years of 7 days a week, 7 hours a day of listening to this. And I don't see any chance of enforcement if the blue paddles go in. I mean, they've had 3 years to come up with this. And all of a sudden, at the last minute, they go, oh, we can do, maybe the blue paddles will work. Well, it might work, but there's no enforcement. I don't know how on earth anybody could enforce this. There's nobody that's going to stand there seven hours a day. And on holidays, you can have somebody come in on Thanksgiving and enforce it and sit there, check the color of the paddles. I mean, the group themselves might, but other people use it. And that's just a fact. And I hear it all the time, and I see it all the time. And it's horrible. I can't even keep my windows open. I can't keep my doors open. I don't even have people over for dinner. People have commented, how can you stand that? And I said, I can't. I mean, it's that bad. And when you're playing it, it's a whole different story when you're playing it. You don't hear it. You're playing it. But when you're sitting back after hours of listening to this repetitive, and it's a noisy sport, and I know it's fun, and I know it's good exercise. But it's a very verbal sport, and there's a lot of yelling along with the paddle. I moved to close it at the end of the year. That's mine and probably a lot of other people's in that area's opinion.
Thank you.
Because there is alternative at Soul Park right now.
Thank you, Mary. Next we have Karen Quimby, then Skippy, and then Linda Wilson.
Hi, my name is Karen Quimby, and I'm here on behalf of the tenants at 408 South Ventura Street, as well as the neighborhood group Citizens for Sound Pickleball Policy that represents many other neighbors. The neighbors to the existing City Hall pickleball courts have endured loud, obnoxious pickleball noise 7 hours a day, 7 days a week for 3 years with no relief. It's time for the city to face the facts. These courts should never have been built 100 feet away from residences. The noise cannot be mitigated adequately without the enormous cost of building dramatically taller sound barriers, and the city's attempt to enforce a quieter paddle rule has abjectly failed. And the pickleball club has also totally failed to self-enforce the green zone paddle rule. After years of noise complaints, the city commissioned a professional sound study conducted by Pickleball Sound Mitigation that cost the city taxpayers $13,000. This scientific professional study concluded that the noise produced at the City Hall pickleball courts constituted a strong violation of noise standards. They recommended 2 options for mitigating the noise adequately. Build a 30-foot barrier around all 4 sides of the court, and the players could play with any equipment they wish to. The cost for that barrier would be between $75,000 and $150,000 just for the material alone. The second option recommended by the study is to build a 15-foot barrier and mandate the players play with quieter blue zone paddles and balls. The cost for this barrier would be between $40,000 and $75,000. The second option, however, is a non-starter because the city has already proven that it can't enforce a quieter paddle rule. Unless the city is prepared to spend several $100,000 on sound barriers, I respectfully ask the council to vote tonight to close the City Hall courts by the end of the year and return the space to be incorporated into the quiet park of the City Hall campus.
Thank you, Karen. Next, we have Skippy, then Linda Wilson, and then Brenda Kraut.
Ladies, we're tired. Good evening. This statement is from Randy Roth. He was unable to attend this meeting. Ojai Pickleball has introduced me to probably 50 to 60 men and women who I otherwise would have never met. Some of these have become close friends. Public health officials have been warning against an epidemic of loneliness, especially among older Americans. Pickleball is a perfect antidote to loneliness. The atmosphere of welcoming new players have made the City Hall pickleball courts an oasis of friendliness and community. Number 2, the City Hall courts are so beautiful that they attract players from all over the world. I swell with pride with players from Holland, UK, Australia, or South Africa tell me that these are the most beautiful courts they've ever played on. Number 3, pickleball is such a fun game and so easy to learn to play successfully, if not expertly, that even non-athletes like me, not me, but Randy, can enjoy it. I particularly appreciate the fact that all ages, men and women, can compete on the same level. Pickleball is inclusive but not exclusive. Number 4, pickleball is a family-strengthening game. Whenever my daughters visit, the first thing they want to do is take their friends and family to City Hall courts to play. Many other players experience this same thing with their families. Finally, a personal note, at my most recent physical, my doctor was pleasantly surprised. She said all my wellness indicators like blood pressure, HDL levels, etc., had shown a marked improvement. I can only attribute this to improvement to pickleball. So I encourage the city to continue supporting the pickleball courts at City Hall campus. Many lives, including mine, have been improved by this fun sport. As for me personally, I was a middle school PE teacher for 35 years. I loved getting up every morning to go to school and play and joke around with my students. After I retired, I realized I have no reason to get up. I was depressed. I weighed 150 pounds, had high blood pressure, and cholesterol. Then I found pickleball. I now have a reason to get up, clean the courts, play, socialize, and laugh a lot with my new adult friends.
Thank you, Skippy.
Pickleball saved my life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Wilson, then Brenda Kraut, and then Tim Kraut.
Good evening. I'm Linda Wilson. I understand some of the neighbors have tentatively agreed that they might accept 2 particular paddles that they deem quieter than all the other paddles on the blue list that was developed and submitted by a professional sound engineers hired by the city. Another $11,000 spent to appease the neighbors. The 2 paddles that the neighbors are considering are on the blue list, along with 30 other paddles deemed by a professional sound engineer to all be equally quiet. Many pickleball players have purchased their paddles from the blue list, once again trying to appease the neighbors. It is difficult to understand why 2 or 3 people who are not sound engineers can determine what is acceptable. It is simply what they like or do not like. If these few neighbors can dictate how the public park can be used, does that not set a precedent for the whole city? The neighbors have threatened to sue the city, but where is their case? There are no sound ordinances that govern city parks or schools. If you own or rent property next to one, you either enjoy the happy noise or suffer. You knew the park or school was there before moving in. The pickleball community has abided to every restriction the neighbors have demanded. The paddles, the restricted hours of play, sound mitigation walls, and will still risk losing our investment because they're still not happy. We invested in the city's recreational infrastructure. They have caused the city to spend a lot of money to benefit these people. Do we not have a better case? Yet we have never threatened to sue. If the neighbors will finally be happy with the paddles that they deem quiet enough, and the pickleball players toss out their expensive paddles that are also on the blue list to play with their selected paddles, what if another renter or owner comes in and decides that they don't like the paddles? Do we start over? Please
Thank you.
adopt the blue list and the quieter paddles and keep the courts open.
Thank you, Linda. Next, we have Brenda Kraut, then Tim Kraut, and then Alu Paragian? I'm not sure.
Hello, my name is Brenda Kraut, and I'm a member of the Ojai Pickleball Group. In 2019, the City Council committed that the Ojai Pickleball could repurpose the derelict abandoned tennis court, and it was just one tennis court. Sometimes it's referred to as tennis courts, but it was only one tennis court at the City Hall campus as a way to accommodate the growing popularity of pickleball in Ojai. So our group, they raised funds, we solicited volunteers and went to work. We invested thousands of dollars in sweat equity into turning an eyesore into a court that is now world famous for its unique setting and a destination for many pickleball tourists. Every step of our effort was in lockstep partnership with the city, and the pickleball group relied upon the city's representation, and there was never an indication that the city would not honor their commitment to our effort. In 2022, the city engaged PSM Sound Engineering to conduct a sound study of pickleball in Ojai, and it cost $11,000. The result of that study for PSM was that PSM recommended paddles be used at the courts that should be limited to the blue list, which they had developed through extensive professional sound testing. Since that report was released in March of 2023, a copy of PSM's blue list has been posted at the courts, and many of our players have been purchasing paddles that comply with that list in an effort to be good neighbors with the neighbors around us. So there has been a little misunderstanding tonight that I've heard that there was a green list that was supposed to be enforced, but as it was explained, that was never adopted, and it was for another community. So the blue list is the one that has been suggested, recommended by PSM.
Thank you, Brenda. Next, we have Tim Kraut, then Alu Paragian, and Barbara Brown.
Good evening, staff, mayor, and council members. I've lived in the valley for over 60 years. I'm the USA Pickleball Association ambassador for Ojai and president of the nonprofit Ojai Valley Pickleball, Inc. In a goodwill effort to maintain the use of these courts, Ojai Valley Pickleball, Inc.'s board is presenting a proposal of solutions tonight. This proposal is based on the 2023 PSM Sound Study Report and the Parks and Recreations Commission's 2023 report. Number one, paddles and balls to be used at the courts are to be paddles on the PSM's blue list, which PSM has certified to be quieter paddles, and the low sound balls as identified on the PSM's report. The city will purchase a supply of these paddles for visitors to use. Ojai Valley Pickleball, we will supply low sound balls. PSM states that the use of these paddles and balls alone will lower the dB level up to 10 dBs. Current sound levels at the courts, as reported by PSM, is between 59 and 61 dBs. Consequently, they would be lowered to 49 to 51 dBs. Number 2, the Ojai Valley Pickleball supports the city implementing additional noise abatement measures around the courts. For example, as suggested in the PSM report, raise the sound deadening fence on the east side of the courts across the street. That would help to reduce the upper floor residents' sound that they have right now. Number 3, the Ojai Valley Pickleball supports the city conducting unannounced sound assessments adjacent to City Hall courts using an integrating meter, reporting the results to the city and the Ojai Valley Pickleball Group.
Thank you, Tim. Next, we have Alu Paragon. You have to help me with the pronunciation of your name, sorry. Then Barbara Brown, and then Sandra Hansen.
Excuse my handwriting.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Alan Perigian.
Alan,
Thank
okay.
you. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to read a statement from Leslie Clark. She's unable to be here. I think the city has reason to be proud of the beautiful facility you have allowed the pickleball community to create on the derelict tennis courts. It is beloved by the hundreds that use it and touted by the many out-of-town visitors as the most beautiful they have ever seen. It has become the most popular recreation facility in Ojai. The city spent close to $10,000 for initial paving, followed by contributions from the pickleball community in money and labor. You've heard this. All this together completed the beautiful courts. No one knew that the noise issue would raise its ugly head, but it did, and the neighbors complained and threatened to sue. You built, with the pickleball players contributing their labor, sound mitigation walls. We do not know how much you spent, but it was not enough. The neighbors were still not happy. After the initial investment, the courts have been maintained by the pickleball players at no cost to the city. The city has now allowed the homeless to reside on City Hall campus. I think you're discussing that. We all can agree that the homeless need help, but there are often mental health issues, and the regulations that govern this public park, no camping, no alcohol, no smoking, etc., are not being respected. The most concerning is campfires. As you know, one of the chemical toilets was recently burned down. The presence of the pickleball players daily at the courts creates a balance on the campus, which reduces the need for law enforcement intervention. If we are no longer there, that balance tips, and the homeless will either move on to the courts or someone will need to keep them off. If they move on, who will maintain the area? Is a larger homeless community preferable to the neighbors? Are more law enforcement and maintenance costs preferable to the city? Please keep the existing balance by keeping.
Thank you, Alan. Next, we have Barbara Brown, then Sandra Hansen, and then Jessica McCrea. No, that's still not right, is it? Say it one more
He
time.
might be pulling your leg.
I know. Okay, he is pulling my leg, huh? Thanks a lot, Ron. Okay. I knew it was McCrea. All right.
Hi, I'm Sandra Hansen, but I'm reading this one for Barbara Brown.
Oh.
I wish to share how much pickleball and our pickleball courts at the city mean to me. What a treasure to discover people like Skippy and so many that share this sport. To be retired and sorta old and find such fun, camaraderie, sport, friendship in our little community on the pickleball courts highlights how blessed we are to call Ojai home. Please try to understand how much this means to us and support this beautiful treasure our community offers to so many of us who love Ojai, trusting that you will sustain our beautiful, open, fun, happy, healthy pickleball community. I thank you most sincerely, Barbara Brown.
Thank you, Barbara and Sandra. Okay, we have Jessica McCrea.
Do I get to bite?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't even imagine. You guys must be like, ah.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you for your service, yes. Thank you for the job you do, providing places for all to gather, learn, and play in our city. I'm Sandra Hansen, a 65-year resident of Ojai, and I've been playing pickleball for a couple of years since I retired from teaching in the Valley. Our city is so lucky to have such an engaging, well-organized pickleball community where all walks of life, income level, age, and ability are welcomed and encouraged. The courts we treasure that are under attack by a few are utilized by a group of over hundreds of citizens and visitors. Our courts are surrounded by a community garden, temporary tent housing, city hall, a parking lot, the sheriff's station, and a few homes. I find it almost hard to believe that this discussion is still continuing. We have few business hours to play, which are adhered to very tightly. We do all of our own cleaning and maintenance. We play with paddles from the blue list of the quieter paddles. We soundproofed. We are as supportive and accommodating to the neighbors as we can be, yet we are still mired in this discussion. It reminds me of the cartoon of Dennis the Menace and Mr. Wilson, who's continually complaining about Dennis playing and being a kid. We are all kids. We're grown-up children, mostly playing within the rules, exercising for longevity, and having fun in this public park property. If the courts are closed for the benefit of the few, then we will be on the roads in our cars driving to Ventura, Camarillo, or Santa Barbara to play. Is that what our city council wants us to do? It doesn't sound very environmentally sound to me. Please extend the use of this property for the purpose it was intended, and come join in the fun and camaraderie down on the courts. We'd love to have all of you and the neighbors too. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, we have Jessica McCrae, then Sasha Colbert, and then Roger Hartman.
Hi, Jessica McCrae. Pickleball sounds like a magical sport. It solves all kinds of ailments. It's super fun. Everybody loves it. And today, it can be played at Soul Park. It can be played at the athletic club. It can be played in a short drive to Ventura. And in those spaces, it's not going to drive people absolutely insane. It's been 3 years. You guys spent money on sound barriers that do not work at all. The association knows that they're supposed to be using soft paddles. They do not. They yell and scream at the top of their lungs. I don't understand why you do that when you play. I have no idea, but lots of people do. Lots of them do. It's too small of an area they keep telling you how much it's grown and how many people and how many people. It's a tiny little area over there. It's not made for big crowds and loud noises and things like that. I think if there was any mitigation to be had, it's been 3 years. And the neighbors are still complaining because it's driving them insane. To me, those that are saying that they want to keep this court have absolutely no empathy at all. These are the neighbors' homes. It's where they live. If you, all of the players who think it needs to stay there, if you had that noise in your head for 7-8 hours a day, 7 days a week, would you think that was wonderful and great? No, you have other alternatives today to play. And there's a proposal that the county is all for to build a beautiful place in Soul Park. You're just gonna have to wait a minute for it, but you can play there today. There's plenty of space for you to play. Yes, you can. Well, here is driving people insane for 3 years.
Thank you, Jessica.
They would stop complaining.
Next, we have Sasha Colbert, then Roger Hartman, and then Lenny Claife. Sasha still here? Nope. Roger Hartman?
Hi. I'd like to thank City Council for the opportunity to speak. My name's Roger Hartman. I've been with Ojai resident for 30 years. I'm here this evening to advocate on behalf of the vibrant and growing pickleball community whose values and interests align closely with those of the Ojai City Council and arguably those of most Ojai residents. The Council is undoubtedly aware of the importance of sustainable, inclusive, and community-focused activities, which is why I believe pickleball deserves your attention and support. Pickleball has experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity over the past decade. This surge can be attributed to several key factors, including its accessibility and the sense of community it fosters. Unlike some sports that can be exclusive or demanding, pickleball welcomes participants of all ages and skill levels. Its rapid growth attests to the fact that it strikes a chord with a wide cross-section of society. One of the most remarkable features of the pickleball community is the strong sense of camaraderie and inclusivity among its players. The sport promotes an environment where players of different ages, backgrounds, and skill levels come together to enjoy the game and to socialize. The pickleball courts have become spaces for intergenerational bonding, fostering connections that extend beyond the confines of the sport itself. Pickleball also offers a compelling alternative to traditional sports like tennis, particularly for aging populations. The sport is less physically demanding than tennis, making it well suited for seniors. Its smaller court size allows for a more approachable learning curve, making it accessible to a broader audience. Additionally, the mental and social health benefits of pickleball are undeniable. Engaging in this sport provides I'll cut it off there.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate it. Next, we have Lenny Clafe, then Yanling Deng, and then Christopher Westcott, I think.
Leonard Clafe, I live on Fulton Street, across this, which is my backyard, almost borders Sarzordi Park. And I was very pleased that you're not going to put pickleball courts in Sarzordi Park because they're too loud for the neighbors. And I'm sure that the people who are in the vicinity of the lower Libby tennis courts are very pleased that he's eliminated that as a possibility because that would interfere with their lives. Why are the people who live near City Hall less valuable than I am? Or people who live by Libby Park? There's no reason. Pickleball is a wonderful sport. That's not the issue. The issue is that when the city council approved the pickleball court here at City Hall, nobody knew what pickleball was. You've notified everybody about tonight's meeting. Nobody was notified before the pickleball courts were approved. And the reason was nobody knew about pickleball. If you Google pickleball and noise, you'll get, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hits. If you Google tennis and noise, you'll get none. If you get basketball and noise, you'll get none. Pickleball is uniquely loud, and not only loud, but annoying. And you talk, Mr. Alameda and others have talked about the pickleball community as if they're of one mind. And everybody will agree that they will use the low-impact rackets. That's absurd. Everybody's going to use it at whatever racket they want because there is no enforcement. And there is no enforcement of the hours. I represented Ron McRae when we negotiated the agreement with the city that's in effect now. And he complains to me all the time that he's kicking people out over the lunch hour when it's supposed to be closed.
Thank you, Len.
Close it, please, for the sake of the people who live there.
Thank you. Next, we have Yanling Deng, then Christopher Westcott, and then Bob McFall.
Dear council members, my name is Yanling Deng. Thank you for your services and thank you for your support for having the City Hall pickleball courts available for the public to enjoy. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States. So many have mentioned the benefits of playing pickleball in the past meetings. I want to address one today, the long-term benefit for our next generation. In a technology-occupied modern society, it is so easy for our younger generation to spend excessive time on a screen, scroll through one of the many social media websites, playing computer games, etc. In the meantime, I have seen so many people from all ages to enjoy pickleball on the courts, making new friends. It means especially more for the younger generation. Every hour they spend on the court is the hour they do not spend on the already too much screen time or play computer games or stay out of trouble. Some of our pickleball players who are teachers realize how much it can benefit the students, so they start pickleball programs at school. Something good that we can do for our next generation, every little bit that counts. On a side note, all courts I had visited in nearby cities have lights, normal hours, name a couple. Bob Cutie Park In Camarillo, 4 permanent courts plus 2 multipurpose courts right across from a well-developed residential community. Playtime is from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. No need to mention a budget of 1.4 million Freedom Park pickleball complex is underway, while they have multiple locations of multipurpose courts available besides the Bob Cutie Park. Rancho Clay holds 6 permanent courts plus 4 multipurpose courts, playtime from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Why it's so hard here in Ojai? Why? So I urge the city members to continue supporting pickleball, encourage it, and keeping the courts at City Hall campus for the public, giving us more hours and free choices of using any paddles on the blue list. And if I may, I invite all our neighbors who are complaining about the sound to join us for the game. You might see a whole new world from a much happier aspect. Thank you.
Yanling. Next we have Christopher Westcott, then Bob McFall, and then Patty McFall.
Hi, I'm Christopher Westcott, and it's been quite an evening tonight, very long, as you all are experiencing. And but at the same time, I'm very grateful to have been here tonight to just witness democracy, to witness many emotional events that people have brought before you and the public, and I'm just very thankful for a country that we live in where we can do that. And I thank you for being up so late to have to endure these types of things. And I face this big issue that we have over pickleball, which to me is so small compared to what we've been discussing already. But yet here we are to discuss it because it is an important topic of our community. I've been playing pickleball I've been living in this area for about 9 years. I've played since started in Matilahaw, and then it came over here, and I played off and on, and I've been to a few of the meetings here to support it, and I think it is a great thing. And I don't think anyone's arguing whether it's got benefits or whether it's great for the community. I think that's been established, and at the same time, I don't think it's, I think we can all agree that it also is noisy. It's a noisy thing that we partake in, and it's a noisy, messy sport that humans are taking part in, and it needs a place. And I can understand neighbors who are complaining because it is loud. So I just wish that we could find some way to have middle ground, some way to make things work with the neighbors and also with the community, so that it can all benefit. We can all get along somehow. I know that's really hard sometimes when we don't always like what we hear or what we see or what we do with our neighbors, but maybe some way we can find some middle ground, some way to make it work so that we can all get along, And I think there is, I feel like there is negativity through this process, and hopefully we can find some way to have middle ground and make it work. So, yeah.
Thank you, Christopher. Next we have Bob McFall, then Patty McFall, and then Mike Borders.
Thank you very much for your continued attention on this very important matter. And I wanted to first herald exactly what the previous speaker said. There's been so much emotion and really emotion that is unnecessary for us, because I can tell you, I know that the pickleball players that are involved in this have great empathy over this issue. And our meetings, when we sit, and this is the issue, laughing at it, and it's just the thing is that I know we have met and we are concerned with it, and we want to work very closely with the neighbors to try to come up with a solution. I am even more grateful for the City Council having the foresight to do the sound report that helps us set aside a motion where we can work with facts. And what the report says, and I'm here to endorse exactly what the Pickleball Association said. I'm here to endorse the sound wall, the continuation of the sound wall, and it has to be masonry, which is what the report included. Caltrans has done all the studies on the different materials, and if it's not masonry, it really doesn't work. We support the use of the lower sound equipment, whether it's Blue Line or something else. The Blue Line have tremendous amount of research behind them that supports their quietness. The monitoring, it's almost offensive to say we won't monitor. The Parks and Recreation Commission has come up with a strategy. We want this to be successful, so we're going to do everything we can. people do violate things. People speed on the road beyond 25 miles all the time. There'll be exceptions, but by and large, we will monitor it. That's what we are committed to doing that. I continue to be very supportive of Seoul as well, but I know that's going to be longer term. It's great to think it could be April, May, June. That's if they raise $250,000, $300,000 to be able to actually do it. So I'm obviously advocating keep the courts open. It's important to us and very doable for both sides that it can work.
Thank you, Bob. Next, we have Patty McFall, then Mike Borders, and then Dwayne Williamson.
Hi, my name is Patty McFall. I live in Ojai. I'm sure as council members you have to make many difficult decisions, and I hope you will pardon my momentary venting. But as a common citizen, what is so frustrating to me is that you as council members have all the power, and we rely on you to make decisions for the greater good. The way I understand it, you are to act for the will of the people for whom you serve. But even if a majority tells you what they want, you can choose to do something else. Meeting after meeting I have attended, a whole community of pickleball players are begging not to be forced out. We are willing to make adjustments to address the residents' concerns, but are not willing to give up what we love doing. I know a lot of money was spent on a sound expert and testing, and I'm wondering what happened to those recommendations. Now I'm hearing suggestions that a blue list of paddles is to be set aside for just 2 paddles. Unfortunately for me, I recently spent $500 on 2 paddles for my husband and I. I hope that you will give serious consideration to the options and solutions in this well-done report that would result in addressing the concerns of the residents in a reasonable manner while allowing pickleball to continue again with the accommodations the players would also need to make and to adhere to. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Next, we have Mike Borders, then Dwayne Williamson, and then Scott Gillies.
Hello, Mike Borders, resident of Ojai. As we've discussed pickleball tonight, we never branched away from the City Hall courts, whereas earlier we were talking about including a variety of issues in this topic, including Soul Park and presumably Libby Park. I'm prepared to address the Libby Park issue, although it hasn't really been raised tonight. I want to reiterate that Libby Park is not a viable option for pickleball as determined by the Parks and Rec Commission Pickleball Ad Hoc Committee, and incidentally also as determined by the original Pickleball Ad Hoc Committee, which was established back in 2019. The recommendation number 3 of the final Parks and Rec Commission report simply reads as follows: the city should not introduce pickleball to the current Libby Park tennis courts. The rationale for this unanimous recommendation is discussed thoroughly in the report. It's summarized briefly in the actual recommendation, but I'm not going to bother to go through that now. I'm simply going to say that even considering Libby Park is a distraction from where I believe the main focus of the future of pickleball in Ojai should be, which is at Soul Park. How do we get there? How do we make the main focus Soul Park? I think we adopt the Parks and Rec recommendations, specifically the recommendation that says no pickleball at Libby Park. We take it off the table by a vote once and for all tonight. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Dwayne Williamson, then Scott Gillies, and then Peter Sezzi.
My name is Dwayne Williamson, an Ojai resident, and the topic of pickleball in Ojai has been in numerous city council and park and rec meetings for the last 4 years. And I recall particularly a contentious meeting a couple years ago with a previous council member stood up and said, we knew pickleball was loud. We knew it was close to the neighbor. We allowed the court to be built. Why are we surprised we're in this mess? We have no one to blame but ourselves. Regarding Libby Park, I urge the council not to make the same mistake twice. In fact, it would be an even more egregious area because now you have a lot of data to analyze in making your decision. You asked the Park and Recreation Department to do an in-depth analysis, which they did a tremendous job of. They took 12 months, held multiple public meetings on the topic, sent out a community survey that generated over 300 responses. They interviewed members of the pickleball and tennis communities. They contacted court manufacturers to give court estimates for transitioning a tennis court to a pickleball court and then back to a tennis court, having to do that multiple times. And most importantly, they had a professional sound study which concluded the pickleball noise for the neighbors at Libby Park is a real problem, and that even if you took multiple costly mitigation steps, you have no guarantee that they would work. The old adage, the definition of insanity is repeating the same behaviors over and over again, expecting a different result. I urge the council not to put pickleball in an area that you already know is going to be a problem, which would be Libby Park. I ask you tonight to make a motion to adopt the recommendation from the Park and Recreation Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Next we have Scott Gillies, and then, I'm sorry?
That's perfect.
Oh, okay. And then Peter Sezzi, and then Greg Doss.
I'm Scott Gillies. I'm advocating for the continued use of the City Hall courts. Pickleball is an inclusive and welcoming multi-generational activity enjoyed from all ages, from elementary school age to those in their 80s and 90s. It keeps us active and socially engaged. It's good for our physical and mental health, and it's a lot of fun. The physical and social benefits, particularly for seniors, is really tremendous. It's a highly successful program as a community recreational and social program. The science of sound control and mitigation is on the radar of the entire pickleball industry. Improvements are being implemented monthly. Let's let the science be the guide. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next we have Peter Sezzi, and then Greg Doss.
Hi, my name is Peter Setzi, resident of Ojai for the last 10 years, and I live about 4 blocks away. And I recently started playing pickleball with my son just this past June. And I'm not going to attest to all the benefits that everyone else has said, and I don't envy the position that you are in or that my friends and neighbors are in, because as a player myself, I love playing it, and it is loud and obnoxious and annoying. It can be both things at the same time. What I would encourage council to do is maybe direct staff to look at what are the solutions that would be reasonable for both parties. I haven't heard any kind of threshold for a decibel level mentioned. Why don't you set a target? And if it goes over that target, and then there'd be ramifications. There has to be, the nature of politics is finding compromise. There's no solution that will make all parties happy. Right now, there's about 7 hours you can play per day. If that's too many hours, why not limit the hours? Right now, we can play till 6 o'clock. Well, it's dark at 4:45, so it's not really 7 hours right now. I've heard other people say that people play after the hours are done. I can attest to the fact whenever I'm there, that is not the case. People will stop in the middle of a game. You're probably not going to believe me because I play. You're probably going to believe whoever you want, because that's just the nature of human beings right now. You're going to go for confirmation bias to validate whatever feelings you already have. Why not, I'll back up what the last person just said, set some thresholds, go with science, say if it goes above this threshold, then this is the consequence that will happen. I don't think it's fair to move something to a location that hasn't even been built yet to take something away. Why not limit the hours some more? Why not create more self-enforcement? Set consequences if it goes over a certain threshold, set some kind of sound monitor there, have some kind of data tracking. If it goes over that, then let's actually rely on what the data are, not on what personal feelings and emotions are. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you, Peter. It's Greg Doss. Greg Doss.
Am I the last one? In the house. Does that mean I don't have a timer? Oh, come on.
Well, if you haven't met me yet, my name's Greg Doss. I was doing the paddle demonstrations and quiet paddles and balls the last couple of days, and I did one for the neighbors as well, a few of them last week, which I thought got pretty good feedback. I'm kind of in a unique position because I'm working with tennis and neighbors and residents and pickleballers trying to build courts at Soul Park. Working with the county and the director of parks, we've made great headway, and we're hoping for this summer. But the City Hall campus has these beautiful courts that where I started playing pickleball, and they're near and dear to my heart. And so I've been trying to find a solution that would be kind of a compromise for the players as well as the neighbors. Because clearly, pickleball as it stands right now is too loud for houses that close. And so that was what the demonstration was about. It's quiet paddles, quiet balls. The technology is continuing to improve. This isn't the only city council meeting talking about noise and pickleball. And pickleball courts are being closed all over the country because people can't find a solution. And so I thought I came up with one. And some of you heard that over the last couple of days. And I feel like kind of sticking my neck out a little bit, going against the blue list paddle, which to me sounds very similar to the regular paddles. But ultimately, I just want to have a home for some version of pickleball, be it pickleball quiet here at City Hall, and all the crazy bangers can come out to Soul Park, bring your expensive $250 paddles. We can hit the hardest balls possible, and I'll be there.
Thank you, Greg. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have one raised hand from Mark. First name only. Mark, you have the floor.
Okay, yeah, you can hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Great, yeah, thank you. I just want to kind of align myself with a lot of what has been said. I think I would ask and suggest that you all just focus on the pragmatic information. You hired a company, PSM, to come in and they did a rigorous study. And then as a result of that, the ad hoc committee and the rec department, made parallel recommendations that include continuing to utilize the court and mitigating. And there's been a lot of mitigation, which has been already, talked about what the city has done in the pickleball community, to maintain the ability to use the courts, to maintain the ability to utilize the paddles that are on the blue list. I'm very supportive of the effort that Greg and Stacy and others are pursuing with the county out at Soul Park. But if you read, that's only looking at the potential addition of, I think it was maybe 6 to 8 new courts out there. You've heard so much about the growth of pickleball, not only nationally, but here in Ojai. And I would strongly advocate that even once something, if it is capable of being developed out at Soul Park, that we're going to need the courts at City Hall after that as well. We're going to have enough people to be playing at both sites. So again, I just encourage you guys to focus in on the facts, what PSM recommended, the thorough research that the Parks and Rec Commission and the ad hoc committee did. And to me, that gives you some really viable options to pursue to try to address the needs of both the pickleball community and the neighbors. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor.
Okay, all right, let's move on to discussion. Would anyone like to begin?
Yeah, I'd like to just, James, are you back there? Can you play the video for me? Hello, James.
I'm not aware of any video our IT has.
I am.
Okay.
All right, then. And they actually pulled the sound. This is just about community. And I just thought it was important that people see who the community is. We've been asked, what is our real job here? And our real job is to serve the community. And these are the people that play at the park. And you should just put a face to who all these people are. They are the heads of schools. They are kids. They're an ex-PE teacher who teaches people how to play. I don't know him. I don't know them, but, you know, they're a couple. She's really nice. They're a couple. Charmaine, she lives at the Gable. She walks down every day. Linda, we heard from. My transitions didn't work. You know, this is a kid who comes and sells us his popcorn from the Boy Scouts. These are kids playing with adults that they don't know. You know, supporting each other. And what I also want you to look at is I want you to look at, oh yeah, he's a really nice guy. That's his family. They all play together. Yeah, he plays at the club. Look at this. These are families. These are kids. And also what's really important is notice the shade. I mean, Soul Park right now would be okay, but Soul Park is in the middle of those courts at Soul Park. Okay, so that's the grandfather. That was the son-in-law. That's the uncle. Those are the kids. He's playing. Yeah. So anyway, the point is that right now you see shade. It's impossible to play at Soul Park. It's in the middle. Oh yeah. You know, mother and daughter. They had a great time. That's my constituent. Anyway, and by the way, these people are all of your constituents. I have another. I went the Gail Childress. That is the artist Ojai's artist. I just want you to see the faces of the people that play there. I want you to see the generations. I want you to see, you know, the wide range of diversity that of these people that are playing. That's our emergency room doctor. That's the pastor's wife who loves to curse. And she does. Anyway, this is just a picture of some of the people that play there. And I think it's important that you put faces to the names. And the other thing to notice is that there's shade at City Hall courts. Not only are they beautiful, but there's shade. And without shade, you cannot play in the summer on any courts. And there is no shade at Soul Park. So there's that right there. It's in the middle of a parking lot. So that's my first thing, is that we were elected to support the community and to represent the community. And I do actually have a screen grab of your constituents and where they live, because there was a petition of 150 people that put their addresses there, and I mapped them all out for you. I went to the nearest intersection so you wouldn't know exactly where they live. But all of them are your constituents. There's a lot of them that are your constituents, and we need to know that we're here to represent the community. And finally, I would say that to say that all neighbors are against this, we went by a quick shot of the kid who's the Boy Scout who sells the popcorn. Mother, daughter, you saw her playing with the guy. Mother, daughter, aunt, and son all live right next door to Karen Quimby's apartment. They come over and they play. They said they did hear the noise, but it's now gone into white noise. They don't hear it at all. If you look at the comments that we got, there is a neighbor who lives right across the street who says it does not bother him. It's not to say that it doesn't bother the neighbors, but it is to say that it does not bother all of the neighbors. Sound is very, very, very subjective. What Mark Scott did tell me was that if you took a sound case to court, you would almost certainly lose because it is so subjective. A judge will not rule against it. And finally, this is a public park. Somebody built investment property across from a public park. Somebody built a house, moved into a house across from a public park. I don't know how we say to our community that this public park needs to be quiet. especially when we have a homeless encampment living there with 25 tents. So that's where I stand now. I wanted everybody to make sure to see that we have a wide range of people that play, that it's a community that loves this place. There's so few things right now in this world that we can say we love. And everyone who plays at City Hall can say they love that place. They love the people they play with. They love the time they spend there. They love that they can dip down for an hour and dip right back out and have a great time. And so that does not offer solutions. I think there are solutions that have been offered in this particular conversation, and I'm perfectly willing to discuss them, but I really do want to hear from my other council members about if they think they have heard solutions and possibilities. And finally, for those who say that we can go to Soul Park now, if you go to Soul Park, the courts are all uneven, they're cracked. The only lines for pickleball are done with painter's tape that are disintegrating. A ball hits that, it's going to go wherever it goes. So in actuality, Soul Park is not an option right now. It would have to be resurfaced, absolutely. You would have somebody would trip and fall. There's cracks, there's unevenness, there's waves. So I would like this council to take their responsibility seriously and figure out a solution that will work. I think it's on the table. I think it's been mentioned. And so now I'm going to, now that I've taken the moral high ground, which I know everybody hates, I'm going to pass it over to the council.
I'll go next, unless you want to.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Anybody else? I don't mind. So, this is like a weird dream. I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and wonder, did I dream this? So here's the story how I see it. I was on the council in 2019, as some of you know, and I, as has been stated, we didn't know what pickleball was. Remember Dr. Redding, the dentist, came. He did some kind of sound thing with his, but we didn't get it. But about a week later, I publicly realized and admitted that I had made a mistake. And as the years have gone by, 3 years later, with every day, passing day, it gets harder and harder to undo what I feel was a mistake that was made 3 years ago. Now, your case is very compelling. I just am blown away by all the research and data that all of you have provided, and the community. It's wonderful. But my perception is also influenced by this fact. For example, I lived briefly behind Sarzodi Park. My backyard, bordered the park. I lived on Shady Lane. But I knew when I moved there about the noise level to expect. I'd been in the park, and so that's a different situation. Likewise, I recently moved to Taormina, but I already knew there's going to be these huge lights on, several nights a week when there's like these big, huge, bright lights. And when I came home last night from our closed session, the noise was like so deafening. I thought, oh my God, the coyotes are all going to run. They were laughing and clapping. But the difference with at Nordhoff is intermittent. And again, anybody that's living there, the school was there before before the houses were built. So they knew that it was going to be noisy. This situation is very different. My view has been that this is more suitable for what I would call, what our mayor called, and I agree with her, she used the term about a year ago, a quiet park. It had a community garden. It had the vision that we've laid out, the plan, are basically quiet educational type activities. We have school kids visiting. So those are considerations, This is very, very tough. I see my former dentist who plays looking at me. I see my friends who play pickleball, looking at me. So this is going to be ultimately a very difficult decision. But I'll just be honest with you, I do feel that even if you're very, very disappointed tonight, I believe that we have a vision for what Mayor Sticks, I'm sorry if I'm using all your language, but she called it a pickleball paradise. And we could make the Soul Park location absolutely beautiful if we all focused and agreed and worked on that. And that is a place, you know, if once we have Soul Park, you'll look back and you'll wonder why you ever wanted to put up indefinitely with restricted hours. I can never even imagine that you're going to get expanded hours. If we do reach a compromise, it's not going to be I'm not going to vote for expanding the hours. And it never made sense to me. The hours that you had they're very, to me, hours, if you're going to restrict hours, it should be very seasonal. And the summer would be 6 o'clock in the morning until maybe 10 o'clock. It gets very hot after 10. And then in the evening would be 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock. And you don't have that there. And it's not a place where you can grow. It's already overused. And I know I can see that there's all kinds of arguments, I could make a list of the pros and the cons. But I do feel that there'll be a time that you will look back on this, and to me, the burning question I have is this. You've had 3 years to demonstrate to the neighbors that you can use quiet pedals and you can enforce it. And, that hasn't happened. We had we can open the public comment perhaps, but hang on a second. And if I'm mistaken, I always am ready to admit my mistakes, but it just feels so strange that at this last late hour, all of a sudden there's this, I heard the test last night, I went, but it didn't feel like a true test. To me, a true test would be if I lived in the the neighbors are the ones that are having to live with this. And it's not just the neighbors. I found out that the commissioners can't concentrate. When you're playing, they have to close the windows and the doors. There is an impact, not just on the neighbors, but on everyone that uses the park. Obviously, the Children's Memorial Garden is impacted. That's supposed to be a quiet area. And I don't know how much staff is impacted, but I did find out that some of the commissioners can't think with that noise in the background. So I just feel like if we did close the park, that we hopefully as a community we could get behind really, doing what's necessary to make Soul Park into a pickleball park where you can have unrestricted, normal park hours, and you could grow as you keep saying. It's a growing sport. So I think that's all I have to say right now, Mayor Sticks. Yeah.
Councilmember Lang, Councilmember Whitman?
Do we want to open up the public hearing at the end of our comment? Or?
No, I think, no.
No, she keeps raising her hand, our commissioner.
What?
Very gross.
No, we're going to continue.
Yeah.
Okay, we're still, Councilmember Whitman or Councilmember Lang?
Could I just?
I'll speak.
Could I?
So once a month, I come to a meeting mid-afternoon, right here. And if there's sound deadening going on, I don't detect it. I can't imagine listening to what I listen to for about an hour once a month, every day in the home that I'm expecting to have as my home. I don't think, this is what I've heard today. There is no doubt that pickleball is a great sport, great community thing. But there's also no doubt that it is too loud for the people who live next to it. And that is something we can't we can't resolve. We've had 3 years. Now, my understanding was that the pickleball courts were put in as a trial. I don't know,
Yeah,
Susan,
that
maybe
was-
you can,
My understanding was, I understood it to be a trial, but then it became, I think, more formal. We had a memorandum of understanding, an MOU for 3 years. I don't really know exactly,
It started out as a trial, and then the council decided to invest into it and drop the trial component.
okay,
I forget the exact dates, but 19 it opened. There was some investment done in late 19, mid 20. Of course, COVID hit in March of 20, and the world changed.
yeah.
The MOU was about stopping a lawsuit. It wasn't tied to the creation of the pickleball court, nor was it tied to the trial component. It started out as a trial, then council dropped the trial component and invested in it, but subject to future decisions.
But can I make me ask, so if the MOU ends at the end of this month, what was the expectation? Why did they drop the lawsuit if the expectation, they must have had some expectation that it would be moved at the end of 3 years? I mean, it
I
doesn't
don't know
make
what
sense.
expectation the plaintiffs had.
Uh-huh.
The agreement was, in return for dropping the lawsuit, the hours were fixed for 3 years. That was the agreement.
And then,
And that expiration, the agreement was 2 components. One, the city agreed to install several additional sound deadening components, including an additional 7-foot tall hedge or acoustic fence on the southern edge, and additional sound deadening material on the eastern and southern sides, which is what's there now. So the additional material that was installed that's there now is part of item 1 of the agreement, summarized. Item 1, pickleball court sound lessening material. That was installed. Item 2 of the deal is pickleball hours, and the city agreed to limit the hours to the hours we have now, secured from the date of the agreement, which was signed October 2020, fix the hours for 3 years to January 1st, 2024. In return for those 2 things, the plaintiffs released the city from their current claims. So that was the deal that was struck. There was no promises made about the future past January 1st, 2024. I don't know what expectations they may have had, but no promises were made by the city.
it might, I hate to say this, but it could be a reasonable concern that if this continues, the noise continues, and the neighbors could sue again.
They absolutely could.
Yeah.
They could file new claims, and we would have defenses we would analyze closely in closed session.
Yeah.
So-
These are all concerns. It's really hard. I just feel for everybody in this room. I really do.
so,
Wait, it's Councilmember Lang's.
well, I hadn't really finished.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So, yeah, I mean, the people who live can't just, who live within, 100, 200 feet of the court, can't just pop in and pop out when it's inconvenient. It's where they live. So, I'm also disappointed that we're not able to take up the Libby courts today, because I think that the folks who want to protect the Libby courts have been showing up for all these meetings, and we never seem to be capable of voting on that. But I think that it does not make sense to me to move the courts to another place where there's going to be a residential sound issue. Soul Park is the place that's been identified as not having a sound issue for a resident. So there are 4 courts there. Someone can tell me I'm wrong about this, but my understanding is that, with the exception,
You are wrong.
Quiet, please, could we have quiet? Thank
my understanding is that those courts aren't being used. So,
Have you been out there?
no.
Well, you should go out there.
Can we have no crosstalk, please? Are you finished,
May I ask-
Councilmember?
Yeah, I'm through.
Okay,
May I
it's,
ask
Coun-
may I ask our city attorney, can we make a separate motion if the council so desires to take the lower Libby courts off the table? Can we do that tonight as a separate motion?
Not tonight, but you can put it on a future agenda item. Tonight, the vote is about City Hall campus, but you can make a consensus or a vote could put that on the table. I will note that no one on the council has talked about considering moving the courts to Lower Libby. So staff's understanding is that option is off the table.
Okay. We don't need to formalize it?
That's staff's current understanding. Council could vote to formalize it, subject to any future council changing its mind.
Future.
Okay. Councilmember Lang?
Yeah, I have a few points to make. First of all, I mean, we've heard the neighbors come and talk about the sound, and every time they do, they look like they've been through a war zone. And we hear the sound too, and it is something that would drive me crazy. And you know, there are options for sound, for some kind of sound mitigation. The 30-foot sound barrier is an option. The quiet paddles are options, but the residents, the neighbors, have been waiting for 3 years for us to do something. Now I want to address, so I want to put a bookmark in that just a second. My wife is a pickleball player, and she's very good. She's beat Councilmember Rule before. I wasn't there to witness it, but I'm teasing. Yeah, I'm teasing. No. And we went out to Soul Park because I really wanted. She's also a tennis player. She's very good at that too. And I wanted to find out, you know, what's feasible. Are these courts usable? And what she said is she gave some pros and some cons. She said, as they are right now, there are cracks. There's one in particular that goes across two courts, and she said that would be a liability. She's a lawyer too. That people could trip over that. The courts aren't as nice, but they're bigger and they're more spacious. She also said the fact that it's not shaded could be good because sometimes the different variations in shade on the city courts make it really hard to see the ball. And especially as our eyes age, we're more sensitive to light. So Soul Park does need some work. We could also have like shade covering over that. There are some great things about Soul as it is right now. First of all, it's a great park. There's playgrounds. I told her, I said, I could come, and I'm not a player, but I could come and sit at picnic tables and like bring friends, and we could cheer you on. People who are waiting could sit there. I think Soul is a really great option. I know it needs some work, and I would love for staff to look into what we could do to make it usable right now. The other issue with it is that the nets for the paddle tennis nets are different than pickleball nets, and also the lines, and it's a little hard with two different sets of lines to see where the ball is. So she said that would make it difficult to play. So I think we need some more exploration on that as an option. But I think it's a good option, and I think getting behind the pickleball, Pickleball Paradise, the Pickleball Paradise, it's a win-win, and it can be a tournament style. I mean, we could bring tournaments here. The Santa Barbara tournament is really big. This could be like a revenue source for us with pickleball tourism and things like that. I think there are so many different opportunities for that space. One other point I want to make is that I do think that we brought up the encampment, and if we are going to close down City Hall courts, I think we need to envision how we will use that space. offering classes, having it as an event space. I think we need to fill that space, because just leaving it empty creates an opportunity for that for an encampment to bleed over into it. So I would like to envision what that could be. And maybe what it could be is a fundraising effort to have that 30-foot wall or the 30-foot space. So those are some of my thoughts.
Well, I just want to thank everyone for being here. And clearly, pickleball is a beautiful thing, and it's a wonderful aspect of our community. And I don't think anyone questions how wonderful pickleball is. And I do take the responsibility very seriously to represent the community. And what I heard many times, people say, talking about the community is so beautiful. Thank you for sharing those beautiful faces. Those are people. It's not, from my perspective, it's not the place, it's the people and what you're doing together. All the joy and happiness and fun and friendship that you're cultivating together as a group. I see Soul Park as a wonderful solution. And I'm going to encourage everyone to get behind that. There's a lot of space, no question about the noise, and it's something that could build and grow. And I'd like to go out and get a lesson. And I also want to thank the Krauts for spending so much time and energy building that community. I also want to thank the people who've gotten together, tennis players, community members, to think of a solution and to come up with a really concrete solution that I think is a really great idea. I think we've heard over and over again, specifically from pickleball players, it's noisy, it's loud, it's messy, and that's great, but you got to find the right place for that. I listened to the Blue Paddle today, and thank you, Greg and Howard, for getting the information out there, for meeting, for doing the demonstration. I walked across the street. I stood in Mary's driveway. I'm sorry, Mary, I trespassed. And it was loud. And it's the voices, too, for me particularly. And of course, those are joyful noises, voices of people having fun. If you're living there, though, that's not so joyful. And I agree with what Councilmember Whitman said. And Bill Miley brought up Park City, and I think that is a good solution. Park City has a 600-foot ordinance, and because I think you cannot enforce the quiet paddles here. I just don't see that happening. I think that in terms of parks, there are active parks and passive parks. From my perspective, this is a passive park, a place for people and children particularly to go and enjoy nature, the birds, to hear the birds. So I would encourage everybody to get behind, to get together as a community and really make Soul Park the paradise that it will be and it can be. And I'm ready. I don't think you're all set up. I'd give you a donation tonight for that. So whenever you're ready, let me know. So, and I know how painful it is to lose something that you love. I'd like to remind everybody, it's the people, and the people are still here, and we can recreate that community in a different spot that makes more sense. We've learned a lot. Nobody knew. I mean, you didn't know.
No,
It was a pilot program. It was an experiment. And I think the best solution, I agree with some of my council members, is to close the court and move it to Soul Park.
Are you, excuse me,
Your motion.
Well, I didn't make a motion. Is anybody ready to make a motion?
I'd have a few questions. Are you,
Well, how about we get a motion on the table, and then, does anyone like to
well,
make a motion?
I would rather have discussion before we have a motion, because a motion moves things forward in a way that I'm not prepared to move forward, because there are a lot of questions. So what I'm hearing is we're going to close the city courts and we're going to build a pickleball palace out at Soul Park. But the Ventura County Recreation has said that that's not going to happen. We have to use the existing footprint of what's there now. The paddleball tennis people have said we want at least 2 courts. As far as like, are there courts there? There are right now 2 pickleball courts and 4 paddle tennis courts. The paddle tennis courts are multi-use courts with painter's tape. So the question becomes, and so the other thing I think is really important to understand is that 3 years ago, there wasn't quiet technology. There also wasn't a complete directive that the responsibility was on the pickleball players. And as we've heard from the neighbors, even the blue paddles that were on the list, they didn't hear as quiet anyway. So, even if the pickleball players had been using blue paddles, the neighbors have said blue paddles aren't quiet. So they wouldn't have known whether or not, the pickleball players were adhering to it. But what I will say is that the technology is completely different. 3 years ago, as you said, no one understood the noise. The market has stepped in and said, guess what? We can make paddles that are way quieter, and they have. I think the question here, and I would find this just unbelievable, is that you would close the courts without having a place to go. Soul Park is not playable. If you go there, you will see immediately. The nets are different sizes, the court lines are different sizes, the ground is cracked, it's wavy. I don't know if you saw that, but it's wavy, so it's, you can't play a ball sport on a ground that's wavy. I mean, it's just kind of crazy, really. So to me, if I'm hearing that this council is planning to close the city hall courts before there's a place to go, and you're going to say to 200 people, sorry, the noise, when the quiet paddles have just they're like night and day. They really are. I would be really, really shocked if this council were not able to say that we're going to leave it open until Seoul is ready to go. I mean, how can you just, you made a commitment. This council, whether it was a previous council or you made a mistake or whatever it was, you made a commitment to the citizens here who have put a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy. And I will say, by the way, that place is really important. As you start talking about we need a quiet park, well, that's all about place. The other thing is quite honestly, we have a homeless community living there now. There's not going to be a quiet park for another 2 years, at least, if then. So that should be just off the table. There is no quiet park here at City Hall, and there won't be. I mean, we've had our neighbors get up and say, oh, it's 24/7 noise. I don't know. I mean, I really, really don't know what this council is thinking. I think the solution, if you want to go in that direction, which I also think is, incredibly problematic, that you would even consider closing the courts without thinking about a way to mitigate the noise and allow people who have built a relationship with place, by the way. They have built a relationship with place over 3 years. And it's not just people. It is place. It is oak trees. It is very much place, as much as it is people. And it is shade. And yes, dappled is problematic, but everyone goes to the shade court as soon as they can. It's like as soon as the shade court empties, the sunny people, the people playing on the sunny courts, head over, and so yes, it's dappled, but it's not dappled to the point where you'd rather be out in, 90-degree heat. So I think there is a solution here that does not say we're going to close the courts. As the city attorney said, the MOU was about, for 3 years, you keep these hours and we won't sue you. That was the MOU. And as I understand it, those hours were made so that certain neighbors could eat outside for lunch and could eat outside for dinner. That's how those hours evolved. So I don't know why this council couldn't figure a solution to keep those courts open at least until Seoul. I think we could find a solution. What if the pickleball community decided we'll fundraise for that huge sound barrier, right? And we'll use quiet paddles. I mean, once again, it's a public park. People bought houses across the street. They built investment property across the street from a park. They bought a house across the street from a park, from public land. We could have trucks going in there day and night with pollution. It's public
Point of order,
land.
we've heard all of this.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Like 3 or 4
Excuse
times.
me, excuse me. I think,
okay. Could you wrap it up, please?
I could wrap it up. If you would like to interrupt me, I think the proper procedure would be to say point of order.
I did.
Councilmember Rule, can you finish, please?
Yeah, I can. I didn't hear point of order, and I didn't hear you acknowledged to speak.
Oh.
That having been said, I hope everybody out there is really aware of the behavior that's going on in the city council.
Excuse me, Councilmember Rule, there was a point of order, so can you please wrap it up?
I don't know how to wrap it up. What I want to suggest is I make a motion that we engage with figuring out how to fundraise for a 30-foot wall. And, there is in the actual sound report a process for monitoring paddles. That's been developed. That's in the sound study. The one thing that all of the professionals said was, you can fix the city hall courts.
Is there a second for that motion? Okay, motion dies. Would someone like to make another motion?
Souza, it's your issue.
It's not my issue. Okay, I thought I heard you already make a motion. As difficult as it is, I am going to make a motion that we move I'm a little bit torn about the date, if we want to discuss it, the court we have to move, okay? The only thought in my mind is, originally I thought the end of December, that made sense to me. And then we go into the new year and do something new. How do my colleagues feel about the date?
I think that makes sense. And I think we owe it to the neighbors.
Yeah.
One thing, Seoul Park is not ready for we don't have even 2 courts really at Seoul Park. Right now, there are 2 that need to be resurfaced. There's one that's functional. I would love for staff to come back with information on how we can make the current courts usable.
I'm a little bit torn because I thought we weren't supposed to talk about
Okay.
Seoul Park. But
Okay,
my
never mind.
understanding is there is a
Yeah.
group diligently
Just
already
to
working on this.
summarize, the city is not currently involved with Seoul Park. The city is not. There's a community-led group that's been working very closely with the county to raise funds, and the county will not begin work until the funds to do the construction are raised, which is in the neighborhood of about $300,000. That I've confirmed that with the county, and the county's further comment was if those funds were raised now, they don't foresee those courts coming online until July 1st at the earliest.
I
And then
know.
the question for the council to consider is if you wish to close the city hall courts with a date certain, or if you wish to close the city hall courts conditioned upon whenever the Soul Park facility opens, or somewhere in the middle.
Well, I think there are two things. One, that $300,000 project is for the pickleball paradise. There's, I think, a less expensive option, which would be making the changes that need to be made. I really hear everybody about pickleball being community building. I really want to find a solution that's workable. I am for closing the courts. We made an agreement with the neighbors. I'd like to find some way, if there is new technology, if there is a solution for the 30-foot wall, I'd like to find the go ahead.
So, I'll comment. My suggestion would be that if we close the courts, that it will speed up the process of somebody raising money to resurface the courts that are out there at Soul Park, because there will be a need to do that. Or maybe it'll cause people to raise money and come to us and say, hey, we've got the money for the 30-foot wall, and we've got the money to hire an attendant to make sure that people only use the sound deadening ball. But I think until we close the court, I mean, this should have been something somebody talked about 6 months ago when we were here talking about this and talking about January 1st being, the end of the line. I think we made that very clear that we were heading towards the end of the year, so that solutions needed to be, and,
I have a question too.
from what I've seen, the people who have been working hardest on the solution have been the people who are, the resident group, the Libby group. So that's my opinion, is that if we close the courts and we can be flexible about the date that they're closed, but I think that that's going to be what's going to trigger raising the money to resurface the courts at Soul Park.
Can I just make one quick comment?
Yeah.
Regardless of quiet paddles or quiet balls, still you have 16 people playing very happily with a lot of noise, and then maybe 15 people watching. That's a lot of noise, and you can't do anything about that. And we don't want to do anything about that because it's the noise, sounds of joy. It's just not the right spot.
Yeah. And my other question is, when you start speaking about 30-foot barriers, I mean, when you have barriers, does that affect the airflow, the wind flow? What? And it sounds unsightly. Like if you have this beautiful spot, and then you're going to have barriers. I'm not understanding these barriers. I don't feel like I can support that. I mean, I feel like to invest in that is an investment in a feudal situation.
Let's what do you say we get a motion on the table? Would you like to, well, actually, we're about to get a motion on the table. Can you make a motion? Are you ready to do that? Or do you want to?
Are you guys really going to close the courts?
Excuse me,
Really?
Councilmember Whitman, do you want to make?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'll make the motion that we close the courts the last day of January.
Okay, I'll support that.
And
Last day of January.
that if, that's the motion.
Yeah.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second. I think the last day of January gives everyone time to absorb this and to work, with the existing committee to move things forward as quickly as possible.
Oh, I want to add to the motion, though,
But
that,
no more no investment in barriers or anything.
that the, whatever the brand-new paddle is mandatory. There are no other paddles, no other balls. I don't know how that's going to be enforced, but I think that it would behoove the pickleball community to self-enforce, which my perception is that hasn't happened.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Can we have the roll call, please, Western?
on
I'm
a
not
second.
ready, excuse me, I'm not ready to vote.
It's not clear to staff what the motion's.
Yeah, always.
Motion is to close as of January 31st and the beginning January 1st, that the use of the quietest paddle, I don't know what that is,
The blue list paddles, I think, is the phrase.
and the quietest ball are mandatory.
So may I add
And
something?
did the seconder accept that?
I'll second that. The advantage of that is this, okay? If it turns out that that works, then maybe we can reconsider. But, I rather doubt that, and I'm going to listen to the neighbors on that. The neighbors are going to be I feel, are the ones deciding if 30 days with quiet. Why is everybody laughing?
Because it's hysterical.
Okay,
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Can we have order, please? No comments from, we have a motion and we have a second. Any final comments before
Yes,
the roll
final
call?
comments. I don't even know where to begin. So you are not accepting of building a barrier.
Mike.
You're not accepting of building a barrier. You don't believe that the technology has changed over the last 3 years and that there are quiet paddles and that there could be a solution. You don't care that 200 people play there and that you're going to be stopping the play. So you found no solution whatsoever except for to add a month to closing the courts. That's and you believe that Soul Park is going to be a pickleball palace. Really? With 6 courts? I mean, I don't understand at all what your thinking is. I think you're in some your magical thinking, your Ojai magical thinking. I mean, I think you're trying to find a reason to close the courts. That's basically it. And you're not trying to find a solution for the 200 people that play there. And it really is just amazing to me that you've listened to all of this and you're still like, the neighbors are the most important thing. We're not going to even try to build a barrier. I mean, why are they laughing? Because it's laughable. That's why they're laughing. It's absolutely laughable.
Did you want to make a comment?
I was going to make a substitute motion, and that is that we close the courts on January 31st, and that we revisit this in 4 months, 5 months, and when we have information, and we ask the Pickleball Association to present additional options for us for, in addition to the quiet paddles, a plan for building a sound barrier.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'm not sure what that means.
So meaning that if you can present us with an option we can't refuse, that we revisit this. So there's a door open for this to come back. But in that time, also we have forward motion with Soul. That actually could be a solution. That's a win-win-win. It's a win-win. It's a win for the pickleball players. It's a win for the neighbors. It's a win for the community. It's a win for pickleball. I think it's a real solution. So there's a door open for just an option for things to be open.
Is
Can I
there
have a
just
question?
is there a second for that motion?
I do have a question. So what if the pickleball community came back tomorrow and said, in 30 days, we'll raise enough money to build a sound barrier? And if you don't trust the pickleball players to self-regulate themselves with the paddles, and they say, okay, you know, we'll pay somebody minimum wage, whatever, to enforce. Let's say they came back with that tomorrow. Would that be acceptable? Is that what you're suggesting as, I mean, everybody agrees that Seoul could be a great option. But I think the idea, I mean, not everybody, but most people. But the thing about it is that it is at least a year off. I don't see, there's no money, even if there was $250,000 and it didn't cost $350,000, and the Park and Recs of Ventura didn't say it's going to be 6 months no matter when you get the money. I mean, it's going to be at least a year. I mean, that's what it's going to be. And so what this council is deciding is that you're going to close the pickleball courts for 11 months at best. So the question becomes, suppose they come back tomorrow and they say, we'll get that 15-foot, 30-foot wall, and we'll hire someone that will ensure that we play with quiet paddles. I know I repeat myself, but I can't see that any of this is entering into any of your understanding. Like, you're still talking about 3 years ago, they haven't done anything in 3 years. 3 years ago, there weren't these quiet paddles. Like, I don't know what, there is no pickleball court at Seoul that can be used.
All right, let's, it's 12:35. We have to be back here at 8. Could you please use some decorum, Councilmember Lang, or Councilmember Rule?
At some point, we
Councilmember
will
Lang,
talk about
do you want
violent actions versus violent words.
Okay.
I was just trying to make a substitute motion
Okay.
that would give the pickleball players a window in which they could come back with real workable solutions to keep to reopen the courts.
Is there a second for that motion?
No.
Is there a second? No.
No.
Sure,
No.
I'll
Okay.
second
Okay.
it.
Okay, we have a substitute motion with a second. Could we have a roll?
I just want to make one comment. The problem and the risk with that solution is that it doesn't work, and then the Pickleball Association has invested $150,000 in a solution that doesn't work, instead of investing the money at Seoul Park, which is where we all agree is where this should be.
Okay, do you stand by your motion, then? Okay, could we have the roll call on that substitute motion?
Substitute motion, Councilmember Lang, second Councilmember Rule, that on January 31st, the courts will close, and to revisit in 4 months roughly for an option to return, option open-ended.
Okay, roll call?
Councilmember Whitman.
I need clarification on that.
That doesn't make
What if they
sense,
came
though.
back tomorrow?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
I mean, why does it have to be 4 months?
I'm not going to vote for it,
But
it
I was
doesn't
just
make sense.
thinking, some time to give the neighbors a break, like just like cushioning it, or also because it's going to take time for any options to be, for realistically, for the money to be raised to build a wall, to,
So you're closing the courts for 4 months, okay.
Okay, so motion stands, Russ? Okay, roll call, please, Weston?
Councilmember Whitman.
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh, you want to think about it? Shall I take a turn?
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
I'll vote no. Yeah.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Councilmember Whitman.
No.
Okay, all right, we have, go back to our first motion.
Main motion by Councilmember Whitman, second Mayor Pro Tem Francina, for the City Hall courts to close on Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, and beginning on January 1st, 2024, mandatory use of quiet equipment being the Blue List paddle brand and the quietest ball. I'm not sure if that's a Blue List ball. The quietest ball mandatory as well.
Thank you. Roll call?
One moment.
Can I add a friendly, at great risk at this late hour, may I add a friendly amendment, which would be if the neighbors said, wow, it was so quiet.
You can always come back.
Yeah, I know, it's not gonna happen.
No,
But
so
that's a
look,
reason,
any-
in a way, this is like a
look,
1 month
the-
trial.
2 neighbors.
The only reason that I didn't vote for Councilman Lang's approval is that anything can be brought back to us with, here's a solution, that none of this is written in stone. But I think that what we're doing is, creating some finality. It's not going to be 2 weeks from now. It's going to be 6 weeks from now. And I hope the community does their best to find the right solution.
Okay, roll call, please, Weston?
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Councilmember Lang.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you
told
very
him
much.
you would never
Thank you
do
all.
this. I told him you would never do this.
Excuse me,
Wait,
we move
wait.
on from here.
But
Thank you all for being here, much appreciated.
Okay. You know, what you said was so reasonable, but I don't think they heard you.
I know, it's
What you said
unbelievable.
was that if they came back,
We're still having a meeting, so we'll continue. Thank you all for being here.
I know.
We're gonna move on to
Maybe they could buy all the homes.
council member reports.
already, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, we have one more item. I'm sorry, Carl. We're gonna move on to item number 7.
These are this is.
Employment agreement for interim city manager Carl Alameda.
All right.
We
Do we
have
have
a very brief staff report on this. Secure. State law requires that we make certain public announcements orally on a proposed executive contract. As we all know, Mr. Scott resigned as interim city manager previously. Mr. Alameda has been acting city manager and is now proposed per council direction to be appointed as interim city manager. We have concluded negotiations for a proposed employment agreement, which is attached to your packet. Mr. Alameda has served as assistant city manager since June 2023 and worked in municipal government since 2003. The proposed agreement has standard benefits and as the other employees in the city with a couple of financial terms. The salary is the same as the current city manager salary of $225,000 per year with standard benefits and deferred compensation set the same as the standard matching program for all city employees with an additional $800 per month and reimbursement for expenses as stated. With that, staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
No, but I'd like to make a motion.
Just one second.
sorry.
Any comments on Zoom? Public comments?
No raised hands for item
He's
7.
asleep.
We have 3 attendees in Zoom. You'll have an opportunity to raise your hand now if you wish.
Okay.
And we'll move on.
Ready for a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the attached employment agreement between the City of Ojai and Carl Alameda as interim city manager effective November 27th, 2023.
I'll second.
And we had one minor typo on page 1, first line in the paragraph A. City desires to secure the specialized services, not sure. With that, to council.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Weston?
Yes. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Congratulations, Carl. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you for doing it.
Yes, thank you for being here. We will move on to council member reports. Anyone
Yeah, I have a report. I parked on Sunday behind the arcade, walked through the arcade and to the Ojai Vineyards. And on that 200-yard walk, there were probably 25 A signs, you know, sandwich signs. I think we need to regulate that. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like
We
every.
have it. We did. We did regulate
That
it.
would be a future agenda item?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a report.
Okay,
but-
okay.
But we have regulations for the sandwich signs.
We do. We have an ordinance on it, so it could be a
Yeah.
future agenda item to look at that ordinance.
Yeah,
No action could be taken tonight.
yeah.
Okay,
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about all the kids racing through the arcade.
any other, anything to
Yeah,
report?
Yeah, I'll report, if I can remember. The Ventura County Transportation Commission had a history-making meeting last Friday where they approved the Santa Paula something, whatever it's called, but it's a trail, it's a bike trail. It's part of a master plan so that, for example, kids in Santa Paula can actually ride their bike to Ventura College. And it was a unanimous vote, and there were 17 people spoke, including Steve Bennett and Brian Akins, and Atticus was there, and he didn't speak. But I say that it's a history-making vote because it was a real paradigm shift where you could see that the focus, instead of cars being the most important mode, they're really, funding these kind of projects that, it was to approve a grant to, my brain is fried, it was to approve a grant to do a study and to find, and to, figure it out. They're not, and then the implementation comes after that. But this was something that was voted down a few years ago because the agriculture people are worried about people, passing through agriculture land. But they do anyway, and now they're confident that all those issues can be handled. So anyway, it was just a great meeting. Yeah,
Anyone
just
else?
really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rule?
James, could you bring up my still picture, please? Thank you. This is where the pickleball people live. Every one of them are going to drive through town to Soul Park and back every day. There's very few people that live on the East End. So all of you who talk about there's no bike path, there's no public transportation.
This is
This is a council report. I'm telling you that this is what's going to happen. There's all of the
Already
pickleball
reported
players. No, I don't think I did report that. I'm showing you a picture right now of every pickleball player that signed a petition not to close the park. They're right there. And they're all going to drive on 150 to Soul Park because there's no other way to get there. So just so you know that, for all of the people who claim I'm so environmentally friendly, I don't want to build any housing.
This is report on.
I'm reporting out. I'm sorry if you don't like the report, Betsy, but I really don't need you.
This is not a report.
Excuse me, it most certainly is.
Sarcasm, that's
Okay.
not a report.
Are you?
I made this so people would understand the ramifications. It is indeed a report. I'm sorry you don't agree. Roll your eyes. I mean, this is what's going to happen.
Saturday night, I had the great honor to attend the Veterans Holiday Party at the American Legion, and it was just such a sweet event and so wonderful to celebrate all of the veterans in our community. So it's very memorable. So that's it. All I have. Anybody else? Okay, city manager's report.
No report for tonight.
Tomorrow, though. Okay, and no future agenda items other than
Future agenda item.
I do too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we have to address all the kids that are riding motorized alternative transportation, I never, didn't foresee that 10 years ago. And there's like probably over 100 comments on the Nextdoor site. And I'm getting texts from people that almost hit a child. And I'm thinking we're the adults and we haven't, it's our fault that we don't have a place for the kids to really, first of all, it's the parents' responsibility to teach the kids, the rules of the road and to stop at stop. They're running stop signs, they're cutting through. I mean, it's really bad. I feel like we need to be working, I feel like we need to do something here, but also something with the school board, because the school has a way to communicate with the parents. I think there's going to, I hope it doesn't take a terrible accident for us to act. And I'm not sure, we have to work with you on this. Are you getting reports from people? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that I'm getting texts right after people have a close call is alarming to me. Yeah. It's very close, that because kids just don't understand it's not a toy, and they're passing cars.
Why don't we allow staff to prepare an analysis of options and come back?
Yeah.
In close consultation with Chief Newman.
Yeah, managing it.
Electric bike.
Yeah.
Mindful that we can't always fix every teenager. But let's come back with some options.
No, it's going to take not just what we do here, it's going to take the schools and the parents and drivers going slow, because a kid can pop up any minute, Okay.
Councilmember Lang?
I was going to add that
Okay.
same thing because I've received text. But also, I would like to bring back as a future agenda item safety. So there are three issues with safety in particular: the lights Caltrans across Ojai Ave, the crosswalks, basically pedestrian safety. So Bryant Street, the development that we talked, the issues that were raised tonight, and then also issues that have been raised with other pedestrian areas.
Okay, thank you. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, all right, well,
let's see, I did have a future agenda item, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, we had said something about doing a mobility study about the valet parking. So we tend to do that. We tend to say, well, we'll do this to take care of that problem, and then we don't really follow up. So I think we need to follow up on the mobility study. And we did something recently, the same thing. We'll figure that out. But anyway, I think that the mobility study, and likewise, I think we should revisit our list of things that should have been agendized, that got at least 3 dots that we haven't actually revisited. I think we should do that somewhat regularly. And as an agenda item, I think we also need to revisit the council protocols, which is on that list.
I have
Well,
one
and just,
more agenda
I
item.
do know that Councilmember Lang is working on ethics policy, so that's coming up soon.
On the
That's in-
6th, is that correct?
I have one
is
more
that coming
agenda
up?
item, I'm sorry.
That's
Okay.
the current scheduled date,
Okay.
subject to
Okay.
the
Okay.
other board.
Okay.
But we also had council protocols
Okay.
on that list as well.
Yeah, that's on the list. I don't know
Yeah.
if we have a date yet, but that's
Yeah,
on the
we
list.
pulled the ethics to give it highest priority, but we also had a review of the council protocols on that.
My future agenda item is the extension of the bike trail, but I'm trying to write a proposal for the Ventura County Transportation Commission, to get funding. And I know that it's been on the agenda. Bill Miley knows 25 years ago it was on the agenda, right? But maybe we can pull up those old plans, and because I'm going to need help with my proposal. And I'm sure you have a record somewhere, right? Yeah. It's been on the agenda before, and then no action was taken, evidently. But now, our case is so strong now, because we're going to have a housing development and the way that Bryant Street is developed. There's all kinds of reasons why we can make a very strong case to get funding from the county, or however that works, through the Ventura County Transportation Commission, is my understanding, to, you know, they can work, they can make that happen. It can be done.
So what's the,
Yeah.
So it sounds like a future agenda item for council to provide direction to staff to work with VCTC and put together a plan for extending the bike trail to Soul Park, at county expense.
Yes, yes, yeah.
That's something council could consider provide direction for.
Yeah, yeah. And in the meantime, I'll work with the executive director on how to write a proposal. Because we discussed that kind of just casually. Yeah.
okay, I
mean,
have
I
a,
mean,
yeah.
I don't want to duplicate staff's efforts, but I'll put some effort into it myself. Yeah.
Well, and
Thank
that's
you.
where we can get
Thank
direction
you for
from
your help, yeah.
We can get direction from council to then have staff work on it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That's the key component
Thank
there.
you, thank you very much.
I have
yeah.
one more agenda item. I would like to bring back the ATP. I think we need to reevaluate that.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for your endurance, everyone, and for a productive meeting. And we are adjourned. Thank you.